And we are live! Hi, everybody! Hi, Elio. I've never even seen that episode of The Simpsons with Dr. Nick, and yet I know the joke. Lolly ho, Jellybean, good to see you, glad to have you. Issa, good to see you, glad to have you. I hope you're feeling good and not work has not got you down. Lolly ho, Jade. Lolly ho, Aaron. Lolly ho, Tracy, good to see you and glad to have you all. Tethys, yes, thank you for the warnings and good to see you, glad to have you. The only thing I'll spoil is how good everyone looks. Aw. Jubilant, good to see you, glad to have you. Also, I may have hit my addiction. Drimbus, good to see you, glad to have you. Let's, everybody ready to, so I have not started Island Sanctuary because I wanted to stream it with you guys. Because I wanted to fucking relax and hang out with people while I did it. So I have not even started Island Sanctuary yet. Even though I have wanted to. I have not had a second to do it. Silver, good to see you, glad to have you. So, who's ready to get onto the island? Who's ready to, show off, those beach bods? Relaxation time, get on boat, this is a threat. Okay, let's talk to the clueless crier then. I'm very interested in the lore about who and why we're getting it. Now, our speculation, I also don't know anything about it. We know that the patch notes told us that it wasn't the Cialidays, so we were right about that. We knew it was either going to be in the Bounty or the Rotano. For those of you who are unaware, the Cialidays is this island change down here in the Rotano Sea. This is the same area that Hullbreaker Island is in, which is why Island Sanctuary looks a lot like Hullbreaker Island. Now, my question is, who is giving it to us? I'd love to... Where to meet? Well, that's a good question. I should be able to invite you guys to the island after a little bit. I'll do that. Become one with the island. Good evening to you, my fine fellow. Come to see Taru's boutique in the flesh, no doubt. Might I interest you in one of our world-famous silk socks? They're so comfortable you won't even realize you're wearing them. Oh my god, has she made so much money that she can now buy her own goddamn island? What's that? You're an acquaintance of the proprietress. Man, she's actually fucking rivaling Rowena. Heavens, you're the Landriel Mistress Tataru has told me about you. All about you. Come to think of it, I was to inform her immediately if you happen to stop by. Please wait just a moment. I'll go fetch her immediately. LDN, good to see you, glad to have you. Deathberry, good to see you, glad to have you. Hope everyone's having a great day. I'm glad to be able to join stream again. Yes, it's always good to have you. No, shouldn't be any spoilers here. This is a relaxing, chill Island Sanctuary stream. We already did a 6.2 MSQ live stream the day it came out, as well as a Pandemonium Abyssos live stream. The VODs for those are over on the main channel if you'd like to go watch those. But this is chill time. There you go. Oh, wait, is it gonna be Taro? Because if it is, yay, I get to do, sorry to have kept you waiting. Business is booming and I can hardly keep up. Not that I'm complaining, it feels as if it's only yesterday I was welcoming you as my first customer. Yet look at us now. But I'm sure you're wondering why I wish to speak with you. I'm also wondering why you wish to speak with me at midnight in the middle of Charlian. I have a surprise for you. A gift, in fact. A gorgeous and exclusive and above all properly registered. Island Sanctuary! She's fucking rich enough to buy an island now, Jesus Christ. You heard that right. I, Taru, am presenting you with your very own island. I know you'll be tempted to demur with, are you certain? Or, you're far too kind. Quite certain, and yes, I know. But I hope you have to accept, I can accept this gift in the spirit of friendship. I have seen the weight of the burdens you carry firsthand, after all. Jesus Christ. You rose to become the champion of Eorzean, and now a hero known across the star and beyond, which leaves very few places where you might be free of duty and expectation. It's funny, because these are reasons I thought we'd get it. I thought we might be granted it by, like, the Forum or like, the city-states because of our deeds, but nope, just Tataru being rich. As I considered where you might find such an oasis, an idea washed over me like an oncoming tide. The sea! In an island paradise with naught but the serenity of nature for realms, even you should be free to relax. So what do you say? Yes? 1,000 times yes? What are we waiting for? Toss me in the hold and set sail. Hydra, good to see you, glad to have you. It's good to see you. I know we're of the same mind. Truly, there is no time like the present to be on our way. We make for the Morby dry docks. Look for Balden, a skipper near the Aetheryte. He should be expecting us. Shill time. Shill. Just remind me to make a good glam for sanctuary things. Yes, I decided to actually, for once, play the glam game and not be wearing. I thought it'd be appropriate to not wear. Oh, let me. I was thinking that maybe wearing. Oh, did I? Oh, actually glammed over my thing. But here, let me. I thought that wearing this to Island Sanctuary might be a little inappropriate, you know? Maybe that was just me. Oh, did I actually not finish make that glamour plate so that it had the... Oh no, there it is. This means me. I need to make a good glam for it. Hi everyone, Sarah. Good to see you. Glad to have you. Let's go to Morby. I feel like the volume's really quiet for some reason. How's volume, and is my voice desynced at all? We should solve that now before we get going. I wish I could buy my own island IRL. I don't know. I don't love. I'm not a huge sun person, and I also like the interstitial space between the liminal spaces between like city and nature. Shield time, always time. I've been using my ass and white mage glams for this. To compensate you for all of the physical and emotional damage over time, here's an island. Exactly, Dest. Oh lord, my guy, repair your stuff. No, I can repair it anytime at free will. I can just literally just do this. So like I wait until it's lower because then I don't waste resources. Decoy, good to see you, glad to have you. Time to see if the dry docks are backed up and blocking access again. Yeah, good question. Volume is good, sweet. Volume is A-okay on my end. I never said I wouldn't colonize my island. Spoken like either a real American or a real Brit. Lendra, eh? The little mistress told me to expect you. Said she'd be along shortly herself, but speak of the devil. Oh my fucking god! Oh, Lendriel, I thought I'd dress late for our voyage, given the notorious humidity on the Southern Isles. Wait! Is she referencing these? Is this Southern Isles? I wonder if I need to check what the kanji was that for in Japanese. If it's the Southern Isles, like the South Sea Isles, or if she just means the Isles to the south. I trust everything is order, Balden. Just give me an oiler when you're ready to set sail. Oh my god, she is so fucking precious. You never to fear when we're going. Not since any marauder with an ounce of sense in them hung up their axe. Ariel, good to see you, glad to have you. The oil island sanctuary business came about from the Admiral, reckon. We need something to do now, it's piracy's off the table. Matter of fact, just look at me, a bloody stand-up citizen ferrying folk around. Any road, you're packed in rather light for a venture of this sort. You do realize you're responsible for bringing your own tools and supplies, right? Not to oh, not to worry, we'll procure everything there. You know what now? How the hell do you plan to do that? Oh, I have a little something in mind. Let's just say the idea was good enough to land us a permit. Is that so? Well, best of luck to you both. I'm sure you're just itching to see your new domain, so I'll find you in on all the juicy details once we arrive. Yes, Issa, you are correct. Especially the Dutch. Make your preparations. We leave to the port the moment you give word. Well, in the French. Kathra, good to see you, glad to have you. Shima, good to see you, glad to have you. I'll be waiting for you on the ferry. Yes, 192% condition. Why is Tataru so rich? Because she is really good at crafting and is really good at paperwork, as well as basically she's really good at being Rowena. Shima, did she explain that already? Because if she didn't, please avoid telling me things ahead of time. I'm trying to enjoy the process and enjoy learning. Yeah, she's also very good at penny pitching. You think about, like, the events during the whole Katana affair. Oh, hey there, lad. Where can I take you? Actually, learn more. What's... You're about asking about your own bloody island. You must be having a laugh. So... Oh, that little scheme of Tataru's is working out for you. Well, no, because remember, in 6.1, there's an explicit scene explaining that Estinian's gotten better with money. When he's getting the map, there's like, one of the dialogue options explicitly states like how he's been improved at that. So that's not even like sadly true anymore. Oh, Lendria, look towards the horizon. Beautiful, isn't it? That's weird. I literally read all the lines, and I didn't catch that. Well, in that case, Shima, you're fine. If anyone wants to get the quote of the line that Tataru said about the Admiral, I'd love to like actually be able to take a note of that. There's nothing like a sea voyage to rekindle the adventurous spirit. The amount that like you can like read for stream and like have things go in one ear and out the other is wild. So what do you think? This untamed island is yours to cultivate as you see fit. Or not, as it were. If nothing else, think of it as your personal hideaway, a not so secret one. I mean, it makes sense. Not that it's surprising. It's more just that like in case there's any other like crazy things that we learn, I didn't want to have that be too forewarned. Wait, did the Admiral suggest the idea of getting the permit? Here, it's not about it. Okay, also, Hydra, that is major, though, because it means it gives us explicit information that the Limsa is in charge of those permit access and still controls the Rotano. So, like, that is important lore. So having a direct quote is important. The refreshing caress of the winds, the soothing whispers of the waves. How liberating, I admit. I've been looking forward to joining you here. Now, this may come as a bit of a surprise, but the isle was once commandeered by a band of pirates and used as a supply base. Fortunately for us, the group disbanded years ago, and the island has since largely returned to its natural state. As you know all too well, Merle have never been one to sit around idly. She's had her eyes on the Cialides formulating plans to island settlements for years. Now that a sense of peace is settled throughout the realm, she finally decided to put those plans into motion. So she's chosen a few have been permitted to become keepers of private islands in this vast archipelago, and you're one of them. My industrious idea of procuring all materials needed to settle here locally struck a chord with the Admiral when she read my proposal, so much so that she was happy to grant me a deed. I think this is what you guys are talking about, in which case, no, it just happened. Not to worry, I have arranged for ample assistance. I shall happily introduce you in just a moment, but you'll need to follow me towards the charming little clearing I've designated as your base of operations. If we simply clamber up the slope ahead and proceed along the path, we should soon bump into, well, you'll see. I am gonna have a whole bunch of tutorials rather than just being allowed to discover, and it's gonna be a long process to just be allowed to fuck around. Question 1. This whole island sanctuary business came from about the Erasmus came about from. Oh, yeah, no, but that's different. See, but yes. Yeah. We knew that. I meant more, I thought, like, specifically saying that Tataru had been granted the permit from her. But yeah, that there's a co-related relationship to assuming that because of that. Yeah. Tataru does give us the cool stuff. Yeah. Just, that's less explicit than what she was saying. Yeah. Jolly, good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, cool. Yeah, no, that was me reading and not like thinking as carefully about that compared to when she's as explicit when we were on the shore. Thanks, guys. Allow me to introduce you to the Felicious Furball, the leader of your team of helpers. Well, if it isn't the owner himself, shall it be my pleasure to advise you whether you desire it or not. Oh yes, I think we'll get along just fine. In addition to a feline friend here, I took the liberty of preparing a variety of other mammoths to assist with the construction and development of the island. You'll be pleased to know that they're the latest and greatest models developed by one of the most brilliant minds in Charlian. I heard that a professor of the studium was searching for a means to make use of his advanced automata. To make a long story short, I made him the offer he couldn't refuse, and managed to acquire all of them for an unbeatable price of free. As I understand, the mammoths were produced in secret whilst the Forum formulated plans for the mass exodus, intended to be used as laborers on distant stars to help in constructing a new home for the people of Atheris. It seems all reason for their existence vanished when the threat to our star was erased. As you can imagine, the professor was quite conflicted over what to do with the remains of what, well, may have been his life's work. But after some negotiation, I convinced him to entrust them to us, on the condition we share the data retrieved from the development on the island. Further, while I know it sounds like an ordeal and a half to procure all the necessities from the land itself, there's ample practical justification for such experimentation. Nekomimi-san, I wish it was called Mr. Cat Ears in English. Yeah, no, I remember we were at the live letters and I was like, please let him be named Mr. Cat Ears. You see, the Admiral's vision is for people from all walks of life to have access to these island sanctuaries. And my idea might just be the most efficient way to accomplish that. I love that she's just gonna land leasing is how Limsa is gonna make its money. If one has the capital at hand to purchase the materials and equipment needed for such a bold endeavor, it is a simple matter to subsist safely and comfortably in a remote location, but that limits potential isle keeps to a paltry few. What of those without such funds, who simply wish to enjoy nature and live off of the land? We must prove that such a feat is possible, and assist in providing these would-be isle keeps the knowledge that they need to succeed. Oh, and then we'll have these islands will truly be sanctuaries. Fret not, Mistress Tataru, with authentic Charlian ingenuity and know-how at my claw tips, this simple-minded individual... Excuse me. Despite the enhancements in the vocal organ design, the mechanism still gets stuck from time to time. Goodness, that's a relief. But I should leave you to get properly acquainted. I'll return to see the fruits of your partnership when they're ripe for the picking. From now, enjoy your personal paradise. Cultivate the land or explore. The choice is yours. Limsa got bored with regular sharks, so it's time for land sharks. Yes, welcome to the island. Give the word, and when you're finished ogling the surroundings, I prefer to get on with this sort of business sooner than later. I should also very much like to discuss the matter of my payment. Okay, cool. I'll open that up to you guys. If anyone wants to come hang out, I'll go ahead and open it up to you. As long as can you build and stuff even when people are on the island? Oh, I love it has its own music and thing. Welcome to your new home in the Southern Seas. Oh, that's very interesting. They keep saying Southern Seas, and I'm wondering if like we've never got any implication that the Cialidaes should have been considered the Lalafelian homelands, but they are starting to use the same nomenclature, and it makes me wonder if they're going to retroactively make that work. Kyun, good to see you. Glad to have you. Quinn, won't Limsa get worried about adventurers turning into pirates? No, because if you start piracy has been banned, and if people start being pirates, the full force of the Limsan naval might will go, will strike down upon them. So I and you also have, when it comes to the sea, you have that, and when it comes to the land, you have people like the Yellow Jackets. So no, I don't think they're particularly worried about that. Realize visions for newfound sanctuary by following a series of simple steps. They make me have to confirm I know what to do. Professor, good to see you. Glad to have you. Love mammoths, yeah. I'm doing good, Shlali. I'm tired, but aren't I always? You can do everything if people visit, just a matter of permission from there. Think about New Horizons and Slime Rancher. Okay, cool. Richard, good to see you. Glad to have you. Now listen, Lendriel. May I call you Lendriel? Well, I will anyway. Before we get started, I want to make it very clear that while you may be the owner, I command the mammoths, and as such I demand considerable sum. I would hate for us to get off on the wrong foot. You fucking gingered little asshole. With that settled, beyond the slope lies a clearing that Mistress Tataru believes would serve well as a base of operations. Let's give it a look, shall we? I'm gonna be honest, I will miss doing the robot voice. A fine place to set up shop, would you not agree? Yes, I think it will do nicely. Now, while it has much potential, this clearing is currently as bare as a white baboon's buttocks. We'll need some form of shelter from the elements if to truly make something of the place. Mistress Tataru has told me of your exploits, but I think it's safe to assume chopping down a tree with your bare hands is outside of your repertoire. Not that I'd ask you to even if you could. We need tools for delicate work of this nature. As such, the first order of business will be to craft yourself a hatchet. You'll need 3 palm leaves and 2 stones and branches each. Follow east along the path and make your first foray into the wilderness to procure them. Should you get any funny ideas about exploring the isle and opt to leave me out, here to waste in the rain, you will find my twin, the furious furball, waiting here for you instead. Before you go, I have something for you. It's called an Isle Keep Index. It's to help you keep track of your projects here on the island. Can't have you running about watering mammoths instead of our plants. That should be all for now. Safe travels! I'll be waiting here should you need me. If I've disappeared, it's because I've been mauled by wild animals. I assure you. Cool. Free gather. Cool. The meme is 1,000 based on Refia's devout outfit. Oh, those mammoths? Yeah, no, they've been using the devout outfit for since, like, they also have the version that they use for Kryl and stuff. They've been using outfits from FF3 and FF5 for people's for at least since to Heaven's Word, maybe even onto A Realm Reborn. Hey, just got home from your new job. Awesome, Professor. How's everybody else doing, and how's everybody else enjoying Island Sanctuary? How's everybody enjoying 6.2? Collect all the things. Very pretty. Actually, do we get to see by any chance geographically? No. Boring. Yes, I do know your troubles. I'm chilling, just waiting on the person making my gear to finish. Nice! Oh, speaking of, I need to finish getting the rest of my gear from Jubilant. If anybody wants to run Troya for Glam at some point, who's at 615 or 610, let me, I'm down. Actually, I think I got all the Glam, but could still get more for some of the other people. Also, Saturday, it's looking like we're gonna be doing maps, so, if you're excited to get any of those fun rewards from maps for community event, that's what we'll be doing. Wait, what do you still need? Accessories. Unless, did you give me accessories already, Jubilant? And am I just like out of it? I know that you gave me pants, much to both of our dismay. I must say that the island is a great way to keep me from getting brain melt from Excel at work. God, if I had a job where I could, like, do this while I did my job, that would be so fucking nice. To be able to, like, make some money and also be able to, like, AFK this at the same time. Ugh. I guess that's what streaming is, isn't it? But if you'd like to support us, know that you can become a member of our Patreon, as you can get your name above, as well as other so many fun rewards. On top of that, you can also offer us super chats, which all goes a long way towards making this channel more sustainable. Right now, some of the super chats in the long term are being saved towards a PS5, so that way I can play Final Fantasy 16 when it comes out and on stream. Also, you can also join and become an archon that will allow you to be a member, which will allow you to use your emotes. For those of you who have access to emotes, why not consider sharing some of those right now? Maybe pick your favorite. I'm pretty sure I did. Okay. No. That's just me forgetting, Jubilant. You probably did. I think I'm remembering that you did. I'm such a scrub with my sub 600 eye level. And yes, I'm down for maps. Issa, you have so much money, you could have anything you wanted. And also Bean, you like, if any of you here have like 3 million gil, like, or even less, you could get a full set if you have a crafter friend. Oh, how do I turn the visit on? I'll let you guys help me. You'll tell me in chat. Coca-Cola, good to see you. Glad to have you. I'll get to new content eventually. Yep. Just gotta keep working at it. There's 30-minute AFK timer for this before it kicks you, but it can log out. Yeah, no, by AFK, when I say AFK, I don't mean literally you are away from keyboard. I mean that you're basically like having like sitting around and like doing a while doing other things. It's not your main focus. Do a super chat, make Elio say weird shit in the silly voice. Now with extra fun and noises. The here and the index. Okay. The here? Sanctuary settings. Settings in your island inventory. Yeah, it looks like I don't have access to that yet until I finish the tutorial, I'm assuming. I have 18 million and spent 6 million to get 585, and I'm depressed because of it. I had 24 million before. Yeah, but if you have like, if you just have a crafter friend, like if you talk to someone if you talk to some of the people in the Discord. By the way, we have a Discord. If you want to use it to help have fun conversations about Final Fantasy 14 or get help as needed, it's a great place to go. But if you use the Discord, you should be able to get them for much cheaper. Like Jubilant made us, multiple of us for the T Savage group, sets for like 3 million each. Can they craft stuff for me across server? Depends. Do you mean data center or do you mean server? I'm only eye level 400. I got a lot of work to do. Yeah. I'm at least on Stormblood now, but I'm going to take an MSQ break later to work on getting revive for Blue. Why does everyone pause for Blue? Especially because like Blue didn't come out till, well, I guess it. Well, I mean, Blue's got good story and stuff, but I mean, look, play the game at Silver Kogaku. I never cease to be amazed by the way, the lengths to which me and you play the game so, like, reverse. To me, it's always MSQ first, and then you go do the other things. Blue is best, Blue is best. I mean, look, the people are with you, Kogaku. I'm on Brynhildr, same data center as you. Yeah, then, yeah, remember, you can just do data center travel. There's no reason that you can't. I just love Blue Mage, yeah. Serene, good to see you. Glad to have you. How you doing? I'm always glad when you can catch a stream or two. Serene, solely responsible for the milkshake fund. Drim, good to see you. Glad to have you. Oh no, we said you were up at the top. I think the people can join after you build something. Yeah. So I'll hurry up and gather up items, and then we will get you guys, anyone who wants to wander in and hang around. I didn't realize I could trade if I was world traveling. I assumed I wouldn't be able to do because I can't. Wow. Yeah. No, you can. I don't think me and Jubilant are on the same server, and milkshake cult! Oh my god. Okay, so my artist is currently unable to do work for a variety of reasons. So like there's a bunch of t-shirts you guys have suggested that I fucking want to make because I just want to wear them. But like a milkshake cult t-shirt would be Team Chocolate versus Team Vanilla. What? Milkshakes? Did somebody say milkshakes? They bringeth all the gobbies to the yard, and verily the gobbies drink hard. Apparently I didn't charge my headphones. Oh, plug them in. Oh, give me sound. Ah, there we go. Yeah, you can personal trade, just can't mail things. Yeah. Thank you, Issa. And with that, I shall walk to the McDonald's and get a milkshake. Team Butterscotch milkshake. Okay, butterscotch, okay. Okay, here's the thing about a butterscotch milkshake, though. Like, for me, like, vanilla is refreshing, whereas butterscotch is just a little bit too much to be refreshing, though it is delicious. But if you, like, do light butterscotch, too. Okay, I should probably focus on building first rather than going overly, like, I'm gonna collect all the things! Because I want to be able to invite you guys. I like vanilla. I like vanilla, but then again, I am pretty vanilla. Other than the pants. Team, screw your milkshakes. I'm getting a blast. I'm getting a... What the frick is a blast, Issa? What about chocolate? I'm not a chocolate fan. I don't like chocolate in concentrated amounts. So, like, for me, chocolate ice cream, chocolate milkshakes, never been a fan. Under any context. And I'm a heathen for it, but it's true. Sonic ice cream blast. Yes, we know you're vanilla. Speaking of, I have vanilla. Serene, let me know when and where you want to go clubbing. We can definitely do a stream of that. Oreo milkshake. Oh, Oreo milkshake's the fucking best. Sonic ice cream blast. Is that like a... I feel like you're probably talking about the food place, which we don't really have many here. They're very, very few in number and far between. So I haven't really ever had Sonic. But mostly my brain just goes to assuming that you mean from like Sonic the video game. I like more fruity flavors like strawberry for milkshakes. See, I'm the reverse, Rin. I really don't like fruity flavors for ice cream. Like, I'm okay with like an orange sherbet. Can be refreshing now and then, but I love Dairy Queen brownie blizzard. See, the brownie's a bit too much for me. Like the reason I like Oreo is because the Oreo is like more subtle compared to like the heavy, but I definitely get like if you like heft, I totally get it. Strawberry banana milkshake. Cookies and cream, cookies and cream. Cookies and cream is definitely ride or die. Definitely there for that. Excellent, you've collected everything. We can move on to crafting your very first tool then, a hatchet. While you were out there gathering, you could do little more than scavenge the odd branch here and there from trees, yes? Well then, all will change in just a moment. With a hatchet in hand, you may hack away at as many trees as you like to secure raw timber and tree sap. The brilliance of the hatchet's design, a design of my own making, mind you, is that even a non-mammoth like yourself can craft with your own tool non-mammoth hands. Isn't that wonderful? I've uploaded the blueprints for the design to your index. Go on, make the hatchet. That is what you're referring to? Sonic? Yeah, I've never really had Sonic. Ice cream is normally pretty good, but I had one seasonal flavor that had large chunks of hard candy in it. I questioned its existence. Why would you put large chunks of candy in it? I mean, like, unless you mean like a chocolate candy. Like, if you mean like a Butterfinger or something, it's like, okay, yeah. But if when you say that, I imagine like rock candy. I don't like chocolate much either, but I'll put gummy bears and bananas in vanilla ice cream. To each their own, Rin. I'm glad you enjoy what you enjoy. That, however, sounds disgusting to me. Sonic is in the fast food place. Their ice cream item is called a blast. Ah, yes. Yeah, those are very, very uncommon up here. Yes, that indeed is a hatchet. With it, you can now collect all the logs you could ever want or need. Let's move on to the next phase, shelter. The hatchet of yours should be able to cut through even the thick bark of the palm tree, meaning you can now collect palm logs of a material vital to our soon-to-be-built haven. The very first building we make shall naturally be the most important, as it will be the very foundation of our base of operation. And seeing as I have a gift for naming things, I think it best we leave matters of nomenclature to myself. I hereby dub this essential facility the Cozy Cabin. Yeah, so basically Sonic's version of a blizzard. I'm going through salted caramel face. Ooh. Oh, my poor back. Why would they install pain into the fucking mammoth? This mammoth. Goodness, I'm due for a healthy amount of grease after that ordeal. Anyways, I prepared the island. You'll need to prepare the rest. Check the log board beside me to review the materials you'll need for the cabin. Under construction? As we're building a cabin this time, and not a tool, the amount of materials required a magnitude above what we needed before. Take your time collecting them, if you must, but not too much. In the meanwhile, I'll round up the other mammoths in the preparation for the constructing the cabin, and begin ordering them around. You know what I do best. God, the sass on him. God, I need to re-practice reading my Eorzeans. I'm apparently rusty. Life... Management? Okay, that's management. Is that S? I always get that one confused. TE. Something, site management. That's what it is. I definitely need to sit down and practice. Bananas, though. Peppermint candy pieces. Oh, peppermint candy pieces are okay. Like, I'm not a fan of peppermint or, like, mint as a flavor, but, like, that's okay. Salted caramel. Sonic always preferred the slushies from. Yeah, the one time I went to Sonic, I had slushies and tater tots. But not expecting their Sour Patch watermelon slushie to be good, despite of how terrible it sounds. Honestly, I'm always like, give me blueberry slushie. That's always where it's at. Like, any flavor milkshake, but most of the time, get a mocha frap. I'm not a coffee fan. I don't like any kind of coffee flavor, even like a little bit. The thing is, like, for me, I don't like bitter, and it's like at all, like any bitter. Like even a little bit of bitter is like super bitter to my tongue. Part of why I don't drink coffee. And it's not from like I've tried to be like, okay, can I get here? Island palm 10, island palm leaf 5. Okay. All right, I can use mounts. Hi-ho, Silva! Away! After you build a cozy cabin, people can join, so be prepared for a rush. Awesome. Okay, Drim. I haven't eaten yet. This stream is torture. I haven't eaten yet either, Jade. I literally rolled in thinking, oh, I won't have to worry. I'm just going to be hanging out. I didn't get food. I don't have money for food right now. Well, I have money for food. I have, like, the tent. Like, I could probably. But, like, I'm dying here, too. And it's not like I can pause and go, like, you guys can pause the stream. You guys can just go walk off and do whatever the fuck you want. I have to be here. My only option is to order something, and that's like a $5 delivery charge, and I ain't fucking doing that shit. Still best of all is chili cheese nuggets with a side of vanilla ice cream. Yes, I belong to a platted room. No, you know what, Sayreen? I'm not a big fan of chili cheese, but I totally get it, and I'm totally in support. Like, one of my favorite things to do, I love dipping McDonald's fries into McDonald's milkshakes, and like that's a fucking... Salty and sweet is good. I like that. I just not a fan of like savory and sweet. Like I don't like pasties where you put fruit in them. I'm like, what? Why ruin a meat pasty with fruit? Get McDonald's delivery. Okay, well, one, that is like the height of first world to like get McDonald's delivered, but also considering it, but also like that's like what I have to order at least $12 to $15. I guess they do free delivery if you order above a certain amount. Maybe we'll do that. That does sound pretty fucking good. I was like that about coffee until my second child, and I would smell it and crave it. Yeah, I know, like cravings around due to pregnancies can like wildly throw, not just throw things off at the time. I know, what was it? There's an example with my mom. What was it? Cabbage, I think it was. She like hated it her entire life, and then she had me, and she was like, yep, I'm a fan of cabbage now, I don't know why. Kino, it's good to see you, glad to have you. Hey, have you done the 4 Fiend side quest that unlocked after MSQ? Yes. Or 4 Fiend side quest that unlocked after MSQ? No, I have not done any side quests after any of the quests that unlocked, other than I have only had time for Abyssos, MSQ, and this. Also, be careful of spoilers, so let's not like talk about it, but if there are side quests like that, I will definitely do those and then be streaming them. Get a giant bag of trail mix. I don't like trail mix. I've never liked trail mix. I like the only thing I like about trail mix is if it has M&Ms in them and then taking the M&Ms out. I did pizza crust into root beer. Rin, do you just like live to say things where I'm like, you do you, but what the fuck? Because every time you say your likes, I'm like, what? Jellybean, true. I mean, your name is food, just spelt differently. Yeah. Don't eat the bean. We need the bean. By the way, Bean, are you still interested by perchance in being one of our DPS for T Savage? Because we are still missing our 8th. Do it, you won't regret it. Well, I'll regret it if I need the money to pay for, like, rent or something else. But yeah, you're right, I probably won't, especially of how hungry I am. A friend shared the Eorzean font file with me so I can practice learn. It's pretty cool. So I have the font file, as well as, flashcards that I use to practice. I just haven't needed to in a while, and so many words that have been using were either single words, which makes it really easy to read, or not long words. But yeah. Sometimes it just depends on the first type of dish you have an ingredient into. I never claim to be innocent of starting these discussions at times. We all know that Bean is not in fact a gobby. Bean is in fact a troll. Order McDonald's delivery, you won't regret it. Drim is definitely on the order food train. What's everybody else? You know, let's hear. I'm not a rich folk. Here we go. I'll let you guys decide. What the hell do you want? I have DoorDash. Isa! Isa over here like, oh, guys. I never know what to say, but I vote McDonald's, I guess. Okay, let's I'm gonna write down so I know this, because with $30, that's like at least 2 times that I could eat. So we can definitely won't have to worry about money next time too. Thank you, Jubilant. Let me make a note. I appreciate that. I really do. And I also appreciate that now you have provided both my food and my pants. So now I'm wondering, at that point, is it like once someone's providing you food and pants, are you dating? Listen, man, I'm an enigma. I used to eat sandwiches that were comprised only of mayo and... Oh, Rin, why? Again, I'm glad you have things you enjoy. I wish those things did not hurt me so. I want spicy nuggets now. I want spicy nuggets too. Willow, good to see, glad to have you, but they discontinued them here. Rye bread with pickled herring, a boiled egg, and a curry dressing. That is yum. I noticed that specifically partially word-for-word copy from Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 2. Makes me wonder how Word of God the Codex is. So the thing about the Codex and also Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 2 is it's worth remembering that a lot of times Encyclopedia entries come word for word from things that are already in game. Quite often. So them doing it the other way is unsurprising. But that's a really interesting catch, Cola. All right, now you have a McChicken McFlurry. Because I was poor. I'm used to not having money too. I mean, heck, the only reason I can eat out as much as I do is thanks to you guys. It's true. I couldn't afford lunch meat. I couldn't afford lunch meat either, but you know what I did? I didn't eat. I chose to instead, like, I shit you not, the way I ate lunch during all of high school was I would go to this corner store, buy a pack of soda for a 12-pack of soda for $5, then sell that 5-pack, each can, for $1. So that way I would have $7 profit that I could use to eat for that day, and then I would have $5 profit that I would be able to use for the next thing for the next day. And that is how I afforded lunch. Now the thing is that my lunch time was only an hour long, so I had to do all of that real fucking fast because the corner store was a couple minutes walk, and then I had to get out and sell everyone, and then I had to go get the food. Gather island palm logs. What? Here, I'm just gonna go. Wait, did I join and break the chat again? Serene, usually whenever you join, you break the chat. Cheese, Rin, cheese! I would figure dating would exclude pants. Look, hey, you said it, not me, okay? Also, hey, I don't know, maybe your relationship is, you know, someone platonic, maybe someone's ace. Maybe they're not into dudes physically, but romantically they are. I don't know what you're about, Jubilant. I don't want to presume. However, I would agree that tends to be that the fun part of the relationship can quite often excludes pants. Palm trees. No! This is a palm tree. This is a palm. This, we all know, I'm an arboreal expert, Issa. We all know that clearly that was a palm tree. My friend would give me some of their food because I would eat it in one bite to amuse them. I wonder, 8 foot a long, foot long sub sandwich at 3 bites. Jesus, Rin. Yeah, Jalali. Exactly. Who wears pants? You don't know that I'm wearing pants. I'd like to point out. For all you know, I'm not. Actually, I am just waiting for the time that I'm definitely in my skivvies and, like, I start streaming and I'm just not thinking about it. Because I'm used to just... let's just say I was used to a very loose household growing up, so the idea of, like, people wandering around not wearing clothing was not the weirdest thing in the world. And so I'm maybe overly comfortable with either, like, semi-nudity or nudity. And so I actually do have to cognitively, like, before I sit down for stream, sometimes think, like... yeah, okay, I'm wearing everything. Everything's good. Just finally hit rank 6 for my island. Only reason I didn't before now is I spent all my island money on something instead of progress. Yes, the one thing that I definitely took to heart that people kept telling me was like, don't spend your resources on glam. Spend it on, which I wouldn't want to spend it on glam either. I'm gonna spend it on progress. Lol does not include my pant. Living does not include pants in my world. Some skirts and shorts, maybe. See, I wish I looked good in skirts or like here's the thing, is like it's not I can't wear skirts because I'm masculine. It's I don't like my form in skirts and dresses. And so like, or kilts. Like I just don't like my shape in them. So it's like, this is true. Pants are highly overrated. I love that we are all of one mind on this. I had a lot of chocolate milk to wash it down. When I'm home, it's shorts or something similar. When I'm home, if I'm not on stream, I'm probably not wearing pants. I had to put pants on for stream. But that's also partially because, you know, you don't want to get canceled. And the thing is, like, I like PJ bottoms, but I've run out of PJ bottoms. All my last pair of PJ bottoms that I had was, like, just too old and it wasn't comfortable anymore. So now I need to, like, get a new pair of PJ bottoms that are really comfortable, but, you know, obviously saving money for that. Indeed. I could definitely go one button down. I mean, it is Island Paradise. It's quite, you know, it's hot out. Shorts or pajamas bottoms. I didn't buy glam. I bought a minion. I do not regret it at all. Good. Why wear pants when you can wear tights or skirts? Because I like my form in skinny jeans, but I also don't like my form in tights. But again, that's also because like I'm a hairy individual, and so like the juxtaposition of like my body hair and like I don't like hairy legs with skirts. Like it's not even like I don't like females with hairy legs or I don't like it's just hairy legs and skirts is a dichotomy that I just for my personal aestheticism am not a fan of. I look like a watermelon in anything I wear. Oh, small and green. No pants gang! Like Shrek! What calves? These calves? Oh, scantily how I show my ankles. 200 years prior, and I might be put to the torch. Ugh. I hate seeing my calves in skirts and shorts. Oh, I grew up fairly conservative household when it comes to clothes, but I personally hate clothing and wear minimal. Yeah, nice. I'm wearing some Rocco's Modern Life pajama bottoms now. Jesus. Rocco's Modern Life 90s or late 80s? I asked because like I'm 95, right? So like for me, like the early 90s, I call it reruns on. But like so like some of that Nick stuff in like Nick and Disney and Cartoon Network and all, like from the like late 80s, early 90s, it like blurs together. Pale leg gang. Wait, he proved he's wearing pants. Let's get him. I said I had to put on pants for stream. I work from home mostly now, so 95% just pajamas only. Yeah, I work from home too, but honestly, I wear, if I'm not semi-nude, I'm wearing nice clothing because it helps me like with my day because I don't get to justify getting out enough. Let's build our cabin. And once we build it, once we start getting people in, that's when I think I'll order food. Cracker Volley, good to see you, glad to have you. Jeans and gray t-shirt. Honestly, I've often considered just going to the store, buying 7 pairs of blue jeans, and like just pack after pack after pack of black t-shirts. I do like button-ups though, and I loved wearing vests. But my one vest that I got from Goodwill that I loved the shape and form, because American vests typically just fucking suck. They're not tight, they're not fitting, they're bad. Kept tearing, and I would repair it and resew it and do everything, but it just got too old at one point. And so I want to go back to wearing vests, but oh, look at those mammoths. Not saying what I'm wearing or not wearing, just let your minds wander. Well, there's only so much you can wander when you're unaware of what people's physical appearance looks like in the first place. Stop saying things like semi-nude, you weirdo. This is a stream. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's my stream. And I don't know, but I'm pretty sure YouTube does not ban the words nude or semi-nude. Look, as long as I'm not showing a nipple, I think we're fine. Serene, you are responsible, in no small part, for the sloppiness that has come of these streams. And initiating that degeneracy. So you of all people, speaking of, for those of you with emotes, sloppy. If I have to go anywhere, I'm a jeans girl. Yeah, I'm jeans all day long. Jeans for life. Sloppy! Finally, a place to escape to the occasional downpour. It's a bit rough around the edges, I'll give you that, but it's home, and it's technically your home. But why get fussy about the details? Rest your head on the cot or call your friends over. You're free to use it as you wish. I've taken the liberty of calling a few of my own friends over. In fact, I think you'll find them most charming. They can provide a service you will undoubtedly come to find valuable. Yes, I've played the game. Okay, now I can invite people. Friends, free money, party members. Okay, sweet. So, if you would like to come to my island, I'm on Lendriel, so we cannot use the FC, but we can use friends, and we can also use party members. So, if you'd like to come to the island, let me know. You know, okay, does anybody else... Okay, so I know some people are, like, playfully horny or raunchy. How many of you, and you don't have to tell me, but I have to ask because I'm always fundamentally curious about this. How many of you are playfully raunchy in, like, a stream or on Twitter, on Reddit, or wherever, or, like, in-game, but don't actually have any interest in anything, particularly, versus actual interest? And part of the reason I ask that is because, I mean, I assume the dichotomy of that tends to be a split that's more male-female. But I don't know. And I just know that, like, it's always, that it's fascinating to me. Oh, Issa was fucking ready. Issa was ready. Sloppy. If I leave the house in pajama pants, seems a bad choice for some reason. Black jeans and a t-shirt. Yeah, black jeans and t-shirt is always a good way to go. I definitely go to the corner store sometimes with PJs on, but that's also because, like, once you go to the corner store with PJs on, this shirt, this beard, and, like, this hair, anything's possible. Also, they love me there. Hey. If I had to describe my aesthetic, I would send a picture of the 12th Doctor, Peter Capaldi. Nice, Rin! Yeah, a lot of my aesthetic came out, weirdly enough, a lot of my wardrobe's aestheticism actually came off of 10, 11, and 12. I actually have a 9 jacket, too, somewhere. Oh, look at Jelly Bean! Oh, everybody's good. I thought Sundays were for degeneracy. So, Sundays were for degeneracy, but then people weren't coming to Sundays, and so the degeneracy has baked out. Also, it's fun. The thing I'll say too about about Sundays is, so me and Aniri are going to be starting to do our on Thursdays. We'll be doing our Final Fantasy replay. So we're gonna start with Final Fantasy 1 and go all the way through them. Final Fantasy, we're thinking about also doing maybe Fridays as well. We're gonna figure that out. But it may be that we move Sloppy Sundays, and because I'll still need a break day, that might be swapped over. Especially because just like, to be real, over on, like, not a lot of people showed up, and it's not very fun. Which is not on anyone. It's Sunday, and people are busy and stuff. But it's just, like, it's not very fun to, like, only have a handful of people. Like, a very small number of people. And also, Twitch doesn't do a lot doesn't actually do us great numbers or good return. 12 is my favorite doctor. I don't know that I have a favorite doctor. I think at different points in my life, different doctors have meant more and more to I've meant more to me. Like as a young man, the 10th was by far meant the most. But then as I was older, 11th and his kindness, you know, the kind man meant more. And then Capaldi, I think there's a really solid chance that when I'm an old man, I'm either going to be like the War Doctor or Capaldi, and I think that's definitely what's going to go down. My work here is done. Because of my base myself, do I need to get into a party with you? If you're not my friend already, Rin. Wow, you guys were fucking on it. Quick name, favorite Anthony Bourdain episode. I've never watched Anthony Bourdain. I know the show, I've never watched it. Some of us live under the gutter at all the time, IRL. I'm a filthy degen. We know that about you, Issa. I'd be happy to visit, not sure how I can help though. Well, you may not be able to help, but this is mostly just people, if people want to come and hang out. At which no one needs to feel that they need to. Also, you guys should probably party up and do like dungeons and stuff if you wanted to while I'm over here. Usually when I'm playful like that, there's something there, but I'm mostly joking. Yeah. Interesting, Jay. Mostly just for fun, just my mind lives in the gutter. Yeah, and I'm always just curious about that dichotomy between people where, like, minding gutter versus, like, you know. Go to the island ferry. There's an option to get to someone's island. Oh, Shima's explaining. But I am harmless. I mean, despite how raunchy I seem, totally devoted to my husband, and he's the only person I would actively take out on my raunchy snot. Tethys, you've made that quite clear, and I love it every time. And I love that your husband is a background figure in like, this background figure I know about, but I have never met. Playful, but my brain is always in the gutter as to whether I say /type. That's another story. Yeah, I'm in the middle of that as well. Normally try to avoid talking about it unless everything goes to the G-Gen real fast and people stop caring. Yeah, no physical interest, but innuendo is fine. There you go. See. Also, is innuendo fine? Because, like, also, there's a difference between tolerable and desirable. And in which case, like, what is it that is interesting about it being desirable with no means... What is the catharsis from the desire with lack of ability to engage? 10 would be my favorite doctor. I also think... the thing is also super depends, like... Characterization of the doctors, too, is different. Because, like, 10 with... I think 11 has some... incredibly high episodes, but then like a lot of the average writing from Moffat is not as good as it was under Davies. I'm playfully horny to introvert friends, but fairly demi, to be honest. Yeah, see that decoy, that's exactly why I ask, because I know a lot of people who are demi or even sometimes like bordering on ace, but who are very playfully horny, and that's what's fascinating to me. There's a cap on island visitors of 15, I recall. Yes, my static rate on Sunday, so I'm busy with that. Yeah, no worries. This is just if people want to join. I'm only raunchy for Emmett Selk in the 12th. I'm totally a fan of the 9th, but I'm on. No, 9th's awesome. Dude, what a fucking banger of a season. Also, and what a way to bring the show back. I think Eccleston was phenomenal. I love Eccleston. He may not be like the one I can like identify with the hardest, but he definitely is one of my favorites. Yeah, just in a bit, Rin. I was literally right beside you, the person to come in. My brain is kind of always a toe in the gutter. Not surprised with that beam. I've been told I'm very flirty by nature, so I don't even notice half the time. Shima, me too. I've been told so many times, why are you flirting with that person or something? I'm like, I literally don't know what you're talking about. So I totally know what you mean. And it's like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm happy if there's like a mutual like interest, but like for me, like my biggest stressor is I do not want to make someone ever feel uncomfortable or like I don't want to necessarily like make the first step because I don't want to assume that someone else is interested. I'm, you know, for any other, you know. But it's caused drama and other issues. I've come to notice and curb it better now. Yeah, Shima, I totally feel that. And my problem is there's only so much I can curb it because like my disposition is to like it's just like normal conversation, banter, and friendliness. I was gonna say, Issa, I was norming your MIDI. I go where? Much confused. I'm a manager at an in-game club. In-game club? Oh, in-game club. Yes, I'm basically a pimp. But Sayrene, how true is that of a reflection of you outside of game? You know, or is just the game the only ability to express that exclusively? To visit an island. Yeah, Shima's helping. Have you played Dragon Age Origin? I have. I'm a smartass like Morrigan. Yeah. Okay. Let's order food, shall we? Unless Issa still wants to offer paying for it. No. 75%. It's very, very emphatic. Okay. Do I even have an ordering food app? I usually walk to places, so... I don't think I do. I'm sure this is riveting! Let us watch the man, order on his food app while we all hang out here. Also, I guess you guys come up with what I'll get, right? Because for me, I always get... I'm like, I love, other than the milkshake, I would get like a 10-piece nugget meal with like a single cheeseburger plain added to it or something. But if you guys have any zesty options that aren't going to make me feel ill or feel, McChicken McFlurry. We're not doing that, Rin. You'll never know. I mean, okay, that's fair. Foob time. Syrian, I miss managing Venus. It was fun. Chili cheese nuggets. Chili cheese nuggets don't exist at McDonald's. That's not a thing. Oh, look at all these beautiful individuals. Okay. Nugget, fries, and water. Why would I order water? Just eating some jelly donuts. Chili dogs. I've not been to Mickey D in 10 years, so it can't help. It is in Europe. Oh, yeah, no, that's super not a thing here. Okay, they're gonna leave it at the door. I don't want Dash Pass, no. Mickey Donald's. Okay. Mickey D's makes really good tea. Does it? That's interesting. Water is delicious. I hate the taste of water. I hate the taste of water. I force myself to drink it all the time because it's good for me, but I hate the taste of water so much. And I don't mean just like water in general. I mean, I've drank water all over the world. I've drank water all places in the US. It's not just where I live. I just hate the taste of water. And for any of you who fucking say water does not have a taste, bullshit. Morby Dry Doctrine. Mick Gangbang, and no, I'm not being horny. As long as nobody's saying I want to be a Mick Gangbang, then we're good. Woo! 20 McNuggets and 2 medium fries for $9. Actually, let's we know we're getting the milkshake, right? We know the one thing we're getting is my vanilla milkshake. I'm glad that this is intentionally a low-key stream so we can just fucking hang out and I don't have to stress. No, I don't want a chocolate shake. I want a... Jesus Christ! How much do you guys think a milkshake is, just by itself? Like, how much do you think it costs? A small milkshake is $5. No, I don't want a chocolate. I'm not a heathen. I want a vanilla. Show me the vanilla! What do you mean no one's ordering vanilla milkshakes? Goddamn stupid fucking menu. Ah, there we go. $6. Jesus. Guys. Okay, it's $5 here, but that's like really expensive. Usually it's much cheaper. Oh, Issa says send him to Telegame. Well, okay, I should probably just do that to Issa because honestly, that's gonna make my life easier. And you have my address, Issa. Vanilla milk. So that way I can keep working on the island. What do I want to drink? Do I want to go caffeinated? Let's fucking go caffeinated. And... Gee. Thank you, Sugar Archon. Guys, help, my brain's breaking. Okay. I'm exactly the same way. I have to overload on lemonade flavorings for water. Yeah, my problem is also, like, I can't add... Most, like, flavorings don't help much. I'm the exact same way. I have to overload on lemonade. Runs away. Have you ever considered that, what if instead of water, you just taste yourself? Delicious. I'm good, Sareen. Okay, I have to do it. My partners have never complained. Moving on! As you may have noticed for yourself already, the island receives a dreadful amount of sunlight. I expect it's desirable for growing crops. If cultivation is your sort of thing, I suggest you speak with my subordinate, the produce producer. You'll find the indolent oaf no doubt loitering about north of here, finding some excuse not to do any sort of work. A privilege reserved solely for myself. I understand why they didn't name him Mr. Cat Ears, partially because they're, like, keeping with the naming convention for the English localization where everyone's got, like, a joke. Like, this is also in the spirit of the Japanese naming convention. Yeah. Ketchup! Ketchup! To answer your question. To be honest, I can't remember the last time I got anything from McDonald's. Mickey D's was a... Let me put it this way. As a kid, I wanted McDonald's, and I was not able to get McDonald's, and therefore I've developed a problem. So, like, I get a lot of comfort from eating out, like, a lot of comfort. You know, that whole, you know, like, you know how most people, like, buy toys from their childhood that they wanted that they couldn't have? Yeah, for me, that's fast food. 20 nuggets, 2 fries, and a milkshake. Also, vanilla cones with chocolate sprinkles. Let's fight over nugget sauce next. Well, okay, so you guys are fighting over it. I'll let you guys pick. You guys get to pick the nugget sauce, and I will try any sauce that you guys come up with. Yeah, inflation for them has been bad. Cheaper to make homemade milkshakes. Normal order at McDonald's. Should send you my character's name in Discord when you're ready. Yeah, go ahead, Rin. Coker, what else is there? I'm doing mellow yellow. D, good to see you, glad to have you. I think it's because of the taste of all the minerals and stuff in the water. Yeah, that's it. But it's interesting to me that it's still, like, bad tasting regardless of where I am. You know, if I'm gonna AFK, like, if I'm gonna, like, talk to you guys, well, I might as well, like, collect things while I do it. Where is it? Where's the boy? Oh, he's over there, okay. I'm just gonna go collect things in the short term. Sweet and sour sauce. Sweet and sour, sweet and sour. Everyone's, like, on the sweet and sour train. He said it looked like we're doing sweet and sour. And sloppe indeed. Sloppe indeed. Okie dokie, Rin. Oh no, no. That is the converses with the rays. Wait, Zenfear. I think maybe I don't have him on Lend. Get ready to have your name broadcasted to the world. Did I spell it wrong? No? Okay. Wait for that to populate. Weird. I'll try again in a little bit, Rin. For some reason, it's not populating you. Look, you can tempt. Look, here's the thing, Issa. You can tempt me with anything. If anyone said they were gonna order me something, I would fucking say, yes, please, sir. Can I have some more? Actually, I wouldn't say that, but I would want that because I'm endlessly void of desirous of more. But I temper myself and withhold from asking for anything because I'm used to not having the resources. And the last thing I want in the world is want to ask someone and A, make them feel uncomfortable, or B, like, feel in any way like either they have to say no or that they even have to say yes, you know? I have a fast food kink too, I feel you. Okay, Sareen, I feel less alone, thank you. Yep, you're right, I love water and I have to filter it a lot too. Yeah. I mean, honestly, the water where I live is really good. I live in the Great Lakes regions. It's really fucking good. I mean, it's from an aquifer, but still. But at the same time, I still just like, water doesn't taste good. Yeah, we'll try again in a little bit, Rin. I used to be addicted to Mountain Dew Mellow Yellow. Me too. I broke myself off of, not even just addicted to it. I was self-medicating with caffeine, but the other problem was is that the caffeine was also, had made it super, super big problems for sleeping, and not just because caffeine affects me weird. But yeah, I definitely, used to be unable to drink anything else without feeling sick when I was really young. The fact I've broken in the past few years. Yeah, Hydra, I was in a not very dissimilar place. I mean, soda broadly, more so than just... But, like, I had to drink, like drinking water still makes me feel kind of ill. Which I know seems, I'm sure, wild and insane. But, like, I drank a bunch of water before I started streaming, and I definitely still have some nausea from that. Am I on the right server? Crystal Zalera. I like McDonald's until a teacher ruined it for my class in middle school. Hunter, good to see you, glad to have you. And also, I'm terrified to ask. Rainzar, good to see you, glad to have you. Just driving by to say hi, enjoy the island, have a good day, night, everyone. Absolutely, I hope you have a good night, too. I know what's in McDonald's, I just don't care. I know what's in McDonald's, I just don't care. What? Oh, like, you know, like, the sort of ingredients? I mean, like, at the end of the day, protein's protein. Like, you can say something, you can say what you want about, like, fats or too much sodium and stuff, but, like, Mickey D's is alright, but if I was going to order, I would definitely be Wendy's. Honestly... Wendy's is just as good, if not better, in different departments. Honestly, if I was going to order, I should have ordered from Culver's. But the thing is, we were already on the McDonald's train, and so I wasn't going to change that. Like, I wasn't going to, like, be like, well, no, why don't we get this thing that I prefer, the little more expensive touch of a thing. But yeah, no, there's a lot of other things I would pick typically before McDonald's. I do just, like, the McDonald's near me is about a mile or two away, and so I do love, like, walking or biking to it when I need to get out of the house. And then I'll sit down there and I'll work on scripts or stuff. I'll be there in 15 to 20. Sweet. Thank you, Issa. Occasional fast food is nice, but if I get it too often, I just get sick. Honestly, a lot of like normal cuisines, like lunch meats and deli meats from like stores and stuff, make me feel ill. So also one of the things about fast food is it's one of the few times I can know how I'm going to feel after I'll eat something. I went to Curl. Yeah, that'd do it. Lendriel, my main, is on Zalera. They showed us in an old burger. Oh, yeah. But I mean, the reason that thing survives, the preservation of the chemicals that are used that keep the preservatives for it are not necessarily like the worst thing for you, or particularly worse than other things. Like, yeah, it can survive longer, but like, I don't know. I know the like burgers in, what is it? Is it in the Smithsonian, the like McDonald's burger that just still sits there for forever? I guess that, to me, that doesn't throw me off much. I mean, you can dissolve a rat in Mountain Dew, but that's just because it's highly acidic. Like, that's true of other acidic things as well, you know? Oh, KFC! Oh no, Catherine, why'd you say it? Oh, I fucking love KFC. The other chain I love that I actually once worked for a while ago was Cane's. Cane's fucking chicken fingers are fucking fire. And their fries are good, and yeah. Have you ever tried Raising Cane? Oh, there you go, Sarah. Yes, I actually worked for Cane's. Yes, they just came more north, and especially to Minnesota. We got one a couple, like about 8 years ago, and since then in the Minneapolis area, they've just been like spreading like wildfire. There's still not one close enough to order though from, and I don't drive because I have basically. I get an immediate like panic attack and spatial awareness issues when I get behind the wheel of a car on the highway. Like I can drive, I know how to drive, but like I can't drive on the highway or at speed. And so because of that, I don't own a car, and so I don't drive much. So like I don't get Cane's as much unless I have like a partner who wants to go get it or something. I didn't eat Chick-fil-A for the longest time because of the people that they supported, because of, like where a lot of their money went. However, that since I believe 2020 has changed, they've stopped spending their money there. So I also, the one time I did eat Chick-fil-A, I didn't think it was very good, but it may have just been like it may have just been a, you know, sometimes you get a miss. Culver's is so good, it's really bad on my wall. There's one down the road for me. Me too. There's literally one about a mile and a half for me that I love biking to. I fucking love Culver's, and I know Bean loves Culver's too. I did have to spend a week in a lab to chemical test on a blended McD burgers for a project. I'm a lab tech. Oh, cool, Guppy. That's really cool. During quarantines, going out to McDonald's once a week was my only way of getting out of the house for 2 years. Yeah, Drim, I wanted to do that, but all my McDonald's was shut. They weren't doing, the only place that would allow people to walk into it was within like miles of me was I think Culver's. Popeyes, oh dude, Popeyes is so good. Those Popeyes crispy chicken sandwich. Yeah, Cane's is so fucking good. I'll take some Chick-fil-A. Not sure if local or national, but Papa John's makes the best pizza. We have a Papa John's really close, and they're national. They're super, super national. And I do like Papa John's pizza. My favorite pizza to get if I'm going out is to go to Rocky Rococo's. My favorite pizza honestly, what pizza I want depends. Because, like, Pizza Hut's pizza is shit, but its stuffed crust is phenomenal. Papa John's pizza is pretty good and stuffed crust is good. A place just opened near me. Another one of, a place that I like, Jet's Pizza, really good. Their Chicago style is fucking awesome. And not Chicago, but like deep crust, not like the bullshit sauce on top. Yeah, pizza really depends on the mood. I mean, honestly, a lot of times what my optimal would be is just to walk into a Little Caesars, pay $5 and get a fucking pepperoni. Because like it's not good pizza, but it's great shit cheap pizza, and that makes it great. I work at Popeyes. Oh, nice, Aaron. I'm sure you might have stories that might make me feel bad about eating at Popeyes. I think Pizza Hut's pizza is shit. Its stuffed crust is great, but that's just me. It's just way too thin for me. Chick-fil-A is very mixed for me, both hit or miss and very food dependent. Interesting. I avoid highway as much as I can because people already drive recklessly enough on the regular roads. People are pretty good here in Minnesota. See, you were talking about Culver's thing, but I was looking at the great set of places you have nearby. I actually do have pretty interesting, decent places to order from. The problem is that it's just expensive. Especially because, like, most of the time it's like if I could, in theory, walk to it. I've heard of Culver's, but not a thing in New York. Yeah, Culver's is phenomenal. Also, one of my favorite fucking things about Culver's, it's really, really fucking good. It's the kind of thing where, you know how there's, like, the, like, tiers of fast food where there's, like, your McDonald's, your Wendy's, your, like, Taco Bell, like, that tier. And then there's the tier that's, like, about half a step up that's, like, not fancy, but it's nicer. That's Culver's. But one of the things I love about Culver's is that the two main places that they're in are the Midwest, because it's from Wisconsin. And so there's a lot of them in Midwest. And the other main place that they're in is Florida, because all the fucking old people from the Midwest moved down to Florida. And so they know they'll have a giant clientele base. It's fucking phenomenal. I'm sort of busy here. Looking at the, grass, it's quite, green, I've noticed. And, you're gonna ask me to clear this area, aren't you? Oh, well, right then. Let's get this over with. None of you been at German Autobahn. I have been on the German Autobahn. Yes, I have. But as part of the highway driving training when I having driving lessons for my driving license. Yeah, well, but also, like, the thing about the Autobahn is, like, as much, like, there's so much more respect for the Autobahn than there are on American highways. Comparatively. I'm not saying, like, everyone does, but I'm just saying comparatively. For me, as long as the pizza isn't overly saucy, there's a lot of good cheese pizza, and I'll gobble it up. In general, I'm with you there, Hydra. What did thou sayest? Thou talking shit of mine favorite pizza joint. Thou would wound me. I must return to my pit of loneliness. I definitely read that, my pit of loins. My pit of loneliness and sadness, so the pain does not overwhelm me. Away. I love that that's the one that hurt you and not my disgust at all the other foods you ate. Look at me, jumping with excitement. A fault in the programming, to be sure. Anyways, are you happy now? There's the cropland. I've even got some seeds for you to sow. Once they've been planted, make sure to water them. Oh, and if you have questions, I suppose I can answer them. I just forgot that I have about somewhere between, like, about 3,000 seeds. I have, like, 3,000 seeds in my bank that I bought during, like, 5.55, thinking maybe this would be used for Island Sanctuary, but they're not going to be useful. That sucks. Still haven't planted the seeds. That's fine by me. I'm certainly not in a rush. Oh, right, I have to enter the sow mode. I like the little cup of garlic sauce they put in Papa John's. Yeah, I don't, that's too much garlic for me, but it is a good ad. Definitely. The construction hellscape of Houston roads is already enough for me. I mean, like, the Midwest, Like, especially like Madison and Minneapolis. They're not as bad as Houston. But they have some of that same issue. When it comes to there's a joke in the Midwest that there's 3 seasons. Those seasons are summer, winter, and construction. When it comes to pizza, I prefer local places because chain pizza places feel the same to me. Yeah, that's understandable. My problem is that none of my local places are good. All of them try to be either artisanal or they're like focused on being thin or thin crust, or their deals are bad. Or so like the thing is it's not that I wouldn't prefer local places, but also like if I'm gonna go to a local place, I don't want pizza. Like to me, pizza is like what you order when you want something home, like to come to you. I live in small town Texas, so local Tex-Mex family owned place nearby, so awesome food. I bet Drimbus. Like those are the places that are fucking fire. Island pumpkin. Oh, cool. That makes my life easier. It's just you don't have to plant rows. The mammoths are so great. I do fucking love the mammoths. I love that they're giving them so much personality. For pizza, I'm a sucker for flavored crust like Hungry Howie's. What the hell is Hungry Howie's? Honestly, for me, I either want plain super doughy crust or I want stuffed crust. Those are like, it's one or the other. I like Domino's better than pizza. Yeah, Domino's definitely, their pizza is definitely better. I like Domino's deep dish. But that's because of the garlic butter on the crust. Yeah, well, yeah, and if you like garlic butter, definitely. Northeast pizza is the best. Depends on what you like. As Northeast, do you mean like literally the Northeast of the United States, or do you mean like, is that like a chain or something? Because I will say, I don't like how thin a lot of Northeastern pizzas have been anytime I've been there or had them. So they're not doughy enough for me. Well, now that you planted the seeds, naturally you'll need to water them, right? This is real basic stuff. Kai sushi should just be a thing? Kai sushi? What the hell is Kai sushi? You may water plot this. Oh, okay. There are 4 seasons where I live. Sun burning hot, rain below 0, and more rain. Yeah. Italian pizza bros? Hertosi, good to see you. Glad to have you. And Italian pizza bros? What? Is that like a chain or something? It's a food place about 6 miles from you. Oh, yeah, no, if I get sushi near me, I go to Kyoto, or I go to, we have a place called Kyoto, and we have a place called Takara. And both of them are pay $25, unlimited sushi, salmon teppanyaki, rolls, rice, miso. Like, you can, you pay $25, and it's not shit quality. And, like, it's not great, but it is good. And so, like, you just sit down for $25, and you can be there for hours, and it's fucking so good. That's where I go for sushi. Because I would never order sushi a la carte unless it's like the fucking top shit, because it's way too expensive. It's not worth it. Lisa, it's good to see you. Glad to have you. Has anyone made it to the mountaintop yet? Do you need to be a certain rank? I have not. I'm clearly going at a very, very leisurely pace. Shh, can you hear that? The sound of the burgeoning life. Budding in the soil. Me neither, but I thought I'd ask anyways. You're welcome to plant more seeds here whenever you like. God, I fucking love these mammoths. Yes, finally someone else praising Domino's deep crust pizza. Feel like I was the only one who liked it. No, I love, their deep dish is really good. I sometimes swap back and forth between the two. They're like regular, but I think their deep dish is very good. A pizza has to be pretty bad not to be good. I would frame it almost more as a pizza has to be really bad not to be acceptable. I like walking around seeing y'all hanging out. It's cute. Oh my god, you guys are just sitting here in a conga. Like, I keep wondering if like I'm gonna show up and more of you are just gonna be in a row. I gotta get this place nicer for you so you can hang out. It's been all of 5 minutes and you already had your fill of the tilling the land. What produce little bee you are. It's definitely been more than 5 minutes. Would that I had your employ, under my employ anyway. Let me think of another way to make constructive use of your time. Say, do you like animals? Why did I bother to ask? Of course you do. You surely make fast friends with creature comforters, another subordinate of mine, and one who prefers the company of animals more than its own kind. You'll find the curious fellow standing across from the produce producer. God, I would love a sushi place like that near me. We have multiple. Like, it's crazy. We have 2 different chains that have that are around us. My favorite place is a local chain called Zeke's, and also another one called Pagalichis. They were gifts from Hydaelyn to Washington. My favorite local pizza place, I don't have a, approaching. Okay, I'll be right back. My favorite local pizza place, though, by far is It's not local to here. But the and this is a chain. So one of them is chain. So Ian's Pizza. I like Ian's Pizza and Mesa Pizza, but those are both like chains. But Pizza de Romo and de Romo, I forget, in Madison, Wisconsin, is one of my favorite places. It's on State Street. These mammoths are perfection. I'm learning Dark Knight and running dungeon. I've got 12 commendations from 5 dungeons. It's quite an ego boost. Yep, playing tank do be like that though. I like to go to a place called Annie's Italian to eat around here, or Saul's Pizza. Saul's good, man. Okay. I'm gonna... Ooh. What's this? That looks like it's resin from one of my casting projects, but I don't remember that getting on there. Oh well. Well, food time! Okay. I'm back, and Deadpool's with me because he smelled fries, and Deadpool's favorite thing in the world is to go through drive-thrus. He loves them. I also brought this for some reason. Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god, Issa, what did you do? Ugh. Who wants to see Deadpool eat a fry? Oh my god. Holy shit, that's a lot of cookies. Okay. Oh no! Issa's have to leave. Oh, we'll miss you, Issa. Having visited Japan twice for a total of 2 months, eating sushi is just not the same for me. You know, it's interesting, Guppy. Actually, I had the reverse experience. When I spent time in Tokyo and Kyoto and Nikko, and when I had sushi there, most of the sushi I had was like slightly better, but not a lot better. But I also live near the Great Lakes, and my favorite sushi is salmon, so like I have access to really good fish. But yeah, I didn't have an experience in Japan where the sushi was particularly better. I meant actual pizza from Italy, not a chain. Well, do you mean like you're in Italy eating it, or do you mean... Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm the opposite of Jade. I can't stand the thin pizza. It tastes like bark when pepperoni on it. Yeah, I hate thin pizzas. Cannot stand thin pizzas. I've literally not eaten pizza rather than you won't like St. Louis style pizza if you don't like thin crust, Elio. It's a transplant to the area. I don't like it either. I really wish I could find an unlimited sushi place near me. Jealous. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. I live in Japan now, so all this talk about American pizza makes me happy, but also sad. Dude, oh my god, the pizzas in Japan are so bad. Oh man, and KFC Japan is also not very good. A A lot of the stuff I miss. Also, the soda selection is garbo. But the thing I'll say too about, like, I definitely want to spend more time in Japan. It's been a while since I've been there, and I would like to go back. But there are a lot of things that I like that I would miss. Puppers, fries for the fry, pupper. Treat time for Deadpool. Dr. Pepper's intellectual mana potion for the chosen ones. It must not be defined. See ya, Issa. You have a cheese St. Louis pizza. It's kind of weird to me. KFC near me has gone so far downhill. Oh, that sucks. Deadpool, would you like a fry? Deadpool, you want a French fry? I know you want a French fry. You always want a French fry. Come here. Ready? Oof. You a good boy? You went down. Yeah. Good job. This is a very good doggo. Okay. Hey there, friend. Are you ready to build... Hey there, friend. Are you ready to build a little home for some adorable animals? Yes, we have one right here. I'll take care of getting the pastures nice and ready for you. Just breathe in the fresh air and relax, okay? That's cute. Okay, how are we gonna do eating, guys? Am I just gonna, like, try and eat and talk at the same time? Oh, I forgot to do the setting. We were too raunchy, guys. We summoned the naked game XYZ. We have a really nice ramen place that Japanese immigrants run in my city. Hey, we have something like that too, Bryn. And it's so amazing that the Japanese man who runs it is super nice and chill. We also have a really lovely one. My personal favorite actually is, it's called Kazama. We have it in 2 places in the Minneapolis area. Good to see you, friend. Oh no, it's Creature Comfort. He's got a different voice. Good to see you, friend. No. What's fun? Well, Ooh, Mono. Good to see you, friend. Good to see you. We've built a nice little pasture here, but as you've undoubtedly noticed, we've got no animals to put in it. That's why I prepared some small nets for you here, which I'll let you catch small critters. A word of advice. Be gentle with the animals out there, and they'll treat you the same in return. Before you go, if you have any questions concerning the pasture, I've always here to answer them. If I've learned one thing during my brief time in this world, it's that you should never be embarrassed to ask questions, friend. Never. Listen to the mammoth! All of you, listen to this mammoth. This is the mammoth you should listen to. If I have learned one thing during my brief time in this world, it's that you should never be embarrassed to ask questions. Never. Sweet. Okay, let's get my food set up. Okay, I've actually never done the sweet and sour sauce, so this is gonna be really interesting, guys. Okay, what's order of operations here? Okay, we'll do sweet and sour sauce with the nugs first, because I'm fascinated to see what it tastes like. Insert 4Kids national anthem. I go there a lot to get my fill of ramen, also practice my Japanese. I just hope I'm not bothering them with my terrible accent. Here's the thing about Nihonjin, is they're not gonna tell you if you are. So if you are, you'll never know. If they're judging you, they're doing it silently. Your only hope is to just try and engage and hope it works out, you know? That's been my experience with Nihonjin. At least those who are above, like, the age of, like, 25. Sorry about missing the boss, but I was fighting in Boston Dungeon. No, it's good. Let's try some sweet and sour sauce. Oh no, most Japanese people are nice, and as many years in Japan as a foreigner, I taught me that just, that's just trying is better than not trying. Yeah, I'm totally with Renzar. And Renzar has more experience than I do, but that's been my experience as well. They're definitely more nice. I mean, it's not even just they are more nice. It's they're definitely going to tend to be more polite, and they're definitely not going to tell you if they are judging you. Yacht, yes, Island Sanctuary fixed. Glad I made the stream. Yeah, good to see you. Glad to have you, Yacht. Two things that super annoy me. One, someone who never asks questions. People who shame others for asking questions. Questions are how we know things. Yeah, it's like, that's why I feel so bad every time there's one of you guys, and I've seen it many, many times, both in streams and on the Discord. By the way, if you're not part of our Discord, you should go join our Discord. We have lovely conversations there. But the amount of times I've seen you guys like constantly afraid, or like someone will try to tell a joke in the right time, right? But they're like, and it's a funny joke or something, but like they then immediately like, don't worry, don't look at me, or don't worry about me, or like don't like because because so many of us have been through shit where we get shit for trying or get shit for questions. Now that said, I mean, don't try to make a joke at the wrong time, but always ask questions. Always ask questions. And also, if you want to make my day, ask me questions, because being asked questions, putting my knowledge to use, and more importantly than all of that, helping people out is a drug for me. So like, being of use, of service. So yeah. I mean, they know we are foreigners, so don't stress too much, Rin. You got this. Yeah. Like, there's benefits, like, especially if you're Japan, there's benefits to being a gaijin in that, like, sure, you may never be one of them, but because you're not, there's lower expectations on what you need to accomplish, which can also become major problems, but... And again, this is just been more historically true. This may be switching with the younger guard. I don't know. I don't have a lot of friends who are below the age of, like, 20, or, like, no. Well, that sweet and sour sauce is pretty good. Thank you, Dee Dee. It's nice to be able to talk about food while actually being able to eat. You guys can't see him, but off screen, Deadpool is just sitting there perfectly still, staring at me. His eyes are so wide. It's so cute too. Like if I take him to like go with a partner, if we're going to like a drive-thru or something, because he loves drive-thrus. He loves saying hi to like the workers in the drive-thru, and they always fucking love him because he's an adorable bunch of oof. But he loves sticking his head out the window when we're going on car rides, and it's so cute because his ears, like his little ears, like flap. He's a very good boy. I'm also eating breakfast as I watch you eat. This is a fun experience. Ah, the beauty of time zones. Here's the other thing. Especially if you're coming from English, Japanese is hard. Like literally structurally, it's not antithetical, but you've got what? Japanese, you've got subject, object, verb, whereas in English it's what? Subject, verb, object, SVO. Like the language, learning the language is hard. And also especially when you're in the first couple of steps of learning a language, it's the most uncomfortable because you can't communicate your ideas and you don't have enough comfort to at least try to come up with a different word. So for instance, when you're at a baseline level of knowledge in a language where you can speak with a certain amount, okay, you can't remember the word for heavy, but you can remember the word for weighs a lot, right? Like you can switch that out. But when you don't even know either of those, then it's, it's uncomfortable. So language, it's vulnerable. It's really, you have to be really vulnerable in order to like practice language speaking. It's hard. Dude, Japanese breakfast is the best breakfast as far as I'm concerned. Totally different language. My Asian background helped me a lot, but it's super hard. Yeah. I really only find that learning to read part to be super hard as far as languages go. That's interesting. Reading Japanese was the easiest part by far for me. I can read pretty well. I'm up to like, I've been using my Japanese a while, but I was up to N3 in terms of kanji. And I was, I don't know. Reading Japanese is easy. I have a really hard time writing kanji. Like I could put them together from the radicals and stuff, like in terms of like knowing what the thing is. But I have terrible handwriting, so I have a really, really hard time with kanji. I love, dude, like, give me, like, miso, mirin glazed sake, and, like, gohan, and, like, for, like, a morning breakfast, and that's, like, I mean, and maybe some furikake, but, like, that's about it. Like, I don't need anything else in this goddamn world. Hell, fuck, man, I'll just eat that for just, like, every meal. Hi, Dimple. So Renzar, you'll know this, and too. Like, one of my favorite places to go is Omatsuya. To, like, go there and just get, like, a gyudon. It's so good. And it's so fucking cheap. Where's a teleport when I have all the Japanese food at my house? Yeah. For those who don't know, Omatsuya is like, what's a good way to describe it? It's kind of like Waffle House. It's kind of like Japanese Waffle House, like, which, it's not at all like Waffle House, but it's the same kind of spirit in some ways. It's very cheap. It's, like, a lot of, like, comfort foods that are also related to, like, breakfast. It's, I don't know, Renzar, you got a better way to describe it? I don't know how, like, you would create an analogy for it. Because it's, like, it's akin to a lot of things in the West, but it's not the same. Did you happen to see my question? No, I did not, Rin. Which question? We're gonna have so many supplies, so I won't be put off on the side, and I can just keep doing things once we have a thing to do. Shane, you said something I was literally about to pay money to get him to answer. What? Well, Jubilant, you can't say that. Now I can lord it over you. I guess, you know what? Let's turn this around for once. Who do you guys think I'd pick? I'm gonna start there. I want to see that argument. I'm just waiting for the time that Jubilant passes me like $200 and just says, take off your pants. It's like cheap chain restaurants and many people drop by and eat quick and leave. The base quality is not bad though. Yeah, like that's the thing is it's like, it's, you know, like how cheap pizza tastes better because it's cheap, even though it's not of a higher quality? It's like that. So, okay, let's walk through this, right? Hydaelyn is the fucking phenomenal purple-haired bi-boy of our dreams. And Grahatia is the no longer heterochromatic bi-boy of our dreams. I don't want to sleep with either of them, but that's just because I don't find men attractive. So, and this is hanging out. Are we going on an adventure, or are we hanging out? Like, is it me and Grahatia going on an adventure, or is it us just, like, hanging out at home and playing board games? Oh, well, in that case, it's Graha. If that's the case, Rin, then it's definitely Graha. Because, like, here's the other thing I'll say is that, like, I would love to spend time with Hydaelyn. Like, Hydaelyn would be a really great friend, especially, like, in those times that, like, you need someone for a quiet conversation or something. But part of also what makes Hydaelyn awesome is his juxtaposition, not just specifically with Emmett Selk, but other characters. And so I think the thing is that Grahatia would be a great duo, but I think both of them shine actually. I think Hydaelyn gets extra bonus points when he's in a group, whereas Graha benefits from a group, but doesn't get as many extra bonus points. So I think if it's just a duo, it's me and Graha. I think if it's a group, it's me and it's Hydaelyn. I need both for reasons. So the thing I would say about Graha being clingy, though, is, like, that's specific to the Warrior of Light, and part of that's not so much just about clingy. And also, I would say, like, remember, he goes off to, he doesn't, like, only follow you around like a puppy dog. He gets excited when he gets to join you, but he very rarely is actually stuck hanging around with you. But he has such respect for not just you and the things you accomplish, but the idea of adventure, the idea of service, the idea of helping people. Now, I guess, you know, you could argue, like, would I prefer to hang out with, rejoined Graha, Exarch Graha, or Crystal Graha? Definitely not Crystal Tower Graha. Exarch Graha, I think there's a meaningful difference between hanging out with Crystal Exarch Graha versus, I would love to just sit in a cafe and talk to Crystal Exarch Graha for like hours and hours on end. And just talk about philosophy or knowledge of Alag or just like information of the world, history, all sorts of stuff. Oh, actually, what is, I need capture mode, that's why. We need to capture something. Raha is the canonical fanboy who gets to be part of the stuff he's fanboying over. And I would say, as someone who's in that position, he does it with quite well. I mean, especially think about, like, he doesn't shirk his duties to go wildly off with the Warrior of Light. He still, like, immediately goes back to the students of Baldesion to focus on that. He doesn't, like, just tag along with us everywhere forcibly, or, like, can I come with you? Can I come with you? Like, he even is, like, ready to, like, not come with us during 6.1 until Kryle's like, nah, it's fine, go for it. And then he's excited, you know? Understandably so, in my opinion. Okay, guys, let's find a lamb. Or let's find an animal. Should we look to see if we can find a black lamb, or should we just, what should be our first animal? You know the one, see, cutscene 6.1 where he's excited to join your adventure? I was like, cute, yeah. Yeah, with Kryle and being his member of the student of Baldesion. Sheep. Kryle's not clingy, he's passionate and adorable, yeah. And as someone who's very passionate, oh my god, it's a dodo. Oh, Naniri needs to know that he can get a dodo. They need to know that they can get a dodo. As someone who is very, very passionate and also quite adorable, I deeply relate to Grahatia. The two Scions I relate to by far the most are Grahatia and Eorzean. Okay, let's lamb it. Renzar, is that actually true? Oh, hey guys, look at that. Because I checked into it and it looks like there actually is no bearing on weather. And that was more of people's fan theory. But I'm not speaking out of knowledge. Aw. Ah! What a good start! Yeah. Oh, okay. They're not that rare. Okay, I have no concept of what's rare in this. And again, Renzar, I could be wrong about that. I believe Quasi put out a video that was saying that. There's no falling damage on the island. You can throw yourself off places. Yeet yourself into the void! I mean, this technically goes for both Graha and Hythlodaeus, but Hythlodaeus has this, like, unwavering dedication to his friends. That is a particular way of showing it. It makes me love him to death. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's just a different expression on a similar theme, definitely. Like, there's a reason that we all fell in love with Hythlodaeus literally onto 5.x, and then triple fell in love with Hythlodaeus during 6.0. Excellent work there, friend. Just excellent. The pastures really come to life. Here, take this. It's some feed I prepared myself. I want you to have it. Try offering it to animal in the pasture. Animals? So many modes. Can you put the modes on your hotbar? That feels like that would have been like an obvious choice. Oh, buddy. No interesting lore. I think we need more research on the animal spans anyways. Pretty new content. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, things are going to be wild for the first little bit. You did it. I'm proud of you. When an animal has been fed and looked after by the master, it will feel loved. And when an animal feels loved, it leaves little something born from pure happiness. Leavings, I call it. Is it about to poo? I know that leavings are actually like fur and stuff, but I'm just like, I mean, they literally like leave behind little things. It sounds like we're talking about poo. Okay, guys. My milkshake bringeth all the streamers to the yard. Verily. Hmm. Hmm. Halo D's first appearance was like such a surreal gaming experience for me. After it happened, I was like, I don't know what just happened, but where can I meet this guy again? Isn't his first appearance in 5.0? Don't you meet him in the Bureau of the Architect? Or the, what is it? Yeah, Bureau of the Architect, right? Yeah, Bureau of Administration, and then Bureau of the Secretaries, and Bureau of the Architect. Yeah. Yes, that's what I meant. Yeah, all good. Just checking. For my research, it's time, weather plus time. Okay, cool, Renzar. Do you like what we do? Consider showing your support and sign up for Patreon. If you notice where I am, bravo. Only hints that I'm very close. We got finding you guys randomly around like that, Bean. That's very cute. Okay, he's very close, and I have to find him. Okay, you can't hide over there. Very close. Dude, playing hide and seek would be so fun on this island. We should do that. Who wants to, like, get a crew together and play hide and seek? Oh, yeah. Oh, you are just up there. Okay. Providing ambience. That's a way to Tethys' heart. Okay, I'm definitely not on stream going to be able to finish all this, so I'm going to go put the milkshake in the fridge so that it doesn't melt. Dude, okay, yeah, we should definitely, let's get a crew together and we'll play hide and seek. The second I get it a little bit more up and running. I play an EU server, so I'm sad I can't join you, but I'll cheer your island adventures on. Thank you, Renzar. And also don't forget that, hopefully by the time of 7.0, we're gonna get, travel from, between physical data centers. Dude, these islands would be great for hide and seek. I guess we'd have to create borders, though, maybe, unless you're willing to go long. That'd be a fun community night, though. Ah, you finished with the pastures already. Very good. Very good. Let us perhaps see... Perhaps next you can find a use for all the materials you'll be getting from the animals in cropland. You can make a workshop and craft, I'll work handicrafts. That's a fine name as any. Lest you worry, you need not concern yourself with the crafting. Nay, I will make my subordinates do it. I enjoy watching them suffer. We're awfully pretty pressed for space as it is, so we'll need to clear away the trees around here in order to build up workshop. For all matters concerning the wanton destruction of plant life and vegetation, the pathological pathfinders are the mammoths for the job. Oh, they're behind me. That was good timing, Hydra. Aye, but you must be the owner. Our felicitous friend told me today is the day. I can finally do the job I was created to do. Will you let me do the job? Cut away the vexatious vegetation. Take a seat, my good friend. You're about to see something real special. Yeah, I would just say be very careful. Don't go any further, Rin. I think you're okay for now, but like just go. Rin, why not take these points you're making and go to the Discord and put them in Endwalker spoiler potentially, if you want to talk about them. Might be a better place for it. I can't wait till people unlock flight on their island and then everyone flies into the most obscure places. Yeah, we might have to say, like, you fly. I think lay down. And that's how you do it, gold boy. Goodbye, irksome trees and plants. Hello, vegetation in this land. If you like what you saw today, I'm always happy to do more. I'll just need the shells to get the necessary help. You can use these 2 plots to build a workshop, or at least that's what the furball told me to say. You can leave it as it is or play around for all I care. If you do decide to build a workshop, you'll be needing plenty of limestone, and you'll break your hatchet if you try to chop a rock with it. So you should probably make a hammer. There's nothing better than a hammer for smashing things. As for materials, you'll need to build a workshop. Beats me, the Felicia's furball said something about writing them all on the log boards, though. Oh, I suppose there's enough space for you. Excuse me. For you to release your minions now, but I can't see why you'd want to do that. Are we, your loyal, hardworking mammoths, not enough for you? Because by releasing them, you're saying we're not enough for you. Fucking love these mammoths. Bunch of assholes. Okay, guys. What fucking mimic? Oh, right. The minions from the island. Or no. Wait, is... Oh! What minions we picking? What minions we picking? Okay, I'm gonna be picking some of my favorites. Dude, I bet minion prices have like jumped. Dude, we should do more more minion farming for community night now that there's like a value to them. Goobboo, tiny troll. Oh my god, a tiny Skaha would be hilarious. Where's the Gabi? Oh, I forgot why. Rudy. Oh my god, I'm so glad I have that minion. Man, this is the first time I've ever considered even potentially buying minions off of the cash shop. Oh, I hope they make some money off this. Yes, there's the Gabi. Oh, did I put them on the inlet aisle? Well, that's fine. I'll go check them out. Oh man, I'm gonna have to come up with a system. Yeah, no worries, Rin. I appreciate the desire to talk about it. I really do. And I appreciate that you're trying to simultaneously engage in that while also, yeah. Issa, I have all the wind-up persons in the cozy cabin area. Trolling. Oh my god, I love them. I'll be honest, I usually never care for mechanics like this. I adore it, though. I'm actually gonna play some fucking Island Sanctuary. You know what? Next time you guys see my Island Sanctuary after the stream's done, it's gonna be pretty fucking. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice. I'm gonna talk about it in Discord. Yeah, he's my favorite character, Cathra. Yeah, these mammoths talk so funny. Yeah, I love Emmett. Emmett's a phenomenal character. But do not let that. In terms of talking about 5.0 Emmett, do not let that change the fact that he's also a genocidal lunatic. Specifically 5.0 Emmett. These mammoths talk so funny at times. My favorite mammoth is the one from the Goldsmith questline. He's so rude and hilarious. Yeah. They're very much in the template of him. I'm still holding off on placing my minions until later so I can choose everything. I made a near minion zone. One of us. Yeah, Jellybean. You guys are slowly converting me. And also, I don't know if Sayreen's still here, but Sayreen, I'm waiting for the day that Sayreen actually will take me to a club on my Mikote alt that I made as cute as possible for her. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna like create zones that are themed. That's for sure. I'm going to show up for the next stream, bedraggled and half asleep. Hey all, I made it to level 10. Yeah, that's the only way to play. I mean, like for me, honestly, with slow life, like here's how I play Animal Crossing. I buy the game, set myself an insane task for the island for the island. Like I terraformed my entire island and built it into a Edo period Japanese shrine. Specifically, well, it's not really Edo period. I guess it's more like I guess is it Sengoku? Would it be considered Sengoku or made it? It doesn't matter. I made it into Tokugawa Ieyasu's shrine. Meiji Jingamai. Oh no, not Meiji Jingamai. But the thing is, I fast forward time. It's like for a week I just played Animal Crossing hard, finished it, and then I put the game down and never touched it again because like I am incapable of having chill. Oh, I didn't make an axe. I may need to go do that. Or no, or a hammer. Oh no, I have to collect stones for the hammer. I also like Xenos because he's thick. I mean, not really. He's a thin boy. He does have a juicy booty. But in the end, Edmund changed, but it was still awkward. Well, it's not so much that he changed. He just came back to himself, really. I mean, because the thing is that because of the tempering and... Well, this isn't a spoiler stream. This is Diadem, but 6.x version. Yeah, it makes me wonder... I mean, there's no reason to get rid of the Diadem, but I would hope that they might consider, like, retroactively simplifying some aspects of the... Like, not simplifying. Lowering some of the overhead requirements for Diadem. Now, that's not going to happen because there's, like, achievements and stuff tied to it. But at the same time, like, if you want that fucking pterosaur, you're just kind of screwed. I got over 1,000 hours on Animal Crossing New Horizons. Of course you do, Bean. Of course you do. And then never wanted to touch it. The game had me in its claws. Yeah. I put about, like, 200 hours into it over the course of, like, 2 or, like, 3 weeks. And then I was just done. I have sea creature minions on the beach. My other thing is I had to do time skip because I have no interest in a game that's like, I can do 15 minutes of gameplay and then I log out for the day. Like, I don't, nah, that ain't fun. That's boring as shit. I have sea creature minions on the beach. I got animal minions in the pasture and the plants like croplands. I like that, Shima. I may try something like that. I may try to, like, make it aquatic theme on the beach or something like that. Excuse me, what? Xenos is the thickest boy. Does thick mean the same thing to me and you? He also is a combat sexual like Goku. Yes, I have said that as well. And there's another reason I like him. He's my combat buddy. The flames of battle will scorch our very souls. I don't know that that's a reason to like him. I respect it. I acknowledge that there's a truth to his words, but I don't know that I would say, like, the man is a sociopathic, like, definitionally, like, sociopathic, madman who sacrificed the life of thousands upon thousands of innocent people for his own, just to feel something. There's tragedy in it, but I definitely wouldn't say I like him. I appreciate the character. I think the characterization is brilliant, but, like, I refuse to ignore that fact, right? I refuse to pretend like, oh, just because I think this character's charismatic and all these things, that I'm gonna ignore the fact that the like, violence and horror and, like, think about what Euless lost. And that is purely because Xenos wanted to fight us. Right? The horror of what happens is just because he wants to fight us. I forget. Who do I talk to for crafting? Oh. Craft. No, crafting. Oh, yeah, I do. I can make it myself. Okay. Xenos is a terrible person, but a great character. Totally agree. 100% agree. And a tragic character, right? Like, a deeply tragic character. There's no, like, there's no question. And there's also the story goes to great lengths to also really make clear that Xenos, for however much of his disposition is nature, he was also forged into a monster. Had Varys been a good father, had Solus not been how Solus was, had Xenos not been raised in Garlemald, there's a chance he wouldn't have ended up that way. Like, there's a really solid chance. I genuinely would love to see a shard of Xenos on another reflection, assuming he's a sundered being, which we assume so. It's weird because he has memories, but also you needed the resonant. Whether or not Xenos has a sundered soul is kind of wonky, but I would love, assuming he is, let's just, for the sake of it, assume he is, right? I would adore a story of seeing a Xenos in a different context. Because I also think that would be not just because, like, I want to see Xenos again, but because I think that would be an incredibly powerful point to make about how our context shapes us. And I think Shadowbringers goes to great lengths to focus on that. And I think Endwalker goes to incredible lengths to emphasize that. So I think I definitely think that would be a great story. But yes, I don't like him as a personal level. I like him as a fictional character. He's like Sephiroth, but better. I guess for me, the thing is I don't disambiguate between... I treat fictional characters not like, oh, they're real people, but, like, I treat them as... I guess I'm just very, personally, overly careful with language on that. Like, I just, like... Yeah. It comes partly from a personal issue and umbrage with the amount of people who will hero worship villains, who are cruel or sociopathic just because they're charismatic. And so I feel a personal need to not when other people are talking about like I'm not gonna indulge in that, but it's like if it's brought up within a conversation I'm a part of, to be like, well, let's make sure we don't blur those lines, you know? But that's also just because I'm personally of the belief that if you tend to let those lines be blurred, things can gradually shift. Like, my point being on that, think with, what's a good example? Think with irony, right? People are saying a joke ironically, and then eventually they just start saying that, like, that phrase or that thing just not ironically, right? And I think that sort of thing can hold true as well with how we, like, treat or view characters. Yeah. Elio and Iris poses Umbral and Astral on this issue. Yeah. I tend to like villains more easily than heroes. I mean, they tend to get to be less boilerplate and more charismatic, so that's why. I'm gonna catch you. Oh, did I just click? Oh, I see. I have to have a better... I was wondering. I was like, that seems like strange that I could just catch something so big that easily. I tend to like villains more easily than heroes, but we need to understand that it's not the usual thing to happen because the characters are generally written to be likable because they are free. Yeah, well, and also, like, villains, yeah, are unbounded from rules. And it doesn't help that, like, because of a lot of villains historically in, like, American culture, too, like, being queer-coded, that those who are on the outside of society tend to then find more to identify with them. And I don't mean just queer-coded isn't just, like, gay, but I mean just, like, you know, other, right? Like, the part that doesn't fit in. But it also depends on the villain. I'm more inclined to like a character like Emmett over a character like Sauron or Handsome Jack or Voldemort versus Voldemort. Well, yeah, because notice, like, Sauron doesn't have charisma and is like, as a Maya is like a disembodied force. I mean, like, there's not... how do you like Sauron other than, like, in a visual distinction? Like, whether books or in the films, there's not a character to love or detest. Honestly, the Ring is more of a character, arguably, than Sauron. And then, like, Handsome Jack, again, it's because you're given a lot of time to have a characterization of it and tragedy behind it, whereas Voldemort, I guess you do, too, for Voldemort, but, like, Voldemort is mesmerizingly charismatic rather than just, like, typical... No, I mostly just find Jack an insufferable asshole, but, you know, I think there's a lot to be said on that front. Where are the limestones? Where are the limestones? Bean! Pass me the knowledge of the lime. Dude, I'm so excited to fucking use this Wii Sports Resort music that they got going on here. I'm gonna use it in some videos. I don't know where yet. But it'd be a great, like, background music for just when I'm explaining some shit. I mean, there's something to be said for force of nature villains like Sauron or... No, so again, there's a differentiation between what my point on charisma versus the... like, I love force of nature villains. As an antagonist, I think the idea... And also within the Tolkien's Legendarium, the idea of, like, Melkor and Sauron and, like, how evil, capital E evil, exists and functions is a good thing, is an interesting thing. I just think that, like, yeah. 17.5, 19.5. Thank you, Issa. Reminds me of how some people view Xenos as a way to talk to the players, like killing only for pleasure and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, no, and I think Xenos is an interesting thing. Like, that's the thing is, if you... I guess, to me, if you can't acknowledge that Xenos is a fascinating reflection of the Warrior of Light under different contexts, you know? I mean, if you guys haven't, I recommend listening to me in Nini's End Talkers, where we talk about stuff like that quite often. Issa on the, Okay, I'm gonna go, I'll walk over there then. So we're 17, 18. 17. Okay. I'll go in a circle then. All of our likes and dislikes of the fictional characters will be colored by our own personal experiences. Totally. It's just human nature. Yeah. I mean, you only have your own context, right? That said, the writers will also be colored by their experiences. Yeah. Yeah, in the end, we only have our own contexts. But at the same time, then you can only, at that same point, you can only make your cases or your points as best you can from that context, even if it is within a limited scope. Yeah. That's one of the major reasons I like Xenos, because I didn't like him before Endwalker, but as it progressed, I began to realize that he is what the Warrior of Light could have been in another life. Yeah. I honestly, I will say one thing that I really enjoyed was, like, I knew a lot of people who understood that even after Stormblood, but the amount of people I've seen much better understand that and understand why he's an interesting antagonist, while some others may still disagree, it made me happy that it became much more clear after Endwalker for some people. I mean, and to Tez's absolutely valid point too, because of those perspectives, right, and tastes, and you know, and the arguing for an objectivity in terms of like a story being good or bad. Here's the thing. Taste matters, or scope matters, all those things are true. And at the same time, though, we can't let ourselves, and no one's saying this, it's always on my mind. That doesn't mean we can forego trying to articulate the value of the thing, or why the thing may work, even if only for us. You know, like I'm sure there are people out there who I'm sure think Endwalker is like the worst fucking ending ever. I'm sure. And, you know, I not just think they're wrong, I think they're wrong in a lot of demonstrable ways. But at the end, you know, you can't force someone onto the same point of view. But at the same time, that doesn't mean you should let yourself be, like, just pushed around or, like, swayed. Just like, well, they have their view and I have my view and okay, whatever. It's like, no, I'm going to stay here. This is what I believe. This is why I firmly believe it. This is where I stand. And I am listening because I want to better understand, but this is where I stand. Tell me something. Why is Final Fantasy bad guys mostly so drop-dead gorgeous? Mostly because Final Fantasy has always had a history of aestheticism. I mean, part of it, think about, like, the origins of its art are rooted in Amano, right? And so you think about, you know, let's actually take a second to look at this to prove my point. Amano arts. Because the art's rooted in Amano, right? Like, this is Yuna and Titus. I know it's technically Titus, but, like, because of how Amano's art looks, there's always, since the initial inception of Final Fantasy, been an incredible focus on aestheticism. To say nothing of, like, just Japanese, like, culture in and of itself, right? But the thing is that then with villains, you get them to have some kind of ostentation that makes them also fascinating or very interesting in and of themselves on top of that, right? You know, let's look at Final Fantasy villains, right? Final Fantasy villains. Because, like, also, how much are they so different? The other thing worth remembering is that many of them, too, are bosses, right? So they have to have an iconic design in and of themselves, right? You look at all of them, and all of them are, you need Jecht to be memorable, and for Braska's final Aeon, you know? Like, all of these people need to be memorable for their fight, for their representation in the game, and so you bear that out into a world that is idealized as well, and, yeah. It's unsurprising you get what you get. I think there's also something to be said that there's a certain amount of androgyny, you know, that some people, that isn't necessarily highly represented, especially in a lot of Western works, until maybe more recently. And so that, I think, can definitely help to the fact that there's a level of androgyny to some of the facial features and stuff with the villains as well. Sexy Amano are all the time, please. Yeah. Well, I can appreciate the character like Emma and Xenos are well-written and compelling. My own experience let me find nothing to appreciate in them, and I am actually repulsed by them. I want to be very clear. I am repulsed by them, but that doesn't... yeah. I mean, you know, Tethys. And there's no reason that I need to... I just want to be clear. I am deeply repulsed by the action. I guess here's the thing. Even having dealt with, like, not to the amount you have, Tethys, but even having dealt with some heinous shit in the legal system, and in life, I tend to, even those things I'm repulsed by, I can't help but like want to understand and come from a place of like at least trying to comprehend, and also a disposition towards unearned grace at times, an offering of unearned grace. So I totally get it. I just think, I mean, there's a reason that I go so hard to bat on the point every time someone's like, oh, I love Emmett, and I'm like, he's a genocidal Luther. There's a reason that I repeat that point, right? There's a reason I emphasize it. But that doesn't, I guess to me, like, that doesn't negate looking at the, and not to speak for anyone else, but it doesn't negate the looking at, for me, of the other tragedies, the other ironies, the other sorrows as well. FF7 Remake Sephiroth is almost too perfect. I mean, I don't know. He's a silver-haired long boy with fine features. What do you want? I don't think Sephiroth's that. Like, you can say Sephiroth's cool. I don't want to sleep with... Who wants to sleep with Sephiroth? I'm going to regret asking that. I'm just looking for tragic villains or even just tragic characters in general. Darth Vader, for one, has hugely inspired my taste in villains. I also feel people forget how charismatic Vader is, too. I would say less charisma, and I would say presence. But, you know, one might argue that presence and charisma it's just... That's... It's pedantic to draw a distinction, but I would say that there is you know, he is an incredible presence. Amano has some drop-dead gorgeous art. I do love so much, though, how much 14 has tried, even succeeded to perfectly recreate his works. Yeah. I mean, like, they've always worked hard to do that. I don't want to sleep with anybody, but I do like to look. See, my problem is I either kind of have a binary of either I'm attracted or I'm not, and I don't enjoy just looking at people or, like, characters just to appreciate. I don't get a lot of pleasure out of that. I wish it did. I wish it was easier. I wish I could just, like, disambiguate, like, attraction from that, but I don't. I mean, I feel like modern Star Wars media fails to portray his more comedic moments, because he certainly has them, especially... Actually, I think, if anything, I would say that in inverse is true. I would say that they use too much of his comedic moments in... I mean, you look at Rogue One, you look at his appearances. I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily... The old lady does like eye candy. Hey, yeah, look, power to you. Power to you. Yeah, and the thing is, Teth, is I firmly believe, like, for all we, like, have very different perspectives on it, based a lot in our own life experiences, obviously. I think we're on board that it's good writing, and, like, I honestly, if we can agree that it's well written, that's the main thing I really care about. I mean, the two things I care about is understanding the person that we don't have the same eye view, because I want to grow, and the best way to grow and get out of your own perspective is to hear other people's. But, like, if we can agree, like, yeah, it's well written, then, like, my only, like, real, like, gut-churning, like, frustration is if, like, someone's like, no, it's not well written. And I think that's partly also because there's a conflation of, for a lot of people, dislike versus poorly written. Like, there are plenty of movies that I don't like that I think are incredibly well made. For instance. Presence is an aspect to influence charisma, but charisma and presence are two separate things, in my opinion. You can have a horrifying aura to make people get shit done, but he's not too charismatic. Yeah, Hydra, I would agree with that. That is how I would frame it. And I think that distinction is important, because I think you can have characters who are theatrically charismatic, like a Voldemort, right? You can have characters who are presence enforcer charismatic, like Vader. You know, it's like, or you know, another example is, like, think of Breaking Bad, right? Like, people like Gus Fring, like, right? They have both presence and charisma, right? He can be charismatic, but he's also can just be presence. But I also guess I just might have a weird perspective, because I don't see Vader and Anakin as two separate people. I do see... it depends on how you want to focus on it. I see them as... They are two separate people in terms of... See, the thing is it's not a Tsuyu Yotsuyu situation, right? Because it's more of a defense mechanism, but there's still a awareness of past and self. It's not that kind of situation. He's still completely culpable for all his actions. But yeah, I don't see Vader as a very hurt Anakin, and Anakin himself is incredibly charismatic. Yeah, I would agree with that. But I don't think you're wrong there. But I would then say, if, like, let's say Vader is still Anakin. Let's just not see them as two different people. I would say that at the point at which he becomes Vader, he lost that charisma. As many people can change throughout life, you know? Like, as many people who come be incredibly, like, energetic and charismatic, you find them again 20 years later, and they've just been through some shit and haven't had a good run of it. Yeah, Clone Wars, oh man, Clone Wars Anakin. I fucking love Clone Wars Anakin. I wish, yeah. All right, work time. Have a great time, Renzar. JT, good to see you, glad to have you. I'm going to go leave work after having to stay late the 3rd day in a row this week. No overtime either. Aw. Hope everyone has a great day. Deathberry, I hope your days improve. I hope the work isn't too bad. I'm gonna finish these nugs. Where'd my sauce go? Mmm. Saucy. So, here's the thing about comics for me. Comics are totally canon. I mean, like, they are canon. Whatever. It doesn't matter if I was like, comics aren't canon. They're canon. I don't like the comics that much, typically. Like, there are great comics, and they're not bad. But I think the restrictions of the comics are such that you can do whatever the fuck you want, and the characterizations can be much broader and wider in a way that I don't tend to appreciate nearly as much. So, like, when I think of Vader, that's not an aspect of his characterization I'm taking into account as much. But that doesn't change that your point is true, that it is present there. But I would also say that if you look at things like Rogue One, if you look at his representation on screen post Jedi, they still do represent him with humor, and just because it maybe has been more emphasized in other material where they've had, and the thing is, there's a lot more screen time on comic to have moments with that you can't necessarily do in the movies without breaking pace. And I would point to the fact that, like, using too much comedy in Rogue One actually hurts some of those scenes, like choking on your aspirations. His spirit's been damaged beyond recognition, so he's beyond recognition too, I guess. Yeah. I mean, that's what I would say is, like, people change, you know? People can change for the worse, and not just the better. And so I would just say that whether or not you see them as split characters, just because Anakin was once charismatic does not mean that he still is. We are not, the thing that we once were is not the thing that we ever are, you know? What am I missing a bit of? Limestone still. I guess we should take some time and do limestone then. I see your point, but personally I think those moments like, be careful not to choke on your aspirations, give me a very good continuity for him being Anakin. It sounds like something he would say. I don't know, that doesn't sound like an Anakin joke to me. I mean, like, that's just ear. I guess, like, to me, that's less of a... I mean, it's not out of the question. I don't think so. No, I think there's a point, that's a fair point. But I guess for me, hearkening back to Anakin in that, to me, undercuts that moment. But I can see your point about how seeing the shadows of Anakin shine through with that could be meaningful. I do understand that. To me, it undercuts, but I can see why that would be resonant. He was more cruel, which is what Vader is. Yeah. What a great conversation. Realize you have everything on the right needed for the workshop. 2 even. Sweet. This is exactly why we're taking the time to have this conversation and build up surplus stuff, so that way when we can go build, we can just go build. Hey, does anyone know, Bean or anyone who's been playing a lot, how much, I mean, obviously I'm not going to buy anything but upgrades, but what upgrades should I be buying? Or as long as I save all my script, will I be able to buy every upgrade that, I mean, obviously I'll eventually be able to buy every upgrade, but like right away, are there ones to prioritize over others? I more so mean that Anakin is a very sarcastic person. Yeah, fair. Not so much that Anakin would actually say that, but under the context of Vader, Anakin being a sarcastic person makes that sound like him. I understand what you are saying. I don't wholly discount it out of hand. I don't think for me that works effectively to that point or to that end. If it was a joke or some method by which to kind of show that there's a bit of Anakin still in there, as almost a tragedy or something rather than a laugh moment or something like that, I might be more with you. I don't think the idea of what you're saying is inapplicable. I think the execution on it within the confines of the story is a for me detraction rather than an addition. Because to go from a character who has a sense of looming presence and threat to like have such a zingy one-liner to camera is a bit much. You will hit a point where you run out and need to participate in stonks. You'll see. As long as you don't spend any items on the shop, though, for seafarers, you're good to rank 6 or 7. Cool. Get both of your workshop built right away because you have to crafting potions and fire stands and sulfur calories while you're... Okay, well, let's go get that going, then. I just keep... Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate you guys for staying and hanging around and just, like, being in random places on the island. It makes me laugh. I actually think I agree with that. It would be far better for me a tragic moment showing that Anakin is still in there inside if it had been written that way. Would have been awesome. Yeah, so like, I don't think the idea of having hints towards Anakin still being present are terrible. I mean, like, hell, you know, Twilight of the Apprentice is one of my favorite moments in Star Wars, right? Season 2 finale for Rebels is beautiful in what they do with that. All you just lounging about. You know, there's lots of lovely ways to execute on the idea, you know? You should be having an issue with being low on calories for a bit, especially if you spread out your playtime and schedule your workshops craft even when you aren't online. Yeah, well, yeah. Construct a facility. Workshop. I just imagine him chuckling to himself about that when he's in his chambers. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, in a vacuum, the idea of Vader laughing to himself about that is funny. It is funny, but it undercuts the tension of the moment, which is my problem. Like, it's not that it's not actually pretty funny to me, but does it serve the story in being funny? And I would say no. See, my two favorite villains in fiction apart from Emma is Vader and Arthas. Yeah, I love Arthas as a villain. I find Arthas' tragedy... I like tragic villains, you know? And I like villains who you can understand their motives, even if you can't be on their side. Yeah, I love Arthas. I remember, still to this day, I will go and watch the Wrath of the Lich King trailer because it's, one, still fucking gorgeous, and two, is such a perfect masterclass in tragedy and irony because of the story being told through it with Arthas and the letter from his father. Oh, that's why you laid there. Well, Jade's stuck there forever. Oh, whoops. Ah. I see you built a workshop. Shame. I liked how the place looked before. Anyways, I suppose you can have a team of mammoths craft stuff now. If you have them sell the items they craft, it should become a valuable resource of seafarer cowries. Cowries, which you can then give myself and other like-minded models, so we can keep doing what we do best. Oh, and before I forget, don't expect any buildings to be constructed as quickly as this one going forward. The team worked extra hard since there were no functioning facilities to speak of, but now that there are, there's hardly any rush. No, I think Arthas is the one wild success of a villain that, and I know he doesn't, obviously it's Warcraft, right? Warcraft 3 and stuff, but in terms of like continuing and paying off the narrative, I think he's the only one that is a meaningful success that WoW ever really pulled off, in my opinion. That trailer just holds up so well even after all this time. I remember seeing it as a kid and being blown away and watching it all the time. I watch it about once every year. That trailer still looks phenomenal. Like, fuck, I'd watch it right now, and I'd love to talk about the beautiful tragedy of it. I tell you this, for when my days have come to an end, you shall be king. Yeah. Tell them only the Lich King is dead and that the world of Warcraft died with him. Yeah. My favorite villain is probably Char? Like Charmander? It still breaks my heart, Arthur's final words, proving that he was still there fighting back the whole time, but he just wasn't strong enough, and his story ends in utter tragedy. Yeah, and I also... I mean, that's the thing, not to go too into WoW and stuff, but, like, that's, like... the mystery and enigma and tragedy of his soul and only darkness when you don't understand what the afterlife is like with the Shadowlands, I think is so much more resonant and powerful. And that's the thing is, like, Shadowlands for me as a narrative, it's not just that it was not good in and of itself, but that it hurt other narratives. Nothing like getting scared by Sindragos on the login screen when you fall asleep trying to camp hunter mobs in the middle of the night. Ah, memories. See, I only ever played World of Warcraft alone. So, like, as a kid, so I was playing WoW 2008. I would have been 13. And like I didn't have friends or anyone to play with, so WoW was a very solitary experience for me. Like I never got to do raids or anything. Like that's part of the reason that I had so much value for Final Fantasy XIV is because I never got to experience a lot of the story in WoW because I didn't have people. I didn't have friends. I didn't have, but if I had been playing 14, I would have been able to do anything. I would have been able to do everything. That's why I hate Shadowlands. Retroactively harm the story while something as amazing as Endwalker only retroactively made 14 even better. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't even lambaste Shadowlands because I have any vitriol towards it, or particularly WoW. I want WoW to do better. I haven't played WoW in like a decade at this point, and I have no interest to, but I want it to be doing better. But I think that Shadowlands is a really great tool to be able to articulate not just what not to do, but why not to do it. So it's mostly the reason I bring it up is because I think it's a very useful tool. Ah, this once lush land has at last begun to look like a proper civilization. Away with the trees, the bugs, and the sunlight, and the sights, I say. Let there be bricks and buildings and subjects to be exploited! I think it's about time I retired to the cabin. Now, you may capture wild animals, sow seeds, and remove what vegetation abides on this island to build wondrous mammoths made of edifices in its stead. Hull! Since I trust each one of these Pathfinder units just about as far as I can throw them, I will tell you this myself just in case. Should you wish to begin production of craftworks, speak with the tactful taskmaster. If you have any further questions or experience any troubles, I encourage you to review the I'll Keep Index. I made it for precisely such occasions, after all. I never played WoW as a kid, never got to play MMOs past the free trial, and even then, most things I had at the time were HP laptops and consoles. Mood. So WoW was something I tried and didn't like later. I have a deep fondness for parts of WoW's OSTs, and its open world. Most of it's nostalgia, but I do have I really enjoyed playing Classic, like the month of launch, and that was it. So the last time I played WoW was I played Classic for a month. Before that, the last time I had played was right up before Cataclysm. I do think its expansive open world is really cool. The one thing I think Final Fantasy XIV has a couple things that it misses, and I don't think we'll ever have them just because it's not the structure of the game. But an open, interconnected world is a big part of it. Now, the maps are fantastic in 14. They're lovely. The world's awesome, but they're not. The load screen alone, makes it segmented. I miss that. I miss Guild Wars 2's die system. I miss dodging like we had in Guild Wars 2. However, like that would break fights in this. And also, they're adding more and more movement mechanics over time, I'm noticing. So I think a lot of that's been going away. And also, the fight design for them being such dances anyways already works. I just love being able to, if you know what to do, you can wait and dodge at the last second. Or, that's part of why I enjoy tanks. Because, things like Holy Sheltron or Blackest Night, knowing when to apply them at the right time gives you more of a bonus. I need to catch up in story on SWTOR. I haven't played SWTOR in a while. I like its story, but the MMO stuff is so... I can't just play it as Knights of the Old Republic 3 because of how much the MMO stuff, gets in the way. And then also... there's a bunch of stories that aren't that as good as others, and this makes me sad. I played WoW up to Lich King, got 4 characters to level 80, and then got bored and quit. Yeah. That's basically, Catherine, that's about what happened with me. Want me to cut down trees? These trees do you. I live for cutting down trees. Bring me some sharp tools along with small sums of shells and I'll get started. Okay, I need to get calorie shells, which means I need to go start building with the place at the time. The zone design has always been WoW's unique strength. That and the art. Their art team carries the fucking weight of that game on their back. Jade just sitting under there. The Graha. Do I access it from here? No. How do I get them to build? Oh, duh. How inventory? They're like a. Talk to Taskmaster. Okay. Thank you, guys. AC, good to see you. Glad to have you. At the workshop, we take the materials you've gathered from the isle and use them to make ironwork handicrafts. Once you've set the agenda, you'll get to work. When the production of handicrafts is in question is complete, we'll have them shipped to a seller in Laminsa. Just be aware that we take pride in our work, and that means we'll take our time to make goods. Once you share the agenda with us, there'll be nothing left for you to do. Take a stroll, a nap, or whatever you like. I'll let you know when the handicrafts have been shipped. Ooh, efficiency bonus. When agenda hand teaming your mammoth at your disposal, you're free to make all the handicrafts of your heart desire. However, very special bonus will wait for those who choose to share the efficiency bonus will do double the protection of the game to give them craft requiring additional material protection. Double the protection of the handicraft means that you have 2 handicrafts to export them with. But how do you activate it? Interesting. Oh wow, this is a much more in-depth system than I was expecting. Is there a best item, like... Is it all the same? Like, why would you pick one over another? I'll let you guys tell me about that. The zone design has always been WoW's unique strength, and I think as far as that goes, it offers the best open world on the market, especially older areas from Classic until Pandaria. I mean, that's the thing, though, is that there's not even that many other games that offer actual open worlds. Like, Guild Wars 2 gets closer than Final Fantasy, but it's still segmented. And so the thing is that there's just not even that many games that have, like, truly open worlds in an MMO. Well, that are what I would define as more classic, your classic idea of an MMO. Plenty of other games do. Pandaria was my favorite expansion. I've heard that from a few people. I still miss the dodging from PSO2. I do miss some stuff from PSO2. PSO2 is a very fun single multiplayer game. I don't think it's a very fun MMO, in my opinion. I played WoW since the Burning Crusade, and then there's been 3 expansions that genuinely made it really difficult to continue. Warrior Lords of Draenor, Battle for Azeroth, and Shadowlands were just awful. Yeah, but every other expansion is great. I'm so very glad I never spoiled the Dark Knight class quest for myself, and I do have to agree that they're magnificent. Awesome, Chethis! Woo! Common ground! Yeah, aren't they fucking great? Honestly, my thing, part of the reason that I loved the Dark Knight class quest so much too also, and this is a minor thing, is I think they have the best capstone. I think they by far have the best capstone. Because I think the capstone actually, a lot of the other capstones are either really fun or really good. Some of them are really great. Like, and they do cap off their stories, like the Scholar's capstone. But I think the Dark Knight spiritually encapsulates, like, finishes off that story so well. But for Final Fantasy, it's hard to say which is my favorite. I actually think Heavensward is something beyond special, even of its own story, but Endwalker just makes everything sing before so much better. Yeah, I think the thing is that and I've said it a ton, and I'll never stop saying it. To say which one's the best is a bad art. Don't do it. Like, it's a bad thing to do because of how much each expansion does not work without the expansions before it, and they're made to be built upon, and they're a contiguous story. I think you can absolutely articulate which ones mean the most to you, or which ones had your favorite fights, or which one had you. But to be like, Shadowbringers is better than Heavensward, like, you don't get to Shadowbringers without Heavensward. You don't get to Endwalker without Shadowbringers, you know? And so, like, because of that nature, I think to contrast them in terms of, like, some kind of objectivity is a fruitless effort. And I think if you contrast them in terms of fights, I think while there are, like, can be fights you specifically liked more or less, I think their fight design is just constantly improved. I mean, like, you know, Endwalker and Shadowbringers are much more interesting fights than Heavensward, you know, in my opinion. So, like, if you want to go on that metric, but on story, you know, only the tragedies of Heavensward help to make many important moments of Endwalker and Shadowbringers meaningful, or Stormblood meaningful. And a lot of the heart of aspects of Endwalker don't necessarily work without Stormblood, or without A Realm Reborn. The baseline of all this you don't get, but also think about moments in Endwalker that, you know, let's just say a certain Moon's wife from 2.x and her family and stuff, so. To start, you can alternate potions and fire sand to trigger a bonus. Okay. What triggers the bonus? You control strong system, third icon on the top right in the middle. Okay. Oh, brilliant. I love it. Okay, so this is plummeting, so you're planning around it. So, okay, I see. So, like, this is increasing, this is at very high. So if I had made the grilled clam right now, What does popularity affect? Does that affect the amount of calories you get? Is that what you're trying to do? Because if so, I like this. This is a really cool, smart way of dealing with it. The red mage doesn't cap off, which is why I'm salty and I ain't seen my boy lately. Jrune? No, wait, red mage does... Oh, do you mean that like it doesn't like it's not like a finale because it's like not a full? I mean, it is bringing to an end Jrune's path and the loss of his allies. I think PSO2 has the problem of being really fun solo, but the best content also not being fun solo, which sucks with how dead the game is. Yeah, Jade, I think it's sad. I think PSO2 is really fun. I had a lot of fun with the time I played it, and I played it with some friends. But it just, like, it's set up to be an MMO, but I don't think it excels at being an MMO, and it would be much better if it just let itself be a really fun multiplayer game. I had a hunter on WoW who fished and cooked silver salmon at the lumberyard for cooking. I'd be fishing and always there'd be 4 or 5 horde would end up teaming up on me. I hate PvP. So, I understand that. I liked world PvP, not because I even participated in it, but because it made the world feel alive to me. That world is gone to us, though. Like, that world of game design just isn't here anymore. Like it made sense. It worked in like 2004, 2006 and stuff, with a very different clientele, very different population, a less fragmented player base, a lot larger of a player base who didn't know what they were doing. So they're, you know, it wasn't just like all this binary of, you know, everything and you're using someone who created a perfect spreadsheet versus someone who knew nothing. But there's an aspect to that danger that I did appreciate. I don't think I say that any is any better than any other than just that I think Endwalker single-handedly the best finale I've ever experienced in fiction. Yeah, no, I mean, like, look, Endwalker was specifically set up to be, like, speak to me as an individual, and all my fears, worries, loves, hates, struggles, like, just a lot of them really very, very specifically. So I'm deeply biased, but it is definitely one of my favorite finales of all time. And endings are hard. Good endings are hard. So the fact that it is such a good ending, and I think, and for me, at the very least, for me, it threaded that perfectly is just, yeah. Because you're creating combo, basically. So, so my question more was, like, if I had done Ilework Potion and something else, would that still have worked? Like, what's the combo? Is the combo just don't do the same item over and over again? So how reminiscent is this system of Animal Crossing? Honestly, more. It's Animal Crossing plus. It's Animal Crossing mixed with the good part of Garrisons and not the bad part of Garrisons, mixed with a little bit of Stardew Valley or Harvest Moon. Take your pick. I only vaguely know some. Yeah, it is very Slime Rancher, Hydra. That's a good way to put it. It's been forever since I played fucking Slime Rancher. Where do I go to spend the Seafarer's Calories? Last time I saw anything about... Oh, here, let me... I only vaguely know. Popularity and demand both affect the seafarers you get. Cool. Thanks, Hydra. I think WoW's big fault recent story-wise is the lack of compelling and meaningful villains. Garrosh, Arthas were something special, even Illidan was. Honestly, I don't even think it's that. I don't even think it's about compelling villains. I think you could make a compelling villain. I think that's part of it. I think the game is fundamentally structured not to be good at telling stories. It's good at it's structured to be good at telling vignettes, but it's not structured to be good at telling stories. And they've created an environment that's so antagonistic between players rather than supporting that it's hard to fix it. They're so focused on systems, they don't have a bedrock to tell good stories, even if they were going to tell good stories. And then also it seems as if they don't seem to get, based on like multiple things that we keep saying, they don't seem to do writing lock nearly early enough, and development is chaos. Last time I saw anything about WoW's advertisement was when they still had the commercial with Ozzy Osbourne. Oh my god. Anybody remember the Mr. T Night Elf Mohawk grenade? The items in the same category, if I remember recall. Thank you, Jellybean. The only ending that I can put on par with Endwalker for me personally spoke to me was the ending of the 12th Doctor story. Yes! I really love his ending. I really love his and River... How they get the River song, their final day together is, I love that ending too. I think 11th's ending, 10th ending hits you in the gut. 11th's ending is probably my favorite Doctor ending. I think to me that soliloquy is my favorite. My favorite 12th speech by far My favorite 12th speech by far is the Zygon in version 1, where that is one of my favorite speeches in fiction. Just explaining that the wheel you're not being different, you're just a whole new kind of cruel because the other people are being cruel to you. Break the cycle. You know, like, this only changes if we fucking work together. Like, it's just such a, it embodied so much of my frustrations and so much of my desires that I love that speech. I love that speech. Hydra, all your fucking shit you're doing is pretty funny. Here, you know what? I'm gonna invite you to a party. I'm gonna, Bean, if you're still around too. I'm gonna invite you to a party just so I can't see your name, so that when you hide, I actually have to look for you. The cabin has 2 merchants. One will allow you to trade for island fares, the other is spendable for both. Okay. Cowrie exchange. Nope. Oh, you can change the orchestration. I need to actually start collecting orchestration rolls. Okay, so this is where I explore. Okay, so I can explore collected materials to get more of the green ones. Okay. Where do I go to buy upgrades? I'm sure you might have already said that. Let me try to see if I can find it. Cabin has 2 merchant. Well, I trade for land fares. The other for spendable for both. I love Stardew. I played it through until I could marry every character that was eligible. Nice, Kathra. I played it through once. I love making it super organized, and then I was done. I play a Night Health Mohawk. That commercial got so old so fast. I'll be honest. I was young enough that it didn't get too old for me. Speaking of calories, why does Nalthal use seashell money specifically as symbol? Because it was very common throughout history for people to use seashells as trading money. Like the cowrie shell has been currency for multiple civilizations in the past. You upgrade by interacting with the logboard outside the building or by leveling up your island. Okay. How do you level up your island? Oh, no. Wait. Well, you'll tell me in a second, I'm sure. I played since Classic WoW, and then I found Final Fantasy 14, and WoW was over for me. Yeah. It's sad. I mean, like, I left Guild Wars 2 to come to 14, and there's a sadness in that loss, but at the same time, 14 was giving me all the things that I wanted, and the things that 14 lacked, the few things that 14 lacked, were trade-offs I was more than willing to make. Like, just as a microcosm, the Duty Finder, or the fact that they don't invalidate old content. I mean, like, you can unsync it, but it still exists and can be meaningfully done. Gather. Okay, just do stuff. Upgrades will be bought when you build them. Go to a plaque and see what you need. Okay. I already started that. Completion 9 p.m. Okay. Renovate cabin. There we go. What am I missing? I'm missing limestone. Okay, let's go back to farming that limestone then. I love both the 11th and the 12th. 11th Doctor is my doctor. My doctor was, technically should be 9th, but was 10. 10 was I actually have a 10 cosplay around here. I also have, actually, if you like 11. I have a metric I have every Doctor Sonic screwdriver. Not just these. I also have like 4s and 3s and Pertwees and everyone's. But I have this, which actually functions and works as a remote control, so I can actually control things. However, I don't have it programmed at the moment, but it's lovely. I've got the actual toy one. We have 12s. And then we have 10s/9s. I guess technically this was 11/12s too, because he used it for what, 1 or 2 seasons, and then you got this bad boy. You upgrade by interacting with logboards outside the buildings, leveling up your islands. Upgrades will be bought when you build them. Go to the plaques, gather, island levels up, gathering. Yeah, building things, gathering. Thou hath reached the grindy portion of Island Adventure. Good, now I can grind while I talk to you guys. It'll be fun. By the way, can I just say, guys, thanks for hanging out. This is really lovely, and for all of those of you who were here before, who are not here now, even if you don't watch the VOD or whatever, thank you. It's really fun to hang out. Ah, yes, I could not spot the twin Tanya. Building things, gathering, taking care of animals, crops, yeah. I wonder if the area are any wild olives growing on the island. It should be the right environment. There's some coating of Limsa that's Mediterranean. The Rotano is very Mediterranean in some ways. Yeah, I would say it should be the right environment. My top 5 doctors go 12, 11, 4, 7, 9. What are my top 5? I really like Pertwee. I don't think Pertwee gets a good... I like, in terms of classic doctors, it's 4 and 3 are my 2 faves. Although I really love 1 sometimes. Yeah, for classic doctors, it's 4 and 3. McGann, though, is great. I'm glad that they gave McGann more to do, like, with that, like, the Night of the Doctor stuff. And, I mean, most of my favorite doctors are the most recent doctors. And part of that's obviously growing up with them, but partly that's just also getting their stories often are just lovely. You know what'd be great for your island? A Blitzball named Wilson. Oh, don't make me... if they could give me a Blitzball minion... You know? I don't think I've ever made that noise in my life. I don't moan. I guess I can just say, I don't moan during sex, really, so, like, that was very, very forced on my side. Because I also think that the 4th Doctor is the Doctor, the only way 11-12 felt for me as well. Yeah, I mean, that's, for a lot of people who watch Classic Who at all, 4th Doctor is, you know... Well, actually, here. Ugh. My grandmother knitted this for me. But yeah, 4th Doctor has been a lot of people's The Doctor for a long time. To try to just perch up on a rock. I'm working on admin paperwork so I can beat the area. I can use my phone. I like the War Doctor. I was just about to... Oh, thank you, Issa. I was just about to say... I was gonna say the War Doctor, but it's interesting whether or not you consider him. But, like, yeah. I fucking... William Hurt's... William Hurt? John Hurt? John Hurt, right? Anyways, the War Doctor is phenomenal. You know, he's only in one... I guess 2 things. Night of the... 3 things. Series 6 or... No, Series 6 or 7 finale, Night of the Doctor, and Day of the Doctor. But he's so fucking good. Yeah, but for me, like, I guess the problem is my top 5 is probably the most recent 5. I didn't watch enough of Jodie Whittaker's, though. I watched the first season. I really liked her characterization. I loved her Doctor. I really loved the different way they were going with a lot of the narrative. So, like, doing a new era of Doctor Who, like, making it feel distinct. But I didn't think their villains were as good. I think that their writing episodes their episode writing was good, but I just didn't think they didn't have like as good quintessential villains in my opinion. So I didn't watch as much, but I did really love her. I'm really excited to at some point sit back down and watch her later seasons and then also the new Doctor, the 14th. And as both number 4 and 12 say, I'm not the Doctor, I am the Doctor. The original, you might say. The island is like Valheim without the trolls. Yeah. Check out the things you can buy. You mean, like the minions and stuff? Is there a Blitzball? I think Jodie Whittaker was okay. However, a certain plot point in Jodie's era has caused me to not even want to acknowledge its existence. I won't spoil it, though. It would have to be pretty bad, because I don't know if you know this, but there's a lot of bullshit throughout bullshit plot points and throughout all of history. There's some, Tens is wibbly wobbly, but it works fine. Here's my thing. You may be right, Rin. I may hate it, but here's the thing I know for sure. The amount of hate that Jodie Whittaker got was not about how her Doctor was performed. It definitely was part. I'm not saying this is you, but I'm just like I kind of have ignored all opinions about her because the amount of like vitriol I saw that was just utterly undeserved and weird was crazy. See, I like the expanded stuff for Doctor Who. War Doctor has a good few books as well as 12-episode audio play. That's right. I forgot about that. The thing to understand about Doctor Who is that Doctor Who is not science fiction. It is a fairy tale in space. And if you understand that, well, in space and time. If you understand that, Doctor Who works. Yeah. I know it's the same level as the Morbius Doctors that I absolutely. As the Morbius Doctors? I absolutely swear. Like, here's the thing I find that's really funny to me, too. The thresholds to which people are, like, not up for a Doctor Who's bullshit is really interesting person to person. But yeah, if you try to take Doctor Who canon too seriously, you're in for a bad time because it doesn't make sense. Because it's not trying to make sense. It's trying to be a fairy tale. Yeah, I totally agree. She is not that bad. Well, what I'm saying is that she's very good. It's less that she's not that bad. And what I'm trying to say is I think she's very good. I think as far as doctors go, she's just not as high on my list as the other doctors, but she isn't the lowest at all. I like Jodie. I think the other thing, and I mean, Rin, I don't know your age, so this may not be applicable to you at all. But the thing I'll say too is I think it really matters when you are. Like, here's a good example. I know a lot of people who grew up in the, 70s and 80s who watched a lot of Doctor Who who can't stand, Eccleston, Tennant, Capaldi, or, Smith, and think they're terrible doctors and stuff. I know multiple people like that. And so what I've borne witness to is that, your time period that is embodied by what you think of as Doctor Who deeply also affects what you then start to see it. And this is just a point. This is not in specific at you. Yeah, so you're 22. So, Rin, I was wondering if you were about 22-ish, or, roughly around there, because of the fact that you said 11 was your doctor. And so there's this interesting thing that happens that I promise you're going to see it happen again. If you, well, I'm only 26. I'm only a couple years older. If you are around long enough with Doctor Who, you're going to see people who grow up, and to them, the Doctor is defined by Jodie Whittaker, and then you'll be like, the 17th Doctor, they're like, I don't know, it's not very good. It's happened on cycles multiple times, and it's fascinating. Doctor Who is Evil East in space. That is accurate. That is very accurate. That is very accurate, Tethys. You are 100% correct. Well, we had an idea, and we thought it'd make a good story. Does it really go together? No. Can you kind of tie it together with names? Yes. Well, should you do that? Probably not. Will you? Oh, hell yes. Well, the plot point that I won't get into, I hate it because it outright breaks continuity. Rin, I've got some bad news for you about continuity in Doctor Who. Literally every season of 11 breaks continuity. Every season's finale of 11 breaks continuity. Multiple things with, the fact that they throw around fixed points and then get rid of fixed points, and then, so, I guess for me, the thing is that, I've been at a point where I felt that way, but the thing is they've done that multiple times. They've done that so many times since the reboot, and they did it before the reboot, too. Yeah, I only hate because it breaks continuity, doesn't make any sense, and in a very brazen what the hell way, but there are plenty of those in Who. Yeah, that's, I guess the thing is, if this one particularly sticks out to you, that's fine. I don't mean to, say, oh, how dare you impugn just because, they've done it before. I more just mean that, I just think as someone who has come to the realization that trying to focus too heavily on the sanctity of Doctor Who canonicity is an effort in futility, but no, if it sticks in your craw, it sticks in your craw. Allons-y. Oh, I know, I won't even begrudge people their opinion that Jodie is the best when the time comes. I believe that Doctor Who is the best extremely subjective and personal into the individual. Yeah. Oh, I know, it's just the way that they broke immersion for me. It's very, whoa, rate it back there a little too far. Yeah, Rin, I mean, I feel that same way about when, time's melding together at the end of what, season 7? Or, what is the episode called? The Wedding of the Doctor or whatever. I think, there's great moments in that, but I think it's what? There's aspects of that are wonky. Aspects of, I totally have those moments too, so I understand. Yeah, it's all wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff. Actually, fun fact, that line actually made it into a script that I'm in the middle of writing. What I'm getting from this is that the best Doctor argument is the same as the best Pokemon, or the best expansion in Final Fantasy XIV. I think it's the exact same vibe. It just matters which one you grew up with. Does it just matter which one you grew up with? I would say it depends on your definition, because for me, for instance, I don't know I would necessarily just say 10 is best, even though 10 is... When people have, like, the doctor that is, like, the doctor they grew up with, like, their doctor, my doctor, it's a phrase you hear a lot, tends to be that's this case, Jade. It tends to be. Which makes sense, right? And part of that's not even just about what you grew up with in nostalgia. Part of it is, like, if you play Pokemon now, Pokemon is defined for you by what it is now, not by what it was, you know? And so it's not even just about what you preferred, it's just about how the thing was defined. I was in a dungeon, but now that I'm out, Workshop is a supply and demand simulator. You want to make popular items with low supply. When you make will change. Yeah. Yep. Thanks, Shima. Yeah. Yes. Actually, it's already kind of hot. I'm gonna take that out. Ugh. But thanks for a thorough explanation. Well, like the Morbius doctors from Classic who broke continuity by insinuating that William Hartnell was not the first incarnation of the Doctor, which I personally have a problem with. Yeah, well, I don't have a bunch of good examples off the top of my head, you know, but like that sort of shit has existed in every single series. At least one instance of that, as far as I can think of, has existed in every series of Doctor Who. Which also, I mean, that happens when you have a 50-year show. No, I mean, it's more than 50 years. It's approaching. Are we at 60 years now? Is it 64? Are we at like 58 years? I remember seeing The Day of the Doctor in theaters. See you, Sarah. Thanks for joining in. It was good to have you. Not everyone knows the best Pokemon is Eevee, and everyone that doesn't think so is a heretic that must be purged with fire. I actually have every Eevee and every evolution upstairs right now. As giant stuffed animals. Actually, who here likes Pokemon? If you do, I have something funny to show you. There are levels of continuity breaks that make me angry. Yeah. I guess the thing is that, like, in my opinion, for me, that level of continuity break has existed so consistently that I've learned to let go of it. But I get it. I really do get it. Profile picture unrelated. Yeah, you hate Pokemon. That's why you chose N. You just liked the green hair. I mean, the thing is that, like, every new writer kind of pretends that the prior Doctor Who's, like, aspects of them didn't happen whenever it suits their fancy. Yeah, 60-year special is next year. Okay. Thank you, Tethys. Glaceon, best evolution. No, I'm with you, Hydra. I think Glaceon is the best evolution. Definitely the cutest. I mean, like, I get if you argue Sylveon, but, like, I definitely think Glaceon, I'm with you. 100%. I like Pokemon, and my favorite Pokemon is Scorbunny. Rin, I don't know if you should reveal that, because that is, like, when you're trying to explain our Pokemon for furries. Oh, no, wait, sorry, Scorbunny. I thought we were to Lopunny. Scorbunny's pretty awesome. I do love Scorbunny. I actually didn't get to play Gen 8 a whole bunch, so I only played a very little bit, and I don't own it, so I actually don't know the mains particularly well. But I love Grookey. Do you have River Sonic? I do! Somewhere. Laser screwdriver, Masters, pocket watch. Yeah, no, I can't find it. It must be stored away somewhere else. But, question. Does anyone know what this is? This is a really deep cut from, I guess I will give a hint. It is from the 10th Doctor's run. And I also get my really funny theme. Oh. It is a giant crocheted cubone that weighs 20 pounds. Oh. Okie doke. Okay, Mike. Oh. A friend of mine and one of my partners made that for us for her birthday. There's time travel. It all did happen, so that whatever is happening can happen. Yeah, it just means, like, if you want to rank Morbius Doctor, I would give it a 6 out of 10 with the hell scale, but what one I'm referring to, Jody's where I was like, okay, that's it, Rin. I'm going to have to go look this up. Rin, can you send me a link of, like, what it is? I don't care about spoilers for... I stopped caring about spoilers for when I realized canonicity could be whatever the hell they wanted it to be for Doctor Who. So feel free to pass that along to me on Discord. You and my 7-year-old share that in common. My 3 favorite EVs are Eevee, Dialga, and Scorbunny. My 3 favorite... I don't know that I have a 3 favorite. My favorite legendary is Lugia. I love Lugia. Love Rowlet. Love Ditto. Ditto! I have like 12 Dittos. I have so many stuffed Dittos upstairs for no reason. People just kept giving them to me. It's been surreal passing along some of my originals from the Pokemon Red cartridge Pokemon to my children like heirlooms. That's so cool! Also Snorlax, because I remember an episode of Pokemon where they had to try and move Snorlax, but he was fast asleep and wouldn't wake up. Mood. Can't remember off the top of my head. 10th Doctor made a ton of gadget stuff. Yeah, this is, you know the, like, giant rhino guys? They're like, ho, ji, ga, mu, ga, di, wa, mu, wa, i, ah. And they, like, have a thing that stick in here and allows them to, like, translate. That's what this is. And I don't know why they made a toy of it. It's such a weird, random thing to make a toy of. But it was the height of Doctor Who. So they were making a lot of random toys of it. I'm not a Doctor Who watcher, so forgive my ignorance. What exactly is the Doctor a doctor in? Helping people. I have David Tennant's whole collection in Blu-ray here on my desk, though, as well as 11 and 12s. Nice. He's not the Doctor. Here, let me try to catch up. God, it looks so ugly. It is. It's so soft and huggable. Ren over here trying to explain. AC, I don't know if you actually... I get the feeling that AC actually has watched Doctor Who and knows that he's asking all the exact questions that everybody asks in the episodes, which is funny. Is he 2,000 years old, though? Because as of, like, the end of, Heaven Sent, isn't he, like, multiple millions of years old, basically? Based on what I know of the TARDIS, he's the Doctor of Metaphysics. He goes and he helps. He's older than 2,000 depending on which canon you follow. Like, that's the thing is, you could argue he's 1,100, you could argue he's 2,000, you could argue he's multiple millions of years old, he could, like, There's a reason that they came up with the number one rule. The doctor always lies. When he met the Judon. Yes, Judoon, that's what it is. Yeah. Have you guys noticed that the Pokemon anime started shying away from meat when they showed food? Yes. Well, I mean, I don't watch the Pokemon anime, but I know that I'm not surprised by that. The unspoken rule about where their protein comes from in the Pokemon world. Yeah. Okay, Issa, good to have you. I mean, aren't there like references to like non-Pokemon type animals in like the early season, the first season? I know, AC, I'm just poking fun at you. Like, literally, the questions you ask are the exact same things that, like, when they meet someone new, they're like, the doctor of what? Like, it was really perfect for anyone who's watched it long term. I mean, Doctor Who's been so long running, basically, if you've worked in theater or in, like, film in England, you've probably been on Doctor Who at some point. Right. See ya, Hydra. Well, maybe we'll start wrapping up sometime soon then. Honestly, this time like went by very slowly and very quickly. I mean, I know it's riveting just watching me pick up the same items over and over again. Let me put it like this way, though. Like, Rin, if you went back and rewatched everything, retroactive continuity is something that the show has done hardcore often to just tell whatever new story it wants to. The nature of the Doctor, like, a lot of the things that the Doctor does in present does not line up with the classic Who. Or representations. Now, to be fair, they try to massage it sometimes, but other times they don't. And part of the reason I make this point is maybe I will feel the same way about the Timeless Child thing. It'll be pointless or whatever. But the reason I make this point is because the article you sent to me just from the title alone is like dickish. Like, even if it is pointless, I'm much more interested in it being framed as like, well, here's why in like a framework that's not just like, fuck them for doing this. Because if that's the bent, it's really easy to get upset at Doctor Who all the time. I do like watching old classics like Knight Rider, The A-Team, MacGyver. Then you actually, hey, if you do like watching stuff like that, AC, I'd recommend checking out some of like Doctor Who from like the 70s and 80s. Or even check out, I mean, at this point, it's still classics. Start watching the reboot from 2005. But yeah, I'll definitely read up on it, Rin, and so that I can actually have an articulated point, so I can either agree with you or I can make a case for it. That's true, and a very valid point. I just have a problem with anything that dares to claim that William Hartnell is not the original because it feels disrespectful to me. Then did you not like Day of the Doctor? Because, or like some of the 12 run? Because him as a child could be implied to not be the Hartnell version. I mean, we don't see him, but like, there's like, they've been playing with that sort of stuff for forever. And also, the idea that the first Doctor wasn't the first Doctor, when was the first time they alluded to that? They've alluded to that in the past. Since it's definitely not spoilers at this point, one NPC on another said the island is the name of the archipelago as Hullbreaker, so south of Lenosia, but not anywhere near the Cialides. No, that's Cialides. Let me read that. Since it's definitely not spoilers at the point, one NPC or another said the name. The island is the same archipelago as the Hullbreaker, so south of Lenosia, but not anywhere new. Oh, period. The Cialides, I think. Yes, we knew that. They also said that in the patch notes. We knew it. We always knew it was going to be one of two places because it didn't snow. It was going to either be in the Bounty or it was going to be in the Rotano. And then when we saw it in the trailer, we were thinking the Rotano because of the fact that it has the same flora and fauna as Hullbreaker. So yeah, that's not a spoiler because that we figured. Well, it's very ambiguous, so I can forgive something as harmless as whether the child is Hartnell or not because it's very clear. That's fair. But Morbius claimed the same thing in Classic, and I hated it then. So here's a question for you. Why does that irk you so? I'm genuinely curious. be. Just over here with a gorilla. Can't unhear the memes since the Morbius movie. Here, let's go move around and gather some other items because we've been gathering a bunch of that already. And we haven't even explored some of the other parts of the island. There's also the problem of the not only Hartnell's doctor outright saying he was the original incarnation, but rule number one, doctor lies. But also the 12 regen limit is hard. Well, I would point out the fact that they like played with, well, no, because they don't they give 11 gives, what's his specific, he has some specific lines about this at the end of Time of the Doctor. Because he's talking about the regen limit, but he's also talking about some other weird bullshit around it. Shh, I'm blending. Now, let me put it like this. If part of the problem is like, oh, that's frustrating for continuity because of regeneration limit, yeah, I get it. I just think that, like, there have been other things on that scale before. I feel it's a huge break of continuity because of the regeneration limit, which is 12, meaning Matt Smith is the final incarnation. 2, because I feel it's disrespectful to the claim. Okay, first part I get. Why is it disrespectful to claim, though? That's what I don't understand. Like, Doctor Who has been passing on the baton for forever. Like, I don't understand why it's disrespect rather than a desire for something. Let me put it this way. I'm forgetting his name, but the producer for... You don't get into a position where you're running Doctor Who unless you give a shit about Doctor Who. So, like, I don't know. Like, to say it's disrespectful... To say you disagree might be one thing, but I don't know. Is disrespectful? 60 years in 2023. Okay, so it is 20. It's 63. It's not 64. It's November of 63 is the first air date, right? So more regenerations can be added, which is true, but adding new regeneration at the end of the cycle is different than adding regenerations prior to the original Doctor. Why? Like, I don't mean that to be, like, argumentative. I'm more like, why is that necessarily any different? We know that the Council of the Time Lords have the ability to do it at that point because they had access to, like, Gallifrey and that technology. If the Hartnell had been on it, you know, why is there anything to say that it couldn't have happened? And again, I haven't seen the episode, so I'm talking on my ass, but I'm more like, I care to engage. Mallow, yellow, got the yellow. Let me put it like this way, too. Like, let's just assume that they did get more regenerations, right? That is some retroactive canon BS. But again, that's how different is that than the way that time travel is used as a whole in the fucking show, especially for season finale since the reboot. Because even if Hartnell wasn't the first Doctor, it's in a very technical sense, we do know for a hard fact, which has been stated many, many times, that the Doctor was still in his first regen cycle. By people, okay, but like, again, they've stated, here's the thing, Rin, you know how you're talking about this is the same way I talk about 14 canon, right? In other things, I would be with you, but the problem is as a show and a property and a piece of media, they have gone back on shit like that they've stated multiple times before on multiple occasions via usage of explanations like the Doctor lies or, you know, wibbly wobbly timely wimey stuff or fixed points and then not fixed points and so like my point is that I understand what you're saying. It's a thing that has been repeated oft, but that is not something that has just been broken now. That's not new to the series. Now, here's the thing, Rin. Here's the thing I'll say too, is I watch it and there's no point to it. Like it doesn't add something meaningful. Then yeah, I mean, like at that point, why do it? And I get it too, you know? So more regeneration can be added because even if Hartnell was a hard fact, which has been stated many, many times, Doctor still has his first gen cycle. How many good memes came from Doctor Who? A fuck ton of good memes came from Doctor Who. A lot of good memes came from Doctor Who. And a lot of sayings or memes that you're unaware of being from Doctor Who probably came from Doctor Who as well. How do I get in? I wonder if I have to get flying and then I fly up there or something. How do you unlock flying? Also, there are other issues with the Timeless Child I have, like outright claiming the Doctor has infinite regenerations. This is just, yo, not cool. Yeah. Yeah, especially after Time of the Doctor went to great lengths to like make that not just like something he said, but something that seemed explicitly true. Yeah, so if they're like saying, oh, the Doctor has infinite regenerations apropos of nothing, yeah, I can understand that. It's a major, not because of what anyone just said, but because it's a major plot beat. Yeah. No info on flying yet. Okay. I wonder if Yoshi P was using mod tools to do that, or if like we actually can even unlock it. Do we know that it's going to be unlockable at all? That takes away 50% of the tension from every regeneration. I don't know, does it? I guess for me, the tension of the regeneration is always embodied in my mind by 10 and 11, right? Which is, and all of them, which is that the tension is not about his survival. That's never in question and not particularly of the most interest. But the tragedy of the loss of the man, right? Like we lose, like Tennant doesn't want to go and we lose and he goes. He can't stop it. He died there. And yes, the Doctor continued on, but 10 is gone. And so, like, to me, that's 100% of the heart of it. Or, like, the soliloquy 11 has on, I will always remember when the Doctor was me, right? Like, that is, to me, the utter and complete heart of it. But that doesn't take away from your point on regenerations more broadly with this. Curious, there wild chocobos on the island. How did they get here from a small island and small and isolated island? Pirate smugglers before it was abandoned. So it could be. Alternatively, remember that chocobo at one point were cloudkin. I mean, they're still technically classified as cloudkin. So it's possible that a variant of them could have been flown over at one point in years and thousands of years ago or hundreds of years ago. That's why I said only 50%. Well, but what I'm saying is that, like, if you're saying 50% of the tension's removed, and I'm saying that's, like, 0.5% of tension. So to me, that is a meaningful difference. Extremely traumatic experience, but because of his infinite regeneration energy, the Doctor is the kind of person to sacrifice themselves if they need to. Yeah, I guess for me, that doesn't change the dynamic of self-loss. So like, the tragedy, the heart of the tragedy to me is still the same. There are 3 areas in the map that seem inaccessible at the moment due to it. I assume we have a way to unlock it since Yoshi P was showing it, but I've heard specific wording may imply it will be added later. Yeah, well, we know that we have specific wording from him that they're going to add more zones later. So that would explain this zone and whatever the other zones are. Maybe that, I assume that, that may not have a way in. Return to Monkey. Because they can do that infinitely, just makes regeneration a very broken, convenient plot power now. I'm sorry, Rin. I'm sorry. Regeneration, literally, from its inception and its creation with the first Doctor, was them creating a convenient plot thing to be able to switch the Doctor over to another actor. That literally was what regeneration was made for. That was true of what, like, it was BS nonsense when they first made it, and they used it again at different times, and they've been using it in weird random ways since then, too. Like, I'm sorry, but regeneration is the one thing that has always been like that. Like, they tried to shore up the canon a little bit more in the reboot, but that's like, I'm sorry, regeneration is the one place where I can't follow you there. That's like, no, regeneration has always been BS plot contrivance for them to be able to rationalize doing bullshit. Like, it's always been that way. It didn't used to be you could use your regeneration energy to heal people, and then it was. And then, like, they've come up with shit about that for forever. Are there any Doctor Who references in 14? I know there's at least one, but I cannot recall what it is. Yes, but do you remember the end of the 11th Doctor story when he blows up all the Dalek ships? He can now technically do that whenever he wants without actually regenerating because he has infinite. Well, no, because the reason he does that is he's in the middle of going through a regeneration cycle. So if you have infinite regeneration energies, that means you have ability to regenerate into new Doctors infinitely. But that doesn't mean you have the ability to use the energy at any time at will. Because if that was true, the Doctor should be able to heal at any time, regardless of the wound. He's not multiple million years old yet because he was repeatedly cloned in that episode. Yeah, Ray, I was waiting for someone to make that point. That's why I hesitated when I said, well, you could technically argue, yeah. I think that's a fair counter argument. especially because his awareness of it doesn't remain, right? Like, he has to calculate the stars each time. He has to punch the boulder anew each time. So as far as that's concerned, it's only the couple of hours of that. And I think that's a fair point. So what constitutes being millions of years old? But then a question, is the Doctor then only a couple of years old because he's a clone, so he's a new one? You know? No, he does that. He does. The reason he couldn't before is because all Time Lords only have enough regen to last for 12 regenerations, but because he actually has infinite regen energy, he can actually do it. I need to watch this episode because that also doesn't, that runs counter some of the other things that are stated in earlier seasons. Because it's literally stated with multiple people that, like, the reason that he can use regeneration energy when he does is because it's remaining after, like, as the regenerations are beginning or ending. That's, like, there's some residual stuff. Like, that's why, like, there's the thing with 12 where that's happening. There's the thing with, at the beginning with, you know, there's the whole thing with 10 when he's first coming into his sleep, you know? The Time Lords can induce a generation whenever they want. A lot of them do it all the time, like Master and Roman both did it. But see, that's counter to the canon from the second Doctor when the Time Lord Council forces regeneration on him. They make it clear that they can add or remove regenerations whenever they please. Yeah, like the thing is that there's a bunch of like you can counter points all over the place. And we know that they can add regenerations. I'm talking about residual energy in terms of, like, healing people, too. So, like, but we also, the ability for the Doctor to use something versus, like, the ability for a Time Lord Council because they have access to technology to be able to grant regenerations, too, is, like, a whole different point. And, I mean, and the thing is that Time of the Doctor would agree with that the regenerations definitely can be given by the Council because they literally do it on Has the Master forcibly, willingly regenerated in canon since reboot? Because he goes from old to young. He's wearing thin. And then he's whatever happens to him during the time, whatever the fuck it's called, the special with 10. But you know, this is an interesting topic. If you were given 12 Time Lord regenerations, would you induce one on purpose to see what you get, or would you ride out your current body? Yeah, I mean, exactly, right? Some Time Lords can actually choose what they look like. The Doctor just sucks at regenerating. Right, but also, the reason that you know that canon is because it was a retroactive justification for how it worked. That wasn't always how they said it worked, and then they decided to make it how they said it worked to justify why other people could, and the Doctor couldn't. So, like, my point is, they have been retroactively justifying shit and coming up with shit for forever. This has always been in Doctor Who. We compare Time Lords to Ascians? Actually, no, he's not wrong. Post-Time War Council of the Time Lords, yeah, I would say are not that far off from Ascians, because all of their bent is towards trying to, like, think Rassilon? I'm forgetting his name. Yeah, I would actually say there are absolutely comparable points to Ascians and the Time Lords, a la 10. Yeah. Like, so I would say, yeah, I would say it depends on who you're talking about and at what point in time, but their goal is to restore Gallifrey, right? You know? Rassilon the Resurrected, Rassilon the Redeemer, yeah. Like I said, Evil East in space and time, yeah. Just enjoy it for what it is and don't give yourself a migraine trying to connect the dots. I can tell you, as someone who spent their younger years trying to connect those dots and realizing, the problem here is that the dots don't connect, and being frustrated about that for a couple of years, and then being able to be like, that's fine. It's one of the few times, that's why the key is, it's not science fiction. It is a fairy tale in space. And that is a really important distinction. And also it's important to understand that, like, canonicity, as we think of it, wasn't even really considered or cared for nearly as much with the first 40 years of the show. Do you like what we do? Consider showing your support and signing up on Patreon. Thank you, Tethys. Yeah, the Time Lords are like hyper-intelligent race that control the universe itself that got into a turbo war with the Daleks. Yeah, but does AC know what the Daleks are? Basically, imagine if the Ancients got in a time war with a different star. That's basically what we're talking about, AC. Yeah, nope. Yeah. Basically, all you need to really know is imagine if the ancients from 14 got in a war, like in a giant war through space and time with another star. The robot peeps from 14. I have no idea what you're talking about, Rune. But also, here, let me show you a Dalek. You might know it just from cultural osmosis. AC. That's a Dalek. Dalek. You would make a good Dalek. Omicrons. Ah! Yeah! Well, no, the Omicrons are much more like the Cybermen, really. I mean, think about it. Literally, they, like, if you think about what they did to their bodies and, like, how they function and the need to improve and grow stronger, I would say that Omicrons are more a direct one-to-one to the Cybermen. I'm trying to think. I don't know that there necessarily is a good reference point for the Daleks within 14 canon. Also, remember, the Doctor Who Bible changes every time they get a new showrunner. That's part of why there's such a mess of continuity. Yep. Exactly. Moffat ran it really different to Davies, and Moffat worked under Davies. Like, they worked together a lot, and Moffat's ran wild with the canon compared to how Davies ran it, and, you know. Doctor Who premiered the day after the death of Kennedy. Ah! I wish I could say what day it was. I know it's November 63, but that's about all I can say. Okay, let's try to go to this side of the aisle. I turned on the thing. Why isn't it hiding them? Without going too far into it, because I don't know how spoiler it is, but Doctor Who is very similar to the 14th seat. Yeah! Yes, absolutely. I think that's absolutely fair to say that. And I think you said it in a way that's very good way of talking around it, Rin. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I definitely think that there's a really meaningful way that you can say that Azem is like the Doctor. This has been fun, but I have to head out. You guys have a good one. You too, Catherine. Thanks for joining in. It was great to have you. Getting sloppy. We lost our jubilant and our, so we stopped talking about removing of pants. I think I vaguely remember the Daleks. I saw a side table of one, I think. That's such a weirdly specific thing, but awesome. Maybe that's why I like the idea of that character so much. Yeah. Wouldn't shock me. Huh. It's either gonna be up. Oh, I bet you it's an up outcropping that we can fly to later on. Yeah, oh, see, I can even see the plants and stuff. I also love the 12 Doctors humor. Yeah, I do too. I wish sometimes that he had some better episodes. Yeah, I think he has some real good highlights. How do you feel about 14 version of Sloppy Joes called Sloppy Joe Cats? I don't know. Like, I guess for me, like, I don't know. I don't like Sloppy Joes in general. And also, like, I guess, to me, I wouldn't use a content creator as, like, the name for a thing. I would use, like, something within the game itself. I thought you I thought I sent you Birmingham for a packet of crisps. Oh, well, why don't you go thinking for yourself? Do Daleks conquer worlds with stairs by building ramps over them? They learn to levitate. Also, dude, you want to talk about fucking retroactive continuity? The amount of times they have to fucking justify, like, Daleks being able to do something and then why they're all of a sudden not able to do that thing, or why they're one way and not another. Or, for instance, the like, Daleks they introduced in Season 5 that then they don't end up using. I guess they technically use that, like, what, the beginning of Season 6? But, like, They create and get rid of shit all the time. Sloppy Joe curl. I like my cats. Don't. I just don't like Sloppy Joes too. I don't like ground meat like that. The closest I get to enjoying something that's like a Sloppy Joe is a pulled pork sandwich. Let's go north. That's what he said to Nardole. Dude, I haven't watched 12's run other than certain key scenes since it aired. Although I was there when Matt Smith learned what a Klondike bar was. I was at, I think, a Chicago Comic-Con or something, and there was like a small panel with him on it, and someone asked him what he would do for a Klondike bar, and he had no idea what the fuck a Klondike bar was. Yeah. But the thing is, like, R2-D2 is not even really, is more based off of, like, Logan's Run. Logan's Run? I think Logan's Run. Like, R2-D2, the inspiration for R2-D2 is based on a lot of other things. Also, I don't know... I wonder if Ralph McQuarrie had seen much Doctor Who. That would be interesting to me. Though the inspiration's probably quite possible because of the production design team and everyone for episodes 4 through 6 were English. At least, not all of them, but a lot of them. So, because of them filming in Pinewood and all that stuff. So, I wouldn't be surprised if that was somewhat of a touchstone. Klondike commercials were weird. You're not wrong. To be fair, I think it was because Moffat didn't know how to make Daleks intimidating and he overused them. No, the main reason that they did that was to make them more comfortable. The reason that they made them big like that is because, I don't know if you've ever been inside a Dalek. I have. It is very hot and uncomfortable, and the idea of working in there for 4 to 8 hours would be a living nightmare. So it was to be able to put like air conditioning and all other sorts of stuff in there. So it was much more of a practical thing than anything else. That's why they made that. The other thing is that, like, yeah, he overused them, but I mean, like, Russell T used them a whole bunch too. And that's the thing, no, like, Moffat abused using, like, the Cybermen, Daleks, like, the Angels, like, using classical things over and over things because of familiarity. Yeah, I mean, that's totally true. But he also was responsible for making things like the Weeping Angels, because he wrote Blink, if I'm not mistaken. He made the Silence and stuff, so, like, he did also make some classic ones as well. He brought the Silurians back, right? So I do have to appreciate his going to, like, bringing them back, things back in. They were in that early? Wow. Literally, like, one of the first couple episodes. You'd think I know that offhand. But it's been so long since I've had to talk Doctor Who trivia or, like, talk about Doctor Who. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, the root of the Daleks and, like, a lot of those other robots too are all, like the Daleks are deeply rooted in Art Deco, like, inspirations. So a kid, a Dalek or R2, and guess who they would recognize more? R2-D2, no question. I mean, like, in the UK, it might be a split, but across the world, the name recognition of Star Wars is much, much higher. And I say that not with any lauding, it's just, it's true. Oh, I thought you meant, like, writing-wise, because they were very used well in the recent eras. I don't know that I agree with that. I like how they're used by Russell T's, and I like them at times with how they're used. For instance, my favorite episode with the Dalek is from Modern Era. My favorite episode with the Dalek is Eccleston. Dealing with the idea of, like, the PTSD and the weight of the Time War combined with, you know, what a Dalek is, and making one of them feel deeply terrifying. I have a very negative view of Moffat because of Sherlock. If you want a great fucking articulation of what's wrong with Sherlock, and what is good about Sherlock, but what is wrong with Sherlock, oh my god, why am I forgetting his name? One of my favorite YouTubers. Give me a second. By far the best video is H Bomber Guy. I cannot recommend H Bomber Guy enough. Wonderful, wonderful creator. Yes, Moffat made The Weeping Angels. I still think his best work is Heaven Sent. I like Heaven Sent, but the thing is that, what is it, Hellbound or whatever, I think the other one is the sequel, the part that comes next is not very good. I think Heaven Sent's really good. I think Moffat's really good at bottle episodes. Moffat's really good at when he can articulate and put out ideas or concepts and doesn't have to pay them off. He's very bad at paying them off, usually. Like, that's why Blink works, is one of the best. Blink is up there with, like, Midnight as one of the best written episodes of, like, modern Doctor Who, if not Doctor Who in general, ever. Like, and Blink's also wonderful. It has, like, the Doctor in it as not even the Doctor, and then for 5 seconds, the Doctor. I mean, a recording of the Doctor. And so, like, yeah, Blink's a wonderful, wonderful episode. Heaven Sent is one of the best pieces of fiction I've ever seen. Dude, I'm amongst the people I know, I'm one of Heaven Sent's biggest fanboys, and I don't, it's good. I don't know if it's, like, that good. Do you personally think our Warrior of Lights are capable survivalists? Yeah. Yes. I think the game would textually say that we are. I think some of the episodes were really good, but I think some of the other times they weren't that great. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think when we holistically say, like, oh, the Daleks weren't used very well, that's very, very different than saying sometimes we're better than others, right? Because it's like, for instance, the difference for me is between saying, oh, Capaldi wasn't that great versus I think there are quite a few weak Capaldi episodes, but there are a lot of really great highlights. And I think those are completely worlds difference of things, in my opinion. Hellbent, the next one. Yeah, okay, it is Hellbent. Yeah. Hellbent just makes the Time Lords seem incredibly underwhelming as a whole. Which, again, it's not that you can't retroactively justify or be like, oh, because they're weakened, or they're blah, blah, blah. Like, there's all sorts of things you can say, right? But that doesn't change that it makes Gallifrey and the Time Lords feel underwhelming. Well, to be honest, I think you could easily just remove the last 2 minutes of Heaven Sent and take it as entirely as its own story. It's not unfair. No. No, and I to my point, I think that's the thing is that Moffat shines when he's allowed to tell that kind of story. There's super chat, make a little shit and funny versus for the Doctor Who stream. Ostensibly, we were supposed to be playing Final Fantasy, but instead now we're talking about Doctor Who. Oh, it's out of batteries. Personally, I think the Capaldi doesn't have a weak episode so much as the episodes weighed him down when in reality. No, sorry, I should rephrase. I don't think Capaldi is ever weak in any of his episodes. I'm talking about the writing in his episodes. I don't think any of the Doctors have ever been weak. Like, I don't. So, like, oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna try changing the thing real quick. Give me one quick sec, guys. Purely, I mean the writers around him. Let me change edits. Customization, live chat, replay. If you want to be able to send messages from now on, you need to be subscribed. Because otherwise we get bots. So much of the episode weighed him down. In reality, he has hard carrying for some of the episodes. He was so good that he made bad episodes better. Yeah, 100% agree, Rin. That I didn't articulate that appropriately, but I 100% agree with that. And I think that's true of Smith too. I think of the Doctors that we've had in the modern era, the one that had the most consistent. I mean, I think you could make an argument that the one with the most consistent episode in some ways is Eccleston because of only having one season. But I think like the most consistent non-low episodes has been probably Tennant. But now part of that may just because I like Russell T's Davies stories ultimately better. But like my highest highs of Doctor Who, some of them come from Moffat, so, or at least come from him as during his time as showrunner. You know, I love River talking to the Doctor and be like, did you think that in your time of need, I won't say, I just paraphrase it, but in your time of need that no one would come if all you had to do is ask. You know, you are loved by so many and so much. And, you know, I love Time of the Doctor. I love, you know, the soliloquy of Smith onto his end, the ability for Capaldi to let go. I love the dealing with I love the Rings of Akatan speech. I love the speech of the Zygon inversion. I love, you know, the fate of Rory and Amy is bitterly tragic and sad. I think actually one of my biggest problems with Moffat is that he lets his companions be too special. And I think the companions are always much better as just people who have their own capabilities and specialties and weird and personalities and people, but they aren't like the fucking world saver 3 times hence. That's definitely something I agree with. Yeah. Finally got my gear now. It's time to burn Gil melding. There you go, Jade. I finished doing that last night. Holy fuck, the amount of difference that it made in running content was insane. I was out damaging the DPS when I was in Troya consistently. Matt Smith was incredible. Yeah, he really was. Also, he's wonderful in House of Dragons, if none of you have watched it yet. House of Dragons is excellent as far as I'm concerned based off that first episode. I'm very excited to see where it goes. And I was not hyped or excited beforehand. I was very, very tepid. But he's really good in that, too. I have different reasons for liking each showrunner more. Yeah. My friend put it really well. Moffat's much better at actually remembering to make time travel part of the overall plot rather than just going to place, experiencing places, leaving place. Yeah, but the problem is that then he does weird shit with it that then... Here's the thing. When Moffat focuses on a season as like a full thing, he lets go of having more bottle episodes. Like some of Doctor Who's best stories are allowing to be able to go to places and experience new things. Part of the problem is that because Moffat constantly makes everything so interconnected and part of like one series story, there's 2 issues that happen. One of which is that when things then start contradicting themselves, it's much more of a pain in the ass. And 2, like there's a lot less new that gets introduced. Moffat is great at setting up mysteries, except when he forgets that he needs to know what the answer is. Yeah, and I think most of the time, even said by himself and others, I mean, like, he doesn't have one. And so, I don't deny... The thing is that, like, Russell T's, you also have, like, stories that are... You have a lot of that, but you also have the one-offs with Tennant and or Eccleston, you know? And so, I don't know. For me, Moffat, I think, drops that ball somewhat. I despise the whole Amy Rory era. I did not, but I understand. My friend put it very well. Moffat has intricate time travel plots that I really like, but not all of them hit perfectly, which is a valid criticism, I think. But here's the thing. I think there's also I think there's something erroneous about thinking that Doctor Who is needs to be time travel centric. I think that's actually a failing, not a success. I much more prefer, like, I think Davies did both. I think he did both space and time, and I think often Moffat got so focused on time he forgot about space. I really want to see anything with Matt Smith gets to go watch for me. Yeah, I would highly recommend House of Dragons. I thought it was very good. And especially if you liked Game of Thrones, but were really dissatisfied by Season 8 for a variety of reasons, I think I would say that House of Dragons is definitely a return to form. Different writers, different producers and stuff, but it very much feels in that same ballpark of like the best of Thrones, in my opinion. I just tried looking, but I can't find Doctor Who references. Plenty of other references like Star Wars or Star Trek, but no Doctor Who. I'll keep an eye out. I'm sure there are one. I'd be genuinely shocked if there was no Doctor Who reference on staff, from people on staff. I did find ever references to ROUS, rodent of unusual size. Nice. As you wish. Moffat is great when he doesn't have to make the story for longer than a season. Yeah. I think H. Bomber Guy has some like fair critiques about the first season of Doctor Who, or the first season of Sherlock, but I genuinely think that first season's quite enjoyable. Season 2 has lots of problems, lots of problems, but holy fuck, the seasons after season 2 are I'm so loath to call something garbage, but like it's not just like, oh, they're bad, there's no good acting or anything. It's just like the bullshit with Euros. They forgot they were making a show with people, and they decided to make a badly written superhero story. From the 70s. If nobody ever says timey-wimey in 14, I will be greatly surprised. Yeah, or at least some allusion to it. Smoke break since we are still enjoying Doctor Who. Yeah. I don't think it needs to be, but I love time travel topics personally. No, Rin, don't get me wrong. I think I love them too, and they are some of my favorite, if not my favorite stories. But I think to fault other creators. I think the exclusive focus on them can be a problem. I think, like, you look at, what is it, Nightmare in Silver, like, you get stories like The Doctor's Wife or Nightmare in Silver from Gaiman, right? And you get a little bit extra of a personality and to get to see the world beyond just the scope of only the time. And the problem is when you're doing time, you're then having to deal with causality in a way that Moffat eventually just stops caring about sometimes. And so if you're not going to care about that, then it's not that interesting of a time travel story, because the time then is just, if time is just a means by which you are engaging with a different space, which sometimes Moffat does, then I'm not that interested into it. At that point, I would much have a rather more interesting hard science fiction thing, you know? Love the time. And yes, I agree that RTD did the whole scope much better, but I think Moffat was better at the time travel part than RTD. But what makes you say that? Like, do you, and not to put you on the spot, but do you have like a specific example of like RTD failing or Moffat succeeding in a way that you would help me understand your point, your position? RTD was better at both together. Yeah, and I guess for me, being holistic is far more important. Like, yeah, Waters of Mars. I mean, the thing is, like, Waters of Mars is a great time travel episode. You know, I'm also thinking about the way in which time is used. Also, speaking of just like also the show changing its minds on things all the time, the way causality works is like sometimes it's fixed loop, sometimes there's fixed points, sometimes it's change causality, return back to normal, sometimes it's branch timeline, sometimes it's Back to the Future. So, but I don't need to go on that rant again. There's an NPC writing a story called The Antlion and the Itch on my earlobe. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. That's pretty funny. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes it seems to just stop carrying in the middle of a really good concept. Yeah, and I would say that, like, I think that's actually a really good way to put it. And I'm not saying, I'm not a Moffat hater. Like, I'm really not. But, like, here's the thing. So, like, let's look at, like, Melody, right? Is Melody Pond, the thing with Melody Pond is really not so much. Here's the thing. River's Song is set up by Russell T Davies, and a lot of that scope was set up beforehand. And so, like, that, you can't really attribute that to Moffat. Time travel with, like, Pandorica and Season 6 as their finales, I hate. I don't hate, but I don't. I mean, Pandorica's fine, but Season 6 is like, what? Weeping Angels was a great one-off villains. Yeah, shame they kept bringing them back over and over and over. I mean, those guys could have been defeated by Mirror Shades. Yeah, my thing with the one story I'll say I am glad they brought them back for is I really do love Time of the Angels with early on in Season 5. I do think that's a really good story, and I do think they put them to good effect there. But yeah, it should have been from there on, like, let them rest. The really interesting manga I read where the bootstrap paradox happens and the main character becomes the main villain and goes back in time and becomes his own adopted grandpa and raises self. Yeah, I mean, that. I guess for me, the other thing is that, like, stuff like that, the characterization can be interesting, the narrative can be interesting, but to me, that's such rote use of time travel that, like, the time travel aspect to me of that is not interesting whatsoever, because there's not. Interesting uses of time travel are, at this point, are things more akin to things like the three-body problem. And even that's not time travel. It's more just like quantum mechanics and metaphysics and stuff. Let's head back to the doobity-bobby. Let It Go are part of the lyrics to Oblivion. I have a lyrical lore on Oblivion coming out. But also, yes. Also, wait, no, but wasn't it... Oblivion would have been made before Frozen. 2.4 release date. October 2014. No way! Frozen's 2013? Oh, man! Holy shit! I thought Frozen was like 2016. Jesus! Nope, I'm wrong. My favorite Weeping Angel episode was the one that took Rory and Amy away from the show. Okay, here's the thing. Tethys... I know we have disagreements. But why must you couch it so venomously? Why must it be couched so? That's what I don't understand. It's not your opinion I don't understand. It's the couching of it in like the, I dislike them and the world must know my hatred. And then I poured BBQ sauce on them and fed them to the drum. Did you ever play Infamous? I didn't actually. I really love Sucker Punch games, but I didn't have a PS3 when I actually didn't get around to Infamous. Bootstrap Paradox is interesting to me because it's like a closed time loop. Where did it begin? It didn't. It always was. It always happened that way. The future caused the past, causing the future. I guess for me, Rin, that's like the sort of... Okay, how do I put this? That's not interesting to me because I've read 100 stories like that, and it's the sort of thing I've been aware of since before high school. So like, to me, there's interesting things you can do with the Bootstrap Paradox, but the Bootstrap Paradox is not interesting, and it's rather rote. Like, that's where I'm coming from. Demands, good to see you, glad to have you. I'm so late, didn't see the announcement until just now. All good, we're still here. Frozen's almost 10 years old. I feel old now, yeah. Jen Delane, the esthetician, actually does multiple JoJo poses from several characters of the series. AC, always, I appreciate it, so don't think I'm saying stop, but I always love that like you like pick some sort of topic that you're gonna like dive on while everybody else is doing something, and then just apropos of nothing, come in with the info. Is there a blitzball? Please tell me there's a blitzball. Like, is that what you meant when you were talking to me, Issa? No, Mandragora. Aw, no blitzball. Oh well. Oh, flavor text. What am I looking? What flavor text? Which flavor text? I think the reason I liked it in this case is because the way the author expertly foreshadowed it in subtle ways, building the tension for the reveal and then attack with the protect. Yeah. So like again, like I was saying, Rin, the effect to which it's used in the narrative can be awesome with it. It's not to say like, oh, Bootstrap Paradox stories are rote, but as a fundamental mechanic of travel, it in and of itself is not interesting to me. And like that's the thing that I think is borne out, time and time again. Oh, that's it. I thought you were going to say something was referencing a blitzball. Now I'm let down. Nothing, none of them say anything about, none of the minions I see. Not gonna buy any of that. Wait, are they the same? Oh, no, okay. 9 p.m. Okay, we got an hour until this facility's done. I wonder... Okay, so you can get more workshops. I wish you could plan it out further in advance. Oh, you can! Oh! Sweet googly moogly! Oh, this is gonna be fun. Sometimes in life you come to a fork in the road, you may never know what lies path not chosen, but there may be the you who is not the you that you are now. One path leads to death. Choose. Okay, last one. Yulin Manderville was the 2019 Square Enix calendar with JoJo menacing sound effects in manga format. Her angry face with the JoJo sound effect. So our main protagonist takes one path, but he meets the him that took the other path because of one intake. Reminds me kind of what is it called? Cirque du Freak. Yeah, you can plan out 5 days worth of work. Dope. I'll let you know tomorrow when I get home. Thank you, Issa. The game makes you give them weekends. Ah, yes, socialism. Do you mean communism? Wait, what? Socialism. Assuming you mean communism, because most socialistic countries are more like to have 4-day weekends than 5 or 7. I've got some bad news about Social Security for you, Demins. Yeah, so definitely, explicitly by the developers, it definitely does. I'm an American. Anything good for the working class is socialism or communism or whatever. Exactly. Oh my god. Just the amount that, like, people toss up the, like, oh my god. My favorite thing is when old people I know on Medicare start saying shit about socialism. It's my favorite. Okay, let's figure out these prices. Okay, we want supply insufficient, popularity. Okay, I'll work. So we want I'll work grilled clams. Oh, I'll work butter. I'll work grilled clams. I'll work butter. And I work. I used to know how to say that. Makuuti. So can I keep this open while I no? I work butter. Anyone know where I get island rock salt or okay sanctuary milk? Oh yeah. Schedule one of those. Where do you get island clams, island lavender? Well, my friend was trying to tell me why Palpatine was a terrible villain and the ending of Star Wars was cringe and terrible and made no sense. I mean, Return of the Jedi, not Rise of Skywalker. I mean, like, look, as someone who... What? What was his point? Clams and lavender underwater. Oh, we can go underwater. Beach to the north of in the alcoves. Clams and lavender underwater. Sweet. Thanks, guys. I don't know why my headphones keep turning off. Clams underwater, and rock salt is on the beaches to the north of the alcoves. Where's the alcoves? Do you mean like here? Is that what you mean? Yeah, okay, that looks right too. Okay. Oh, I bet you this isn't even, can I not even go underwater here? Do I need to go to the far north? Actually, I wonder if I can just like, here, actually, I'm curious. Little fucking cactar. Clams are underwater in one area, coral in the other. Okay, cool. It'll be the northeastern part of the island of the beach. Yeah, invaders. You'll get more mats open to you as you level up and get more tools. Okay. Oh, actually, I should probably check to see also if basic mammoth-sized village tools. Speed, restraints. Where's copper ore? Okay, my plan is I'm gonna go north here, and we're gonna also pick up copper ore. Where's the best place to farm that? Oh, good, I have the next part of the quest. North and alcoves on the beach. Yep, okay. I have no idea they brought it up because they were trying to make a point that I have poor taste in villains because I like Zuri from Fairy Tail and they think Darth Vader is a bad villain and cringe. Okay, here's one thing. I'm gonna say this, and people are gonna fight me on it, but if someone's argument starts with something is cringe, ignore them. I'm just gonna say it. I have yet to hear someone who uses the term cringe like that to like, that is not just like the most boilerplate base ass bullshit, not useful argument or particularly convincing. No. I don't even understand how he's using cringe in that point. What, that Darth Vader's getting down on one knee and being overly emotional or something? Like, what the fuck? How is he fucker even using that term? No. That's not... Okay, one. Darth Vader's not a cringe villain. Darth Vader is a menacing force that is actually a relatively interesting thing, and why is Palpatine bad in Return of the Jedi? He's set up an empire. Like, he doesn't act in any way that's particularly weird. I mean, there's also a common motif in fiction of the idea that evil destroys itself in its arrogance. Like, so like him being arrogant is not weird. What? Love? What? Like, I'm so confused by what the fuck his point was. Look at Ray Ray's guide, the map circle and shows. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for, I'll use Ray Ray's guide. You know, of course you did, Isa. Are those tools you have there beautiful, dangerous tools for cutting things and smashing them up? Get them here, nice and easy. And while you're at it, please also give me 500 seafarer calories. Those not for me, mind you. I need the funds to hire a team. Some Emmets want to be paid for the work, but me, the thrill is payment enough. They think Vader's emotional nonsense is cringe. Honestly, you just saying cringe is making me angry, because I'm just like, oh, fuck off. Just say, like, they don't like their emotional... It's cringe. I'm telling me that Zurif is cringe because he has a curse that makes him emotions perpetually contradict themselves over and over again. God, I don't like your friend. I'm sorry, Rin, but, like, it's not because of his opinions. It's how he's fucking couching them. And also just coming from a shit place. Like, again, it's not being like, oh, I think Vader's a bad villain because... Here, let's sort of make an articulated point, right? Vader as we witness him in A New Hope, menacing, ominous. Vader as we see him in Empire is very on top of things and is in control, other than his subservience to his master. Vader as we see him in Return of the Jedi, before Luke and him go on thing, he seems almost like a whipped dog. But the thing is, this is the first time you're seeing him in the context of the idea of him trying to betray his master and his son trying to save him. That's interesting and compelling. Okay, what? He doesn't even do anything that emotional. The one thing that he does is any level of emotional is that he actually saves his son because he decides to do it, and then, like, promptly dies. Like, what is there to even be cringe about? Like, that's what I don't understand. There isn't even anything there. Like, it's not even like oh, you feel this way, I feel that way. I think objectively that your friend's point is meritless. He's one of the most iconic. I don't think he's one of the, I don't know that I would say Darth Vader's one of the greatest villains of all time. He's definitely one of the most iconic villains of all time. Love getting over halfway in a fight and have to restart then mess up earlier in the fight. Yeah. They became very indecisive in the story. So they think my taste in villains is cringe because it sounds... Okay, here's the thing. I would say, like, oh, as someone who's an emotional person who likes characters with emotional and, you know, like emotions and juxtapositions and contrasts and struggles, like, okay, someone doesn't like the villains I like because they do have, like, a plethora of emotions. Under your friend's argument, Emmett Selk sucks. Under your friend's argument, even Xenos has too much emotions. Literally, under your friend's argument, your friend is arguing basically tantamounts to saying Xenos is cringe because he has too many emotions. Which is the most nonsense-ass thing I think I've heard. Rin, look. Rin, not to be shit, but why are you friends with this person? Like, if this is how they treat talking about these characters, and you clearly are someone who gives a shit about, like, emotion and connection, like, what is it that you guys do resonate over? Yeah, remove my mask. Let me see with my own eyes. Yeah. One of my it's not either your friend is just a dick or a contrarian, which is also being a dick. One of my favorite villains in video games is Albert Wesker. I consider him to be one of the best villains I come across, unapologetically a villain. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Wesker I love because he's fucking camp as shit. Is he a good villain? Like a well-written villain? No. But is all of Resident Evil pretty well written? Is like some of Resident Evil well written as a B movie? Yes. Now I will say, then you have Resident Evil 7 and 8, and you have like some of the later stuff which actually is well written. I don't know that I'd call Wesker a good villain, but I'd definitely call him an incredibly like watchable and like enjoyable villain. I deeply agree with that. It's not wrong to have an opinion, but you need to be able to at least back up your opinion. Well, yes, but also it's okay to understand that sometimes people don't have words to articulate their point. So even sometimes if you can't fully back it up, that's something. But if you can't back it up, you need to be willing to engage to try and get to a point where you can understand it. But on top of that, more importantly, you need to not be shit about other people's opinions, especially if you don't have a meaningfully articulated opinion. Like, and being like, nah, that guy's bad because he has a zit on his forehead, or nah, that guy's too emotional, it's cringe, is just shit. It's just a shit point. It's a shit point. I need to turn in stuff so I can get some green shells, I believe. Auroria, good to see you, glad to have you. Just wanted to drop by and say hi and wish everyone before I go to bed a busy day. Night, Auroria, night, Jalali. Thanks for joining in. Let's turn in some island stone to get some of that. Cool. I just want to have that on hand just in case. What do I need to do? Seems to hate my opinions. No, but not even say, what a travesty! Just look at it, a bunch of sediment in our very own home. I can't get rid of it for you, but we can build a path maybe. Find a place for more buildings, but I'll need the right set of tools and a team. I didn't know. No. Do I not have access to build those tools yet because of, Oh, I forgot that I actually was getting resources to upgrade my cabin. What am I missing? Copper ore. Okay, let's go to the north. Like we were gonna farm. You're almost a Jill sandwich is the height of dramatic narrative, Ellie. You're right. I can't argue with that, Demins. You're fucking right. Isn't Wesker that one guy that makes Final Fantasy 14 minutes? What? Being contrarian isn't being a dick. I'm not a dick, right, guys? You do. Okay, I don't want to say you try to temper yourself, Issa, but you have charming other aspects of your personality. Also, there's a difference between playful and disrespect, right? And again, there's also a difference between playful disrespect and disrespect. We resonate over Ziggy, the Omega lad of all lads. I love that lad, but my friend thought Emmett Selk was bad too, based off of how I described him, because he's too dramatic and contradictory. Okay, your friend, you keep saying that. Contradictory. The fuck is your friend? Is your friend a robot with no emotions or does not experience the human experience whatsoever, with no capacity to experience the fact that some people have, conflicting views or emotions? Does your friend just everything they do, they're like, nope, this is correct, this is how I feel, nope, this is right action, nope, there's no nuance, there's no gray, there's no questions, it's just, because that's what your friend is sounding like. Well, yeah, IDK, they thought the Garlean Third Eye looks like a zit. Okay, but also saying the Garlean Third Eye looks like a zit is a different point to a character is bad because they have a zit on their head. Those don't equate. Yeah, it looks like a pearl because it's supposed to look like a fucking pearl. Yeah, it's fine to disagree over characters, but dissing others for their taste is just cause you can annoy. Just because you can is annoying. Yeah, it's shit, right? Me and Tethys disagree vehemently on a whole bunch of stuff, but me and Tethys, get along. And I try to listen to Tethys' point of view, and Tethys doesn't give a shit about mine, but that's fine. I'm sorry, Tethys. I'm sorry. No, but that's the thing is here's the other thing. I also think just saying we can agree to disagree and move along is, I also think that can sometimes be lazy. I think there's a value to try and not necessarily convincing someone, but feeling like you have a meaningful understanding of where they're coming from, rather than it just, because a lot of times it's not just, sometimes it's taste, but sometimes it's context. Sometimes it's perspective that can be, affected by listening, or communicating, so the back and forth, the conversation. Well, my also friend got really mad at me. I said, I think Halo is more iconic than Doom. Yeah, it depends on which generation you belong to. If you were born in the 80s or 90s, Doom's probably more iconic to you. If you were born in the mid 90s to 2000s, it's probably Halo. Halo's more iconic to me than Doom. But that's a here's the thing. 200 years from now, neither of them are going to be remembered. What's iconic as a representation of what what's true in the popular ethos, right? And in which case, Doom had a very big moment in the 90s, right? Effectively. And then had a somewhat of a resurgence recently, but Halo has been to be angry about that is weird, but to say what's iconic to you, it's yeah. Within the pop culture sphere, they're both considered some of the most classic ass shooters. It's like saying which is more iconic, Halo or Call of Duty. It's like, well, what do you even mean by iconic at that point? It's like, do you mean more well-known across the world? Do you mean an enduring symbol? Because Call of Duty as a franchise is enduring, but it doesn't have a symbol that's enduring like Master Chief, you know, or Doom Guy. That's not a good mindset to have in life. One day it might get your friend in trouble. Halo is iconic in its own way, so it's a fair sentiment. The thing is, I would say Halo's more iconic for me than Doom, partly because it was born, but also because, like, Master Chief as an enduring symbol is more specific to me than Doom Guy, because Doom Guy has been multiple things throughout the years. But that's just me. True friendship is sending your friends memes and art of characters they like, even if you don't know or care about said characters because it makes your friends happy. Yeah, or just trying to meet them halfway, you know? Like honestly, the bare minimum is meeting someone halfway. Even if you're unable to engage with them, even if you're unable to do all sorts of things, if you can try to at least meet them halfway. And now, sometimes you can't meet people halfway because they're not willing to meet you halfway, in which case you can't force that shit. You don't have to force yourself to try to meet every asshole halfway. I really need to log back on to check my island. I have a workshop in Granary to put to work, but Fire Emblem Three Houses! Ooh, which route you doing? My favorite is Blue Lions. Well, no, like, my friend also made fun of me repeatedly because I like World of Warcraft and they think Lich King is the word that rhymes with... It's so weird to me that your friend is making fun of you for these points because your friend seems like a bigger dumbass than these points. Like, making fun of a villain because their name rhymes with something is not just like a dumb point in terms of like, no, Arthas is more interesting than that. It's a dumb point in like, that is some like kindergarten level ass shit. Not again. Okay. Interesting fellow. True friendship is your friends knowing you're a furry and sending you cool pics of your fursona species going, look, it's you, several times a day. Demins, I cannot personally attest to be on the receiving end of that, but I have enough friends who are furries to attest that I think you've definitely hit the nail on the head on that one. I will say, my furry friends keep sending me memes of otters, because otters are apparently polyamorous, and keep sending me those and them doing funny and silly shit. Also said that I thought Halo was more influential to the shooter genre than Doom because, well, Halo was influenced heavily by Doom. The modern shooter meta was created by Halo. That's not true. The modern meta, if anything, is more influenced by Call of Duty than it is by Halo. And I say that as someone who doesn't like who has worked on Call of Duties, who doesn't like Call of Duty that much and prefers Halo. Halo did like a lot of the norms of Halo were not necessarily adopted. The other thing is that you look also at Halo 1 and it influenced Doom. Here's the thing, arguing which one's more is a stupid argument. Right? Because you don't get Halo without Doom, but you also don't get what comes next partially without Halo. Like, there's a lineage. And so, it's like saying ARR is more influential on Endwalker than Shadowbringers. It's like, well, I mean, you can't possibly get what you get before Endwalker without ARR, but also, arguably, Shadowbringers is more influential in terms of setting things up with Ancients and Element Selk and stuff. So to my mind, I think the point of arguing what's more influential is silly in and of itself. I hate the symbol for Call of Duty. It's a can of Mountain Dew. I think you're right, Decoy. I think you're right. Well, then you might want to avoid the Halo TV show. Oh, man, the Halo TV show is not good. And also, specifically as someone who actually has read the Halo novels and, like, enjoyed them for what they are, I think the Halo TV show managed to take everything that was the specific things I liked about Halo and go and choose the other direction. I don't despise it. I don't hate it. I don't like it. I don't even like it. I don't even think it's okay. I actually think it's not good. But as all the things of interest and focus that I think were a fundamental, not just import, and not plot points, and not lore. I'm not talking about like canonicity or anything. I'm just thinking like the heart of what's interesting about Master Chief. The heart of it's interesting about Cortana, about the fight between the Covenant and the UNSC, the fight between, you know, what the Flood represent, like all those things, it just decided to go a completely different direction for reasons that I don't think were worth the trade-off. You're so lucky I was in duty and I was able to comment. Gotcha, Tethys. So, do I build a fishing spear at some point, and that's where I'll be able to start doing fishing? Doing Silver Snow right now because Theocratic Dragon Mommy got me acting a fool. Silver Snow. Silver Snow. I don't know what you're referencing. No. I think the Arthas is cringe because he's the epitome of Western Genericism in fiction. Thus they made fun of me for liking Arthas in World of Warcraft. That sounds like your friend spends a lot of time on Reddit and is actually a dumbass who's like just stating other people's opinions. Because Arthas is a classic tragic archetype, if that's what he's saying. But if that's the case, I hope your friend doesn't like any anime ever. Because I have some bad news about shonen, shoujo, and seinen about archetypes. Actually, I hope your friend doesn't like most video games too. And most Western narrative. And Eastern narrative. Because, also, your friend's point's shit, because it's not about whether you take an archetype, use an archetype. It's about whether or not you use an archetype effectively. 14 proves this. 14 takes ideas that are not that interesting or that are incredibly well trodden, but makes them interesting because of how it executes upon them. Thank you, Ray Ray. I keep forgetting to pull it up. I'm pulling it up now. Well, no, because Halo influenced Call of Duty's entire gameplay loop. My friend. Call of Duty came out first off. And secondly, no, the pace of combat, the shooting, the shields versus no shields, the systems it did not influence it. If anything, you can much more easily argue that Halo 5 was the Halo that was affected by Call of Duty. I mean, like, you can make some points, articulations that Call of Duty took some things there and there, but no, I can't agree that Halo influenced Call of Duty's. No, I can't. That's yeah. I think that's demonstrably not the case. The only difference is that Call of Duty doesn't use shields. At least that was my argument for why I thought it was an influence. Yeah. $2001, right? 2003, the first Call of Duty? It's 2003, so you're right, it's 2 years before. But yeah, I especially Call of Duty 1. No, you're right on that. Yeah, Halo's 2001. No, so I was wrong about that point, but so that point can not only be ignored, but goes more towards your point about but I don't, in terms of gameplay, other than the fact that they're shooters, I can't say that I particularly see Call of Duty in the same wheelhouse. My favorite route in F3A is also Blue Lions, though I'm going through all the routes, though. I have an arid, I built a fail knot for someone, a full-size fail knot, but I need to build an arid bar. I really want to do a full-size, a complete cosplay of old Dimitri, but I never got around to it, and I also started having panic attacks whenever I was making cosplay. I like even down to controller scheme and how shooters use console controllers was revolutionized by Halo 2 before Call of Duty 1 even released. Right, but Call of Duty was also just as much a PC game for a lot of people before that. And also the norms of controllers were, I don't know. Like, I mean, because like you can make, I don't necessarily think those equate in the same way. Church route. Silver Snow is the route, the three houses where you pick Black Eagles but side against Edelgard. Ah! Yes, I played Black Eagles. I think as a standalone route, by far and away, I think Blue Lions is the best. As a standalone route. And also, I'm not the biggest fan of Edelgard. Even with her rationalizations, there's no reason that she had to tackle things the way she wanted. You know, it'd be great if someone like a super duper Ray would make a guide for Island Sanctuary. Guys, I know, I'm trying. I'm distracted. I'm doing many things at once. No, they mean like the way he looks, skulls, death metal armor with big swords. Yeah, that's because that's the aestheticism of, that's not Western fantasy. That's the aestheticism of specifically things around, low dark fantasy. Your things like Conan, the things that inspire things like the Metallica covers. That's a specific, that's not Western fantasy. That's an uninformed statement. That is just an aestheticism of one version of Western fantasy. That's like, if that's what they're saying, then I've got some bad news about how Tolkien's people looked. Halo was, yeah, I'm like 70% sure. No, you're definitely right. Yeah. Here's the other thing too. You may find a and not saying go search, but you may, if you find like, the Call of Duty people were specifically playing a bunch of Halo and they reference that, and that is what their design was based on. That's something. But if anything, I see Call of Duty more as a rejection of Halo than as a copier. I mean, and you can also point to the fact that like loadouts, Modern Warfare is what? Modern Warfare's 06? And then you get loadouts in what? Halo 4? So like there's been trading back and forth for those for others. I sympathize with Elgar, but her methods really leave me morally no choice but to be against her. Yeah, Demands, I feel identical. It's like, it's not that I don't sympathize with her, but her methodology just isn't worth what she is not. Are not justified. Her actions are not justified by her reasons. What as understandable as they are. It's an Emmett Selk situation, right? It's like we can understand the desire to reclaim your home, but it doesn't justify or allow for your actions to be okay. I'm not totally sure, I could be wrong, but at least to the iconic part, I do personally think Halo is more iconic than Doom and Call of Duty, but to be fair, I'm biased. It was my first video game. Yeah, Rin, at 22, let me put it this way. I'm 26, and I actually can see both Doom and Halo being pretty equivalent. At 22, though, you were born well past, like, your cognizance would have come in well past the heyday of Doom. So unless someone in your life was actively promoting it for you, I understand why that wouldn't have, like, you would have been only ever known the heyday of Halo. But, like, Doom was an incredibly important shooter. Yeah, if anything, Halo would be more inspired by Quake. But Quake's also a derivation of Doom, right? You don't get Quake without Doom. I mean, you don't get Doom without Wolfenstein. Like, here's the reality. Saying X, Y, or Z, what's more iconic or what's more important in lineage, ignores that ideas are being cross-shared and changed. It's like saying, what's more important now, World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV? Well, it's like, well, one, you don't get A Realm Reborn without World of Warcraft. You don't get World of Warcraft without EverQuest. You don't get EverQuest without Ultima Online. You don't get Ultima Online without MUDs. You don't get MUDs without, there's a lineage, right? You don't get MUDs without Pong. I still have all the floppy disks for Doom. Crumbles into dust. Jesus, Demins. Let me put it this way. I was 6 years old when Halo 1 released. So that means that Rin would have been 2 when Halo 1 was released, right? So you wouldn't have even been a cognizant human being by the time, like, when Halo 2 came out, really, right? And my point there being that, like, I think there's a threshold of time behind when you're a cognizant being in which you're still, like, adapting or taking on culture that came out from the few years prior. The same way that I played SNES games despite never having a SNES, right? Or despite being, like, born in 95. But I think past that threshold to a certain extent, it's just too far removed from your experience or maybe some of the experiences of those around you. And so I think that's worth remembering. Halo is primarily influenced by Doom according to the devs as far as I know. That's interesting. I would have thought it would have been way more Quake. Quake, Heretic, Doom, Duke Nukem, yeah. Like, that's the thing is, it's not one. It's not like most very, 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 very few games are looking at one game and then being like, yep, this is our template. It's more like, what do we like about other games? Yeah. Doom was more famous as a shooter than any porn star. Yeah. Yeah. I was almost in high school. Yeah. Yeah, I really remember Halo 2 and 3 and World of Warcraft. Those were games I grew up with. Oh, and Zelda, Twilight Princess, and Super Mario Galaxy. Right. So, like, the thing is, like, Rin, the Zelda you're talking about, I think of as, like, my, like, third or fourth Zelda. Even just being 4 years older than you. So, like, Zelda, Twilight Princess to me was, like, because I had played Ocarina and Wind Waker, and, like, so that like, space of time is going to gradually affect, right, what we think of as, like, iconic or representation. Doom was just of a time of a place. It's the same way that, you know what? Here's another way good to put it, Rin. Halo 1 through 3 were huge, right? Halo 1 through 3 were huge. But since 4, they haven't really been that big. Like, they're still around, the same way Doom is still around. But they aren't, it's not the same scale it has been since that first trilogy. Let me get Ray Ray's guide up real quick. Oh my god, your guys' screenshots are all so cute. Yeah, Ray even told me about the crafting thing, is that if you go to the gathering log, click on the item. Yeah. Thank you, Ray. Notes will start off as generic, and then as you progress, you can extract more specialized items. Oh. But as you progress, you get specialized items. Animals in the pen. Feed and pet them regularly. After all, they will sparkle. Set your status to gather and click on them, and you will achieve leavings. I thought petting didn't do anything. That was what I had been reading from people who were doing the data stuff. Is that true? Does anyone know? Seafarer calories and iron calories are used to buy goodies and are also required to pay for construction. They're obtained by manufacturing things in the workshop, which are then sold. Falling damage, there is none. Island return button has no cooldown. Well, in that case, let's go ahead and return. Okay, that's it for now. Okay, cool. Well, let's get back to you guys then. Yeah, I remember Halo 2 and 3. Yeah, I really like Skyward Sword, but I remember a lot of Zelda fans roasted me for that. No, it's fine. I think the problem is that Skyward Sword is far too tutorialized and does not let you, like, experience the goddamn game. That's why people have a problem with Skyward Sword. At least that's why I have a problem with Skyward Sword. I like Skyward Sword, but it's started so interminable that I only played it once. It's just, it needs to not handhold you, and it needs to just let you play the goddamn fucking game. And part of the problem is that it undercuts Fi, right? Like, or Fee. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I see. It's a different return button. That took me a second to process. Island return is a different return. And I'm sure some of you are shouting at me about that right now. Yeah, Skyward Sword is 2011, which means, like, I was 16 when it came out. No, wait, what? 5? Yeah, 16 when it came out. I adored Skyward Sword. Elenelio says I don't listen to him. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, they even named him Cialade's Ferryman. Cool. I was 11-year-old when Zelda came out. I was... Also, Jak and Daxter was hugely influential in my childhood. Right, but, like, also remember that Jak and Daxter as a platform is built off of the PlayStation 1 era. So Jak and Daxter was hugely influential in my childhood. But, like... But it's like you were 11 years old when Skyward Sword came out, right? And so the thing is to remember is that I was 11... Effectively... I was 11 when Twilight Princess came out. You know? My first Zelda was the first Zelda, but that's because we were poor and always had a generation behind. Interesting. No one liked video games except for me, or in my family. So I was the only, I never had any old console. It was only whatever I got was what we had. My first Zelda was Ocarina. Ocarina and Majora's Mask. I actually don't know if it was Majora's Mask then Ocarina or Ocarina then Majora's Mask. But that's also part of why Majora's Mask captures my imagination so vividly. God, I love Majora's Mask so much. The 25th anniversary of Zelda is when Skyward Sword released. Yes, I actually have the lore books for Zelda upstairs. FF10 was my first Final Fantasy when I was a little kid too. My first true Final Fantasy was 10, I think. I technically played 4 as well as parts of, I played 4. I can't remember if I played 4 or 10 first. I think I experienced 4, but I didn't complete 4. But the first one that I played to full completion was 10. I ported back to Ul'dah at least 3 times trying to port back to my Cabinelio. It's okay. Made that mistake a few times. Thanks, guys. You're making me feel better. Renovation complete. Is that a new trial? I'd already been to Iraq twice before Skyward Sword came out. Jesus Christ, Isa. Jesus. What a way to put it. What are the options? Nope, need an island prison. Okay. I'll wait for that later. Is there another stage to renovate? That's exporting. I'll go check on the animals. Oh, there we go. New. What's Nintendo taking so long to bring Wind Waker to the Switch? I mean, why didn't it? They're weird about ports. They're really fucking weird about ports for a bunch of different reasons. There's what is it? Nermal? What's his name? There's a YouTuber. I forget his name, but there's a YouTuber who talks about this who does a lot of lovely, lovely videos that I highly recommend. Give me a second. YouTube's gonna pop sound for a second.
I understand if you're feeling a little betrayed right now.
Go away, Linus! What? Too late. Who gives a shit? Nerl. Nerrel. He talks about this some. See, I didn't get to play Ocarina until I was 19, and the weird penis controller put me off. Don't talk about my N60. Don't talk about the N64 that way, please. It felt so unwieldy to hold and made it hard for me to enjoy the game from the N64. Well, I mean, there's also the 3DS version. Majora's Mask remains my favorite Zelda game, despite Twilight Princess being the most obvious bait for me. Of course. Demands, I love how much you know yourself. We're all going to be telling our grandchildren how old we were when Skyrim came out, and out. Or as my friend liked to call it in high school, Skyrim job, because he could not stop playing it. X was my first game. It was so good. Ah, the memories. Ha ha ha! Yeah, actually, I have my Titus sweatshirt over here somewhere. 10's still my favorite, and 10's my favorite, though not... Like, some of it's nostalgia, but the reasons that it's my favorite, most of them I would articulate are not a byproduct of it being my first, but more to do with how it's structured, and how it's holistic compared to a lot of other mainline Final Fantasies from the modern era. I was 11 when Skyrim came out. I was 16. I liked it then, and I liked it then. And it's fine. Wind Waker is one of my favorite... It's an important game. Wind Waker is one of my favorite Zelda games. I played it on a Wii U when I was like 12 or 13. Let me put it this way. Wind Waker for me was like one of my first Zeldas, right, Rin? And so, like, the idea of playing it at that age on the HD remaster, even that alone means that we had very different experiences. 14 is my favorite video game of all time, but WoW is my second favorite. I played WoW when I was 7 all the way until right now. My FF timeline was 1, US 3, 7, 8, 10, 2, 3, 4. I would have to think about what the fuck my timeline was. I genuinely don't recall at this point. You're giving me that look where you want me to do something. Let me guess, you want me to more space for crops? Fine, I'll do it, but only because I have to. Know that the team will need plenty of time and at least 1,000 seafarer calories. Here, actually, I'm gonna see my ordinary crackle is ready to go. Mode. Can I not feed him because he's already full? You said he has to shine, right? Before he'll drop items. Recently, my team had gotten to thinking it'd be nice to have a bigger pasture with a larger home for the animals. It'd have more space to graze and they'd be more capacity too. Most of all, I think we'd have a bigger smiles. My team can get started right away, but we'll need time and about 1,000 seafarer calories. Cool. I was mumble when Skyrim came out. Jesus, you silver-haired fox! You were 12 years older than I am now when Skyrim came out. KO'd. Why do Charlians make mammoths so peculiar with their personality? Part of it may be a byproduct of their own sentience. Part of it might be, I mean, think about Charlian scholars and how, not antisocial, but, oh, night music. I love it. Or is that the same as the day music? Either way, I like it. Very pretty. I want to gather. Island pumpkin seeds. Do I have many seeds? Let's see. How are my seeds? No, I don't. Oh, okay. I've got plenty of pumpkin seeds. Let's see what the other kind of seeds are. Thank you for your guide, Ray Ray. 2 hours. Oh my god. Okay, it's Crafting log. My brain's like half torn between trying to look at you guys and looking at it. Cabbage. Okay. Well, that's north of us. Let's get some cabbages. My cabbages! You know what? The Dusk Vigil is fracking horrific. Yes, it is. It most certainly is. Yeah, my mom was 5 years old when Castlevania released. I got all the other houses students in my house, and now I have too many units to keep them properly leveled. Send help. Oh no. Oh dude, every single one of my runs, I recruited everyone from every other house. There was no run where I didn't have everyone. Bernadetta is fucking a monster. You can use her to just wreck shit. Actually, now that I think of it, on all mammoths have strange personality quirks. Yeah. You seem to be about 10 minutes behind on chat. I wonder, is there a larger and larger delay? Or am I just like checking? I think it's probably because I was checking things out for a bit. Sometimes I wish I got the experience of the golden age of FF games in the 90s, and I want a modern Castlevania game because I watched the Castlevania show on Netflix and it was awesome. I've never played Castlevania. That was like when my mom was a kid, I think. Oh, you're going to hurt some people's souls with that one, Rin. Castlevania show is excellent, but it doesn't follow the games that closely, so don't use it as a standard to judge. Yeah. I would say, I really like the show. I wish I had one more season. I wish season 4 was season 5 and there had been one more season between season 3 and season 4. It feels like the conclusion feels a little rushed. But I'm very excited for the new show. And fucking I will always be there for them to fucking use the main theme in battle music. The fucking season 2 finale is hype as shit. Fucking love that shit. So good. Okay, can I get up there? How do I get up there? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna do a clap, and I want you guys to tell me when you guys see the clap, so I can see how bad the delay is. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. No, that's fine. Okay, so it's only a couple seconds. Rin, I literally have a pen and pencil set my grandparents gave me for high school graduation that is older than you are. Honestly, Ted, that's the most impressive thing about that is that you still have that you kept it all this time. That is genuinely impressive to me. Okay, it should be due south of me. Okay, what about all these things? Ray, I didn't see it in your thing. How do I get the fishing pole? Do I have to upgrade the facilities? Like, what is it that I need to do? Demins. I wish the titular main villain had lasted longer in Castlevania. I loved him so much. I mean, that's Castlevania. That's just Castlevania. Dracula dying and coming back is a fundamental part of it. It wouldn't be Castlevania if Dracula had stayed around. I found season 4 did a good job of translating a final boss into a great animation. They absolutely did. They always did a great job of doing that, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, Ren, I mean, the thing is if you're around people who are... Like, the thing is, Tethys thinks of me as a baby, right? Even though I'm, like, approaching 30. I mean, I got a couple years, but still. It's all a relative thing. When they were drinking before we were born, it tends to be that they call us babies. I love Dracula from Castlevania. It depends on which Dracula you mean. If you mean from the show, that's a very different character than the characterization elsewhere. I'm wondering if Dracula is a copyrighted character. No, at this point he's in public domain. Has to be. There's no way that he's not. I mean, both because the novel when it was made, but also because the amount of people who are able to like create their own versions of it. They're handmade writing utensils from Switzerland. They still work perfectly. Fucking sweet. Fishing Rod Island Sanctuary. No, I don't. How do I unlock the fucking sanctuary? The rod itself. Yeah, I got it. No one's offering. Oh, my chat's not updating. Give me a second. There we go. Much better. I love season 4's Big Bad. He was hilarious and menacing at the same time. Well, it was Malcolm McDowell, too. Like, whenever Malcolm McDowell is going to voice something, you know it's going to be a good time. At least it sounded like him. Everyone is a baby to me because I'm very tall and will not let someone being older than me get in the way of that. I guess the only person who's not a baby to you then is the bean. I love season 4's Big Bad. He was hilarious. Petting makes you feel good. Ray, I thought you weren't into men. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But yes, I do agree. It just general life advice. Petting makes you feel good. I was put here at the dawn of life on Earth to feed on the last breath of every one of you fuckers. Yeah. And also the irreverence of it, it does fit. Like, the thing is that if that was put in the wrong show, it wouldn't be good. But because it, like, fit, it works for Castlevania. You get, like, a spear thing around 7. Okay. And does everything give 10 XP for farming, or is there any reason to, like, do other things? Okay, I've gotten a lot of stuff over here. Let's go down over into this region because I haven't actually explored it as much, and there may be either new things or things of use to like build up on. I'm currently watching while making a taco. Spanish rice smells so good. Dracula just had me awe-inspiring presence in Castlevania. I really like the portrayal. He reminds me of Lord Harkonnen. Harkonnen was a baby, wasn't a baby back, Laha bitch. I don't know. Sorry, I just wanted an excuse to say Laha bitch. No, all good. No, I think the tragedy of him is also, you know, well, and also of his wife, you know, and her just being like, they know not what to do, desperately. I think the tragedy of it all is good. And also, you know, I mean, how can you not love the fucking hype-ass shit moment that is the three of them breaking into his halls and the main, well, it's not the main thing really, but the theme playing, and then you have the fight that leads to my boy. You know, I'm killing my boy. And it's just so... They care about the emotions of the scene and the characters of the scene rather than just being hype as shit and when it counts. And that's what fucking matters. So they have really great characters. I really appreciated that Season 3 was slow. My only problem with Season 3 being slow is I wish Season 4 had been even more build-up to a climax of Season 5. I think it would have made the final season we got hit harder, in my opinion. Because it felt like there was so much being built up for the real finale. But that's just my druthers. I'm sure there are a lot of people who would have despised it for being any slower. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the writing of Skyrim was never my favorite. Well, Stro did a good job of fixing some characters from the game that didn't have good characters originally. I think it was the right move with Isaac, for example. Oh my god, yeah. Isaac and Hector and all of that, like, to actually make them meaningful characters. Like, I desperately hope that if they ever use those characters again, they reinterpret the, like, Castlevania show versions of them, because those are phenomenal characters. I love Isaac and Hector's narratives and characterization and struggles. Keep in mind, it took 3 people to beat a weakened Dracula. He wasn't at full power. Yes. Are you talking to me, or who are you talking to? Because the Dracula fight is perfect. That's season 2. I'm talking about season 4. Graham McTavish was an excellent Dracula. Yeah. Everyone, dude, fucking Thorin Oakenshield playing lead was awesome. All of them were just fucking. The voice cast was fire. There was not a bad casting and not a bad performance in the house, as far as I'm concerned. Let's go up here. Let's go to Peak Point and see what's over here. Well, Dracula also gave up because he didn't want to hurt his son. I don't know, I'd say he would have won easily, but he probably still could have won. Like, they had him on the back foot. Like, he still probably would have won that fight. But I mean, but the thing is, it doesn't really matter. I guess, like, I guess the thing is we're focused on Dracula's power level in that moment instead of what's important about that scene. We've missed the point, in my opinion. Just seems like all copper. Let's go down onto the beach, see if there's anything of interest. Want to see scantily clad archivists? Well, I can unbutton my shirt. Or, we don't have them yet, but sign up for our Patreon anyways. Since this is YouTube, we are contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. And join. Give us $1 and get some fun, wonderful emotes. I think he's giving up what made this scene I think his giving up is what made the scene beautiful. Yeah. And the heart of why he's choosing to give up. Absolutely. Thank you, Demins. Demins, if you haven't been, you may want to check to see if you've set Discord so that you're notified when we go live, because we do notifications on Discord, and it should ping you if you have notifications set up. Yeah. And also, the fucking plan with the hermaphrodite is fucking terrifying. Like, for season 4. You know what was missing? Dracula needed his wine. Doesn't there at least one shot of him in the chair drinking? I swear to God. Maybe I'm wrong. Hey, for anyone who's gotten into the later stages, what resource becomes really important that you need to farm a fuck ton of? Because then I can preemptively try to do some of that now. Yes, there was. Okay, yeah. It was when he was describing him killing 40 mercenaries for offending him. Yeah. Okay, that is roughly around where I thought it was. I want you and your chonky donkey bonky mahunky. Ah, I need it upgraded. I guess I can only get sheep right now. Apples if you have lots of animals. Okay, where do you get, where, oh, I keep forgetting that I can have, check that. Okay, let's do apples then. I've only seen the first season of Castlevania show, but Dracula never says a miserable pile of secrets will vandalize it. Let me put it this way. I don't think that he does, but I think the show's better for not. And as someone who fucking loves Symphony of the Night, I don't think it would have been a good idea to include that. It would have undercut Dracula in the story that they were telling. Hemp kind of creeps up in pretty quick, but it can gather it until you get your scythe. Okay, but I'll remember that. Thanks, Bean. Yeah, I really like that version of Dracula. It's a very tragic character, which I like, yeah. The rebus is actually a real... Yes, I know it's a real chemical concept. I'm aware of what they're pulling from. It's, I know what it is. It's more just that the fundamental way it is being put to use and how it is presented in Castlevania Season 4 is the specifically horrifying aspect that I'm talking about. The union of moon and sun, yeah, is a... well-trodden thing in many different mediums. Of man and woman, of homely hermaphrodite. Where's the best set of apple trees? That didn't seem like it. It didn't seem like there was much back there, so there's some back down here. Anyone got a good spot for farming apples? Like, because I don't see, like, is it best to just basically there aren't that many and just go in loops? Oh, I should... I mean, the thing is like a lot of alchemical concepts has been used for the occult in video games for... I mean, you see that shit pop up in Doom. You see that shit, like, it's onto for forever. I mean, it happened it even pulled into, like, pen and paper stuff. I suppose maybe the best thing is to find something that's right near an apple tree that then I can farm that thing in a loop and the apple will repopulate. Pumpkins. I don't need pumpkins. This is just all pumpkin stuff. There's an apple here. Is there any... There's not a lot near it to like be able to go in cycles. Okay. I don't think the apple trees have a set spawn point where they're more common. They seem to spawn in most areas away from the beaches. Well, isn't it all fixed? Isn't like every node fixed, and then every node spawns based off of... So like if I go through these pumpkins, the apple's gonna respawn. Like watch. At least when I was looking online, it seemed like a lot of people were saying that it's about you farming other nodes and then coming back. But maybe not. True, but who hasn't seen... So I didn't grow up with Brotherhood. I grew up with the manga and the original anime. So like a lot of people, a lot of people have not seen. Guys, also a lot of people don't watch anime. You guys remember that Trevor pulled the double whips? I remember when he fucking went ham on death. The nodes are linked and you can find a pattern for a particular area. Once you do, you can go in a big circle and gather easy. Okay. Yeah, I just don't want to be having a bunch of downtime at the moment. Because like I can see the loop you could do for the trees. It's just a very inconvenient loop. But I'll make a note that anytime I pass by apples, I'll make sure to make them priority. That's how I got max on several mats. Cool. Go get some silver stuff from over here. I mean, the thing about FMA Brotherhood, though, is FMA Brotherhood is basically just the manga. Sypha's overpowered as the magician in the show, and it's great. Yeah, she's fucking awesome. So close to 5. Sorry, I went and cried to the Dracula scene again. No need to apologize. And also, I rewatch scenes that make me feel things. Fuck, man, why do you think I make the lyrical lore videos? Come on. 4. Oh, what would you do with a drunken warrior? What would you do with a drunken warrior? What would you do with a drunken warrior early in the morning? Did you cry bloody tears? Well played, AC. Well played. Yeah, all the 5.3 stuff made me cry harder than I've ever cried before, and that was what cemented 5.14. Yeah. And the thing is that 5.3, the thing is 5.3 is just a phenomenal moment. And like, to me, 5.3 is such a great example too of a moment that you don't get to unless you have what comes before. Because you don't get 5.3 just by doing 5.1 through 5.3. You get 5.3 because of 5.0, and you get 5.0 to matter the way it does because of 2 through 4. Go away, green marks. I don't want you. If I want to search something up, I'll just search it up. Why are there so many? They really thought long and hard about this entire thing. and worked hard to make it. Island Sanctuary is going to be a very loved feature for a long time to come. I hope it helps with housing. It's probably not because of its limited nature, but because it's somewhere to AFK, it might. I mean, it's not somewhere to AFK because you'll get logged out, but that might also go away eventually if the numbers drop. There we go. Now I can make stuff. Island Tin Sands. Anyone have any idea where that is? Because I don't think I've gotten any, and so I wouldn't be able to find it. I'm assuming that now I have the shovel, I can find it, though. Does Warrior Light ever have an occasion to get drunk? Yes. You are offered alcohol at more than 1 point. And one time you get roofied. I'm gonna get... Sorry, I'm deleting that one just because that was a bit too much detail. Tin sands is pile of sands in the water. Okay. Sorry, AC. Remember that we're still in a it's not like going wild spoiler stream. Tried to that's not actually in the water. That's bedrock clay. Cool. Let's see if there's any more. Doesn't seem like there's a long line of it down here. Let's see. I know there was a long line of it up there. Got it. Yeah, no, you're all good. I mean, we've been playing a little fast and loose, but that was just like a lot of specific detail on. And also, like, we don't want people to like come in right now and like not know. They'll probably wind down soon. Oh my God, it's 9 p.m. Right, that's what I was looking for. Yes, I was right. This is the best place to do it. Okay. So, I think the timeline for the creating of the facility should be up now because it said 9 p.m. Once I have that set to go, I think we might start wrapping up here. No, it's not spoiler early. That's more of like a broader lore question. Depends on what you mean by a close relationship with each other. Are they all as close as like Vritra and Azjaya? Doesn't seem like it. They're siblings. They're close in that they are, but like Bahamut and Tiamat are lovers, right? They're paired with each other. Vritra and Azjaya seem to have like a very like close brother-sister relationship. Nidhogg, Ratatoskr, and Hraesvelgr left get together to go to a to where they ended up in. However, they don't seem like they're like. It seemed like partly Ratatoskr is what bound Nidhogg and Hraesvelgr together, but it doesn't seem like Hraesvelgr and Nidhogg were ever particularly close. Okay. Maybe I'll hang around. I guess I'm just playing. I mean, there's no reason. This stream's chill, anyways. As Jaya and Vritra had stronger bond due to how she specifically was the one who helped raise him, and dragons do take their bonds seriously. Again, AC, avoiding the specifics, please. We're trying to not talk about hyper-specifics. Like, that's a reveal. We're not doing deep lore discussion. We're talking broad. We can try to talk about broad things. But what you just said is a reveal for 6.1 to 6.2. So just think, if it's in Encyclopedia Eorzea, it's fine. If it's not, if it's like a 6.x spoiler, avoid it. So like theoretically, would Nidhogg react in the same way similarly over the death of another great worm? I mean, he reacted. Nidhogg reacted. Nidhogg's rage is because of Ratatoskr. Are you saying would he react if another great worm died as Ratatoskr died? The way he talks about it seems to me that there was a fondness for Ratatoskr that wasn't quite the same as like something like Hraesvelgr. But if Hraesvelgr had been betrayed and his eye taken in the same way, as happened with Ratatoskr, I still think Nidhogg would basically have done the same thing. I think that was just his disposition. That's my opinion. Your island has the rare monkey up right now if you want to try to catch it. Yeah, where is it? Let's go find the bean. I want my monkey. Ooh, Yima. You're mine! Ah! Craft. Inventory. I can't lose the monkey. Yeah, monkey. Bunker bean. I can hear the bean. Oh, there's the bean. I was like, I can hear the bean, but I can't see the bean. Capturing Lion King's Timon for your personal petting zoo. Yes, the past can hurt. I remember Hydaelyn and Midgard Summer both being beyond outrage and only barely containing it. I don't know that I would necessarily couch Midgard Summer as that. I think Midgard Summer I'd couch more cooled and just like, this is an indignant and violated, but I don't know I'd couch Midgard Summer in the same way I'd couch Nidhogg, personally. Hypothetically, if Vitra died, do you think they would have a similar outrage is what I'm asking, I guess. Under the exact same conditions? Because, like, remember, part of the reason that Nidhogg is mad the way that Nidhogg is because of how Ratatoskr was betrayed when they had given their trust and how his eyes was stolen. Like, it's not just the indignation of her death, but, like, the way it happened. Yes, right. I'm not saying, I mean, that's my point, is that Midgard Summer says that and feels that way. That's not the same as how Midgard Summer, Nidhogg feels. Nidhogg is not just, I am outraged and violated for my sister's death. I am outraged and violated for my sister's death, and now I'm going to endlessly cycle all my hatred through you to make sure that your civilization never knows peace and will be a cycle of blood and hatred till the end of time. Right? So that's to me, it's not that, even Hraesvelgr is like, I am fucking furious at your kind and don't necessarily, and if it weren't for Shiva, I'd fucking kill you where you stand, right? Like, even Hraesvelgr's mad, but that's different than how Nidhogg's mad. So it's not that Midgard Summer's fine, but Nidhogg went an extra step that nobody else fucking did. Like, Vritra knows what the people did to his sister Ratatoskr and knows that Estinian killed Nidhogg and has no problem offering compassion and understanding and still being able to work with Estinian, right? Do we know how Tiamat might feel about the whole situation in Vritra? No, I mean, not really. Maybe that if she's out, I don't know, is she an NPC you can talk to in like Azazla or anything between patches? Because we haven't really seen her since 5.55 or 5.5. And I suspect there's a good chance she flew back on to Mericidia. I have a question regarding what Thoradin and the Knights 12 did to Ratatoskr. Yeah, go for it. That's totally fine. Like, I'm not too worried about like Heavensward stuff. It's mostly just like, especially 6.x stuff right now. Let's try to avoid. It is as different as I won't trust you and stay away and, well, time to genocide discard. Yeah, it's not a bad way to put it, Decoy. I hope we see more of Tiamat if we ever get him. There's no fucking way we don't go to Mericidia and Tiamat isn't a part of it. There's just no fucking way in hell. Just not. Like, even if she doesn't come with us, she's still going to be a major component of the story before we go there. Or something. I just don't buy that there's... Yeah. Reacher does seem like the most reasonable and kind of all the dragons to me. Yeah. He's the youngest. He's the little brother. He is, like, the one who's... He's also, of all the dragons, the most connected to man, right? Not only does, like, he walk around among them as Varshan and stuff, and has he protected for Thavnir for all this time, but, like, Tiamat and Bahamut protected to Mericidia, right? They had a connection with people, but is still very much still they're of their own kind, presiding over. And so, Vritra definitely has also the closest kinship with man as well. When they said they consumed their eye, did they literally eat it or just absorb the aether as a figure of speech consuming? I've always wondered that too, AC. I don't know for sure. There may be a line that does more deeply specify that I just can't think of. I think you're welcome to read it how you will. I think the fact that we see people consume the aether of the eye without physically ingesting it means to me that they could have consumed it without literally consuming it. Now, that said, the fact that the blood of the dragon can affect people means that maybe they did consume it physically. And also, I think there's something like even more dark about that. So, it's possible. Vritra is our cool dragon uncle and needs a hug. Vritra does need a hug. Okay. Do I have enough iron sands? Let's see if I have enough iron sands. 10 sand. Sorry, 10 sand. 27 should be enough. Let's make it an even 30 just in case. Vritra is a very endearing character. I really like him. I was also wondering, Midgard Summer said he was building a new body, right? Will he be back one day, maybe? Within our lifetimes, probably not, unless there's a specific form of intervention that happens. Because in the short story for the 8th Emerald Calamity timeline, he didn't awaken until 200 years later. He'll need hundreds of years to like fully recuperate himself, and he's expended himself because of Omega and other things. So the chances are within our lifetime, probably not. However, let's say the Omphalos offers its energy onto him, like something crazy. Something offers a way for him to recuperate faster. It could be. I doubt it though. Didn't Midgard Summer transcend physical death? He just by being a dragon of his ilk, he transcended physical death and a need for a body. It wasn't so much that he like ascended in that moment that he died. It's just that he's a dragon of that power and that form. And so for him, death was like, annoying. He's basically just having his soul hang out inside of his own corpse. I'm going through Heavenward Story now with Tethys, but didn't they do more than just take Ratatoskr's eyes? I know they took Nidhogg's when he went to punish them for Ratatoskr's death. My understanding is that they butchered her body and stole her eyes, and consumed her eyes. That was my understanding. If there's like a line about her consuming her body as well, then I just don't remember it. It's been a long time since I played Heaven's Word, and that's part of why I'm excited to go through it again. So let me know, Tethys, if there is a line that more specifically specifies. I know they like butchered her body, but I don't know that they consumed it. Wasn't Midgard Summer kind of a huge wall to overcome for the Ascians before Silvertear Skies? Not really. He didn't show up. They didn't necessarily know, he wasn't a big problem for them. His goal was to guard Silvertear Lake. We don't know how much Silvertear happening the way it does was needed for the Ascian machinations, partly because because primals were in 1. It depends on if you go by 1.0 lore, 2.0 lore, some of the things that we've had explicitly versus some of the things that are more implied. Some people might articulate or argue that yes, emphatically that's the case. I'm more hesitant. Woo! Probably not. Well, could they have defeated him? Maybe. But we don't know that he was necessarily in the way of any of their plans. I mean, think about it. Midgard Summer was protecting Silvertear, but the Ascians he had been there since unto at least prehistory or the first astral era, which means that they were able to rejoin the star multiple times without him doing anything. So there's no need to think that he was necessary for their plans or dealing with them was part of necessary. I think they could have decoyed. Do I think for sure? No. Do I think that totally does sound like an Solus move? Yes. My point more specifically is I don't think it was required. I do think it was part of one of many plans. But no, I totally think Solus could have definitely maneuvered that. That super sounds like a Solus move. As far as we know. I mean, remember, they also reproduce asexually, so... AC, especially as long-lived as they are, I wouldn't be surprised to find that that's a thing. I don't know of an example off the top of my head, but... Material allocation. No. Manage hideaway. Okay. Oh, cool. I got new recipes. I'm curious. Oh, okay, on another hypothetical, Primal Bahamut had been unleashed above Silver Tier skies during the 7th Umbral Calamity instead of Cartanow, and Midgard Summer was provoked. Could he have stopped Bahamut? Well, no, they have eggs. They do have. They do lay eggs. We know that because of Ultimate Thule. I'm curious about the power level here. Which one would I say? I don't know. I really don't know. AC or Rin. Primal with 5,000 years of stored hatred and I'm inclined to say I think Bahamut would win that fight. In terms of raw power. But I think you could make an easier articulated argument that Midgard Summer could. Yeah, I don't think I have a good answer on that one. That's what I'm confused about with Nidhogg. His consort Tiamat, but wasn't Ratatoskr also his mate in a similar vein to Tiamat and Bahamut? Was she? I don't think... Did we ever get that? I don't remember that being a line. Does anyone have... Like, if anyone has the line, I don't recall them ever specifying that Ratatoskr was a mate to him. Just that she was, like, that he was close to her. Isn't Shinryu stronger than Bahamut? No. No. I think I remember something about Midgard Summer fighting the robot that fought Shinryu. Yeah. Rin, have you finished MSQ? Because Omega comes from the Omicrons. So, like, the Midgard Summer... the Omicrons attacked the Dragon Star. That's like what the Sigmascape is telling you. And then he fled. And so he had fought Omega before. And then if you do Omega, he also wards off Omega for a bit. And Omega fought Shinryu. But also, remember that... There's like a couple problems there, though, right? Which is that Omega is stronger than Shinryu if Omega's in their domain, right? And then also, Shinryu and Omega didn't get like a full one-to-one fight. And on top of that, you have a situation in which Midgard Summer only... When they fought on the Dragon Star, Midgard Summer was stronger in one sense, but weaker in others. And also, mostly he just fled. And then he only really fought with Omega fought with him that we see once he's already been dead in Omega. So there's like multiple levels to why those don't fully equate. I don't remember ever being said Ratatoskr was Nidhogg's mate. Yeah, no, I think the relationship between Hrace, Nidhogg, and Rat was more like 3 close siblings in a very large family. Yeah, that was my understanding as well. Yeah, I was just being cryptic because I'm not sure what was considered okay or not. Cool, just making sure, Rin. Yeah, mentioning Omega is fine. Yeah, Omega is totally fine. But yeah, no, so one, fighting Omega, if Omega fought Shinryu, part of the thing about Omega and why the Omicrons are powerful is their ability to adapt. It's not just their straight power. Also remember that the Omega can go into the interdimensional rift and do wild shit in there, which is insane amount of power. And so the thing is also is like Omega could lose to Bahamut if Bahamut went hard enough right away. Because part of the thing about Omega is that Omega can adapt to you, you're fucked. And part of the reason that Omega could never adapt to us was because of diamonds. I haven't run across anything about them being more intimate than close siblings. Okay. Wait. So what about the Xenos for Bahamut? Because just from a power scaling perspective, I'm inclined to believe that we, as we are now, could win against Bahamut. No. If we fought 7th Umbral Calamity full power Bahamut at the Battle of Cartanow, we would not win. Not without some kind of additional tool power or something. There's no way in hell we'd win. We'd definitely lose that fight. Like, the only reason we win the fight we only win Omega because we're in the interdimensional rift and through the power of Omega's power is the adaptability, and Omega can't adapt to what we have. The reason I say that is because certain primals we fought more recently are like outright stated to be massively stronger than Bahamut. Who? And are you talking about stronger than the Binding Coils Bahamut? Because that's not Bahamut at full power. And we ourselves have gotten orders of Gargantua. And so, remember, so Trial 1 of Endwalker is an incomplete version of that primal. Trial 2 of Endwalker is a deeply weakened version of that. If that person was strong enough to defeat Bahamut, that person would have stopped Bahamut in the first place anyways. And then Trial 3, we have Dynamis. So, like, there's a lot of really important context there. We're not fighting full power. I don't think we could have won a straight-on fight between full power Trial 1 and us. Especially not on ourselves. Not on our alone. That's my opinion. But by the way, Rin, that's my opinion. Let's say they fucking introduce, we go to Mericidia and like someone resummons a perfect representation of Bahamut as he was fought over Cartnow and we kick his ass. Maybe you're right. My opinion is that you have a primal that was charging its hatred and power in a moon created to give him power effectively, like keep him contained and give him power and use him as a battery for 5,000 years, released all at once. It's not even just that he's powerful, but in the flood of destruction that is, he is literally, Bahamut at the Battle of Cartanow is the worldwide flood of the 6th Umbral Calamity, is a endless era of frost of the 5th, is that like, is the earthquakes of the 4th. Like, the level to which he is an incarnate amount of destruction in that moment is insane. Look at the bean over there. I guess I have to wait till... I don't know. Okay. Let's look at... Grilled clams, just like before. The Koodle and... Well, I can't do a coral ring yet, but... Oh. I don't know if this is going to ruin it. I'm just going to do potions and stuff for now and see what happens. Huh. Weird. Fire sand. I didn't get the bonus there. Interesting. Towers. Here, I'm going to actually clear the fire sand. We'll go with that. For now. Cool. So remember, if you need to say trials, you can go trial 1, trial 2, trial 3. Like, you can just say that as a way to talk around it. Actually. Now I can make this. Oh, but I need more island clay. Funny. Oh, and I'm running out of ore. Interesting. That's a question best left for the Battle of Cartanow Ultimate. Well, but the thing is about Battle of Cartanow Ultimate is like, even if that happened, even if we get like a Final Days Ultimate, that might not be representative of reality, remember? Because this is fan fiction being written by the Bard. And so because of that, how much we can take it as what canonically is true of our power is suspect. We were even in Heaven's Word. So much so that Midgard Summer is impressed. Like, the power scaling perspective just shows us the ridiculous strength. Well, no, but the thing is, too, is not even just our strength, remember? Like, his big surprise is our strength, but also that Hydaelyn would deem to bless us. I mean, to be fair, I think it's more specifically, the Hydaelyn would deem to bless us, and then we are strong beside it. It's not just the gift carrying us. So that's fair. But, like, it's not that I'm saying that we're not strong, but there's an order of magnitude's difference of, like, incredibly powerful individual versus, like, tidal force of nature. Well, no, but that's not the same. I don't think that's comparable. I think the ability for us to, there's a difference between kicking a cardboard box and being able to break a skyscraper, you know? And, like, I know that's an extreme example, but, like, my point being that, like, even, like, Lakshmi being a giant-ass bosom goddess is still not the same thing as the towering, city-sized monstrosity of a fully empowered Cardinal Bahamut. Theoretical question. Could Dragon King Thorin and his knights contend with Bahamut? A complete monster like Xenos, but well, no, but remember, it's not. Remember, he's Thoradin and his own power plus the dragons plus his knight. Plus, remember, you have to have. He also has he has other elements, right? As well as he has the neural links and stuff. So you have to remember, it's not just a who's powerful. There's also other aspects of the equation. Bosom goddess Lakshmi. Everything we beat that could theoretically take on Bahamut was severely weakened or simply couldn't inherently comprehend what made us strong and couldn't adapt. So I really don't think we could beat Cardinal Bahamut, even if it was beaten beings that theoretically could at some point. I also was under the understanding that until 5.0 with the final trial, before the trials are generally fought alone canonically. No, they're even like, they even make jokes in Stormblood about us finding people to join with us. How they're dealt with before that is canonically, don't worry about it. Or here's some people, let's justify it, like with Susano, I think. So no, I think Stormblood would disagree, and I think Heaven's Word is basically don't worry about it to an extent. But I also don't think that it necessarily matters prior to certain points. I find myself curious on the power of the Allegan weaponry, as they are the ones who contain Bahamut. Are we just never fighting the ultimate weapon at its full Garlean version ranks where... So, okay, I think this is a misunderstanding for some. The ultimate weapon's power is not how powerful it is. The ultimate weapon's power is that it can contain primals within the heart of Sabik. Right? So the Ultima is only as powerful as those things in which it's absorbed. Plus, it has Ultima, the spell, obviously, if you know how to unlock it. So the thing is, there's a bunch of things with Allag that are potentially weaker. For instance, the Diablo's armament, in theory, is stronger and more wild than what the Ultima weapon is. But the Ultima weapon is a much more dangerous thing because of what it can do ultimately over a function of time. That's what I've heard multiple times, at least. From who, though? Are you hearing that from the game, or are you assuming that? Because those aren't the same, right? Like, you're hearing that if people tell you that, is that their assumption based on the fact, like, oh, it doesn't necessarily make sense if we have party members? Sure, but under that same argument, you could argue, well, okay, you're there with some other Ishgardian knights or something, or the same people who ran the dungeon with you, right? Because you went through the dungeon with some people. And I don't think we should... I think it's potentially even likely that you could argue we fight Thoradin alone. That's not even a thing but to say that it is, I think, is false. Because there's plenty of reasons to assume multiple times before they introduced the Soma of Azim that there are supposed to be people with us. They imply that in other places, both in dungeons and elsewhere, and trials. We might be able to wipe out a country like Bahamut can, but our attack potency is surely higher than his. No. Wait, what do you mean our attack potency is higher than his? What? Like a hyper-compressed amount of Aether technically containing more energy than Tetraflare. No, I vehemently disagree on that. Our attacks are nowhere near a Tetraflare. Not even close. Yeah, I would say I think you're putting us way too on par with Bahamut or other entities. For instance, when we defeat other entities, it's not just because we're more powerful than them. It's also because we're more skilled and deft and and we're not more powerful than Trial 1. On a number of factual levels, we literally cannot be. Like, we physically cannot be. Our soul would not be able to handle that amount of aether. We are not physically stronger than Trial 3 of Shadowbringers, like, explicitly. Like, it is part of the narrative that's made explicit. If we had the kind of power that even highly contained, the second it was unleashed after our blow would basically be like a meteor size of New York hitting the Earth. And also, our soul would break apart if we contained that amount of aether. Our souls would not be able to handle it. I have a suspicion that Lakshmi could potentially have been based on the roots from Mericidia due to Sophia Sintimani, but again, it's just a suspicion. Yeah, no, I mean, there's me and Nadir have talked about that a little bit. It's possible, though. The thing that's interesting there is also the fact that Lakshmi is the goddess of the Ananta, and then you've got the Lamia, and the Lamia coming from Alag, and Alag dealing with Mericidia. There's a lot of interesting roots there. Well, it's fun, a little hard to believe that Bahamut is even as strong as a full-powered unsundered Asian sword. What? Such as Emmett, considering some of the absurd feats of power he's given. Rin! Bahamut destroyed the world! Bahamut literally, rent the world asunder. You know all those crystals, the corrupted crystals that are just dangerous to be around? Here, you know what? Those are just a byproduct of one of his attacks. Not even he had so much aether that the fact that he had as much of the land's aether as he did was going to kill Eorzea if we hadn't freed it. The land could not heal itself because of the sheer amount of aether he had taken from it. So, I don't understand. Let me put it this way. If Emmett Selk was as strong as Bahamut, why would Emmett Selk need Bahamut to cause the 7th Umbral Calamity? That alone, there's multiple ways in which, I'm confused by the amount to which you find that off, because, I'm confused mostly because if you flip it, I don't understand why you would think Emmett Selk is more powerful. Because also, there's a gross difference between power and the ability to manipulate aether. There are people and things stronger than the Warrior of Light. Or, for instance, Hythlodaeus is stronger in the sight than Emmett Selk is. It's deeply implied and kind of basically stated. But it doesn't matter because he's not as powerful. Or, Eric Thonios is it doesn't matter how much he knows because he's too weak. But on the inverse, it doesn't matter how powerful Themis is, he doesn't understand how to use it to proper context. I don't think we're stronger than Trial 1. I just think that Trial 1 is so absurdly, gargantuanly, unabatedly more powerful than Bahamut, even in its weakened state, that us being able to beat him 8-1 makes us stronger than Bahamut. So, even if we take that, even if we assume that Trial 1 is that much stronger than Bahamut, which I don't think is fair to assume, I think we get time and time again that also things that are sundered, just because you put one thing back doesn't make them that much more powerful. I mean, we're given that multiple times with sundered individuals. But also, I don't really follow why that would then mean that because we can 8v1 that entity under specific conditions, why then that definitely makes us more powerful than Bahamut. That may make us able to fight Bahamut potentially, but it still doesn't make us more powerful than him. I mean, if we want to get real technical, Bahamut is far stronger than just planetary, and it's also so is the rest of the top tiers of the verse, including Eorzean, just based off of feats. No, that's just not true. Again, the ability to use aether in specific forms is not necessarily relatively connected to the amount of strength. Okay, so there is destructive capability, which is destroying a continent, attack potency, which is one-shotting somebody who survived a continent destroying attack without destroying a con itself. No, I'm saying 8-1 as in 8 people. No, I understand what you're saying. I just still think that I don't think that equates. And again, Zodiark is missing almost half of himself. Or Trial 1 is missing almost half of themselves. To start with. But also, when certain things are connected back to us in 5.0, that doesn't make us 1/14th more strong. It can make your soul more dense to make it so that it's more structurally sound, but that doesn't equate to one. It's not a linear scaling. Oh, sorry, I thought you meant as in we were sundered in stuff 8 shards or something. What? I thought you meant as in we were sundered and stuff, Atros. What? Yeah, no. I don't remember. The other thing that's really important about Trial 1 is also that part of what it made it powerful was also not its capacity, sheer amount of Aether, but its capacity to use that to create a very specific thing around the planet, right? So the use to which something is put and the ability for it to do that is also tied to that. Yeah, no, I understand that. I was saying more so that the fact that we had the power to even contend with one trial. No, again, I understand your point. I just disagree with your point. Who contend with Trial 1 would be us being one of 8 people who fought the Trial 1 puts us on a relative scale power. And I just don't agree with that. Because we do not have enough Aether. Let me put it this way. Let's just go for a second to Hydaelyn. Let's go to the Burning Wall, to show my point. Spirited Lore debate is always fun to watch. Yeah. No, I'm probably tired, so I'm probably a little over cranky. And well, not even over cranky, but just my walls, usually my protective walls to not be overly intense are down, because usually I try to be very protective about that. This is the byproduct of just one of the man's attacks. He was able to break free of the Dalamud, right? The thing is we struggled to fight a projection of himself from within when he was already on death's door. Let alone fighting the actual entity itself. Like, just even in physical scale, Bahamut is bigger than Trial 1 of Endwalker. I think you're grossly underestimating Primal Bahamut's power. He literally was a calamity in and of itself. Yes, exactly, Tethys. I don't think you understand how powerful Bahamut was. I think I think you're misunderstanding how powerful Bahamut was, and I think also that's like, I think you're overestimating what Trial 1 was when we fought it, because the context under which we fought it really matters. I wouldn't agree with the notion that Trial 1 wouldn't be that powerful and destructive capability given the battle between the said Trial boss and another lore character that was... No, but Rin, that's what you're missing. That was that character before one was sundered and before the other had used up most of their Aether, which is an explicit thing in the story. Again, Trial 1 is a sundered thing that is missing more than half of its power, and seeing as in canon, it seems that gaining back sundered pieces is not a linear scaling, likely even more than half of its power. If Trial 1 was intent on destroying the world, even in its weakened state, assuming he was capable of moving, would be calamity among calamities. No, it would not. No, the plan was that they would remove the ethereal shroud, and that would destroy the world. Trial 1 was not capable of being a calamity amongst calamities. You could argue that maybe it could have instituted a calamity, but no. Had that been freed, if that was the case, then under that argument that they would have just been able to ignore us and go do that. If that under that point, they literally should have been able to snap their fingers and destroy us, which I realize you're going to use as an argument as to why we're strong, but it's not. It's an argument as why that entity is weakened. And like, it's literally even made clear in the entity's design that is the case. To be fair, if we weren't as strong as we are currently now, we weren't as strong. Yes, for fighting Bahamut, that's fair, for fighting the projection, but that doesn't always imagine. Yeah, that's not. I find that the Trial 1 is only limited due to a certain flamboyant man's own imagination to use the power. That's another aspect of it. I just don't see how, when he's been specifically... Okay, Rin, pause. You keep missing this point. You are not talking about Trial 1. You are talking about Trial 1 when Trial 1 was a full entity. Trial 1 is not that. Trial 1 is a sundered thing. It is a thing that has been sundered. That's what the rejoinings are about, returning that thing back to 1. Fuck it, I'm saying its name because it's clear that I'm talking about Zodiark. The whole point of the Ascian plan is to bring the parts of Zodiark back together. They have not finished that plan. What you're talking about in the cataclysmic fight, also the cataclysmic fight between Hydaelyn and Zodiark was a cataclysm because Hydaelyn used sundering, not because they two were both so powered they destroyed the world or affected the world. The main thing, the reason it was a cataclysm is because of Hydaelyn sundering herself. Yes, he's lost a huge amount of his power, but But what? And back to Morbi Dry Dock. Zodiac's fighting tail was logarithmically more powerful than any other primal. Okay, Rin, why are you missing this? You keep going back to this point, but you keep ignoring my point. A sundered individual is much weaker by orders of magnitude than a non-sundered thing. We are not the power of a Zem, right? We are not the power of an ancient, even though we have multiple parts of our souls back, right? Okay, Rin, I'm kind of done talking to you at this point then, because I think you're just ignoring me. Another part of our victory over Trial 1 is that the person conducted a trial wanted us to win that. Well, from his perspective, to be fair, his line is not so much that he wanted us to win. His line is that if we win or he wins, it doesn't matter. Don't have to be the most powerful to win a fight. The principle applies to really any fight. There are many methods for underdog to win. Look at us versus any primal fight. Yeah, and I think you're... Like, Rin, if that's... You're either listening exclusively to what 5.0 says and ignoring the context of what happens after. Okay, let me put in the numbers. If Bahamut is 500 and Zodiark was unstarted, was 50,000. Yes, but the problem is you're assuming Bahamut's 500 and Zodiark's 50,000 instead of assuming Bahamut is 20,000 and Zodiark is 40,000. And again, also the important thing about Zodiark is not just about how much Aether he had or how powerful he was, but the way in which as an entity he could put that Aether to use. As a heart, like, part of the whole point that there was the heart of Zodiark was also so the thing could be maneuvered to be able to put complicated magics to use. Like, that also matters. And so the problem here is that you're saying it's 550,000 when that's just not an accurate, equatable, that's not a good encapsulation of where those two things stand. And also, it's not a good thing of where those two things stand when we see that, for instance, it's not half of 50,000 if you're missing half of yourself. It's quite possible that instead of 50,000, even at 8/14ths, you're still only at 10 out of 50,000. But you are providing a counterpoint because you're disagreeing and repeatedly stating that Bahamut's that weak and you're ignoring the points that we're making. I'm not sure I'm convinced by this, but yeah, if I'm understanding Bahamut, then yeah, my argument won't work at all. Here's the thing. The game does talk about this. And so what I don't understand is why you're so committed to Bahamut being as weak as he is. And that's what I'm trying to... That's why when we're providing these points, we're like, here's why the game talks about it in these ways. Why I don't understand what the thing that got you to believe it wasn't in the first place was. Because the only point you were making is about how powerful Zodiark was to begin with, but that ignores the other context around the situations. Right, but why? Aubrey, good to see you, glad to have you. But that's what I don't understand, Rin, is that I don't understand why you're convinced it's not the case. Like, specifically, I understand certain primals, Hydaelyn, Zodiark, even when weakened, but to be unbaited, Cataclysm stronger than any other, so I guess I'm just confused by what Bahamut is. Okay, let's put it this. Okay, so there's a couple things here that need to be addressed then. So first off, Bahamut is that level of strong. He, as an entity, was the 7th Umbral Calamity. Let's start with that. Secondly, Hydaelyn, much stronger when the time began, but at this point, her main power, she was not strong as Zodiark, not even a little bit as strong as Zodiark. Hydaelyn's main power, though, was to sunder, and the fact that she has the ability of passivity and light allows her to try and keep things on a proper course. If you put Trial 2 versus Cardinal Flats Bahamut, Cardinal Flats Bahamut probably wins. Now, the other thing, Zodiark, as an entity, is not just about how strong... Here's a great example here. Vana beat Zodiark, even though Vana is not nearly as powerful as Zodiark. Vana beat Zodiark because Vana had an ability to use the Aether in specific ways. Like so, the amount of Aether that Bahamut had access to, again, Bahamut not only had the amount of aether of his initial summoning, but literally was being fueled aether into him and hatred, which emotions further primal powers, over the course of 5,000 years. Yeah. E7 suggests Turin to do Ultimate Bahamut, then you'll know how strong he is. But that's the thing is, Ultimate Bahamut isn't even how strong Bahamut is. Ultimate Bahamut is just a representation of Bahamut. It's not even actual Bahamut, and that Bahamut is a fanfiction Bahamut, so it's not even a representation. But yeah, also kind of slid midway. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I specifically understand certain primal side. Yeah. So like, I guess the way I saw it was like if you equate Bahamut to Deathwing and Unsundered Zodiark to Sargeras, a Sundered Sargeras would be like the avatar of Sargeras. But it's not. That's okay. But those aren't good equations, because the problem there is that the way that dragons function in WoW and the way that Sargeras functions as an entity. Let me put it another way too. Azeroth is not like Vana. There are interesting equatable things, but in terms of power, they're nowhere. That's not how it's not anywhere like that. Sargeras is not really equivalent to Zodiark because it's not born of a. Yeah. I understand using those. Those are really good. Those are really good equatable points if you're trying to explain those things really quickly and broadly. But in terms of power equating, that's not a really good shakeout. So Bahamut is like a turbo calamity, but I thought Zodiark would be too. No, so Zodiark has the power to Zodiark potentially has the power to fuck with Aether at full power, and can manipulate the ethereal shroud around the star. Right? And that's why he's important. But the other reason that Vana would get rid of him is not because Zodiark would go on a rampage. The reason that he did that is because is that he would temper those around him. Ambiently. Much like Bahamut tempers ambiently. They're both described as Elder Primals. Now, Elder Primal as a term typically just means ancient, but it also can mean just generally very powerful. Let me put it this way. The only other primal that gets the term Elder, other than Vana and fucking Zodiark, than Hydaelyn and Zodiark, is fucking Bahamut. Just for that, as a piece of context. Yeah. I'm not so much talking about the way they work, but just the levels of strength between the two beings. But you can't ignore those two things, because those are two co-linked things. That's my point. You can't ignore that aspect of it. And no, if Zodiark was freed, it would be a calamity in much the same way as it was a calamity by Bahamut. I mean, fuck, man. Probably what would happen is he was freed. Zodiark would use its power to release the ethereal shroud more than anything else, rather than cause a calamity, and then just have the Endsinger do what it does. Yeah, like the other games is irrelevant. The lore of this game is the point. But the thing is that. Well, my way of arguing against Sundered Zodiark being weak against us is the kill was a trap. You were told he doesn't care win or lose, but in the end he killed himself once weakened, not us. Arguing against Sundered Zodiark being... That argues my point. He killed himself because he knew he wasn't going to win the fight, and it doesn't matter. Now the Ethereal Shroud falls because of Zodiark's death. I'm not sure I understand your point, Decoy. Because my arguing against Sundered Zodiark being weak against us is the kill was a trap. Well, it was a trap because either we get killed or he dies. Either way, he wins. Yes, we are told he doesn't care win or lose, but in the end, he killed himself once weakened, not us. Yes, he killed himself once weakened, not us. That means that he's weaker, not stronger. Because he was weakened, but if he was powerful enough to kill us outright and didn't do so... Decoy, that pretty much argues my point. Kiralea, good to see you, glad to have you. Zodiark can rewrite the laws of reality. No other primal can claim to do the same. A fully manifested Zodiark, 1, and 2, that's how it's described at first, but the only thing that is described in terms of how he rewrought the laws of reality is not actually rewriting the laws of reality, but actually affecting the ethereal shroud to change that. That is the canon that we get, and it's specifically explained in terms of what he did. He rewrote the laws of the star by changing the ethereal density of the shroud and currents above the topmost layer of the star in order to protect from the dynamis-laden winds. No, I was just meaning, I wasn't thinking of it in a way of the way the two verses work, just as to portray how much a gap I thought it was between Bahamut and Zodiark on Sundered. But also, we're talking about Zodiark Sundered. So, like, we can't disambiguate that we're talking about Zodiark Sundered, not Zodiark Unsundered. Does Zodiark from when he's created? Like, if Zodiark when he's initially summoned beat Bahamut, yeah! But we're not talking about that. We're talking about Trial 1 because the point of the discussion we were having was about the point of how strong the Warrior of Light is in context, and your argument was about how strong we would be able to beat Bahamut as a byproduct of the fact that we could beat Zodiark when we fought him then. So, like, it's not... If you want to say, is Zodiark at full force able to beat Bahamut? Fuck yeah, of course he is! But that's like for a bunch of reasons. It's not just about power. It's also about power, but it's for a bunch of reasons. And also, power is not everything, as literally Hydaelyn and Zodiark prove. Yeah, I was agreeing with you that we aren't really strong against Zodiark. I was providing another argument for your point. Okay, cool, Decoy. Because just the way it was framed, well, my arguing against Sundered Zodiark being weak against us just threw me off. But also, I was under the impression that Shinryu was outright claimed to be on a similar level of power to Bahamut, with his fight against Shinryu even being likened to the 7th Calamity. Is that by someone? And also, I would also point out that there are multiple people who make hyperbolic statements in this game that are literally not even like retconned to be hyperbolic, but are demonstrated as being hyperbolic in, like literally explain, like within a short period of time are conveyed to be hyperbolic. Only not causing one because it was high up in the sky. No, but that's the other thing is a calamity is not, a calamity has way more, so also, what do you mean high up in the sky? Bahamut was high up in the sky. Was just as high up in the sky as Shinryu. The other thing is that, like, Shinryu, if Shinryu was able to, the requirements to trigger a calamity are also morefold. It's not, a calamity is not sheerly just a destructive event. All he did was cover the star in the Dark Aether. I don't think it was Dark Aether. No, he quickened. He used Astral Aether to quicken the Aether of the star, making it more dense and lively in order to protect the star. So it wasn't Dark Aether, no. It was Astral, but it wasn't focused on using Dark. You're just quickening what was already there, making it stronger and more full of life. Well, yes, I was trying to paint a picture of pre-Zodiark being Sir Garrus and post-Zodiark being more like Kill Jaden or the Avatar. I would at this point stop using those reference points because there's ways in which they break down that are specific to the points that we're making. Not because I don't get what you mean, but because there's ways in which if you're using those as equatables at any point, you're missing a couple of pieces of context. Just to show how much I thought the gap was. Yeah, and I follow you, Bryn. Also, I know I'm really intense right now. I'm sorry. This is just like if I'm not being very careful and controlled, like just naturally how it comes out. So know that I am, to anyone who's worried, not upset, not angry, not even particularly frustrated, just overly theatric and full of emotions in general. Our strength is the power of friendship. Someone does compare Shinryu to Bahamut at some point, but it could have been Y'shtola commenting on the etheric signatures rather than the strength, which would make sense. I could go and find the cutscene for you. Yeah, I would love it. And here's the thing. If that, like, the thing is, it doesn't just matter what people say. It matters the context of who's saying it, when they're saying it, why they're saying it, because we get multiple times of people equating things that ultimately don't end up being equatable. And this may be it, this may not be it. And the only way to analyze that is to look at it. You remember that being said both directly before the fight and directly after people being total awe of what happened. Yeah. Zodiark wasn't made to fight, but that doesn't mean he wasn't powerful. Yeah. Well, yes, but Shinryu was fighting Omega and wasn't trying to wipe out everything around him as his primary goal at the time. Sure, but like the ambient destruction as a byproduct. Let me put it this way. Had Bahamut fought something in the sky, the amount of destruction it would have wreaked would not have been so different. Because the amount of destruction it wreaked, even when Louis Soix fought it, was still insanely immense. So, and you can make an argument that like, the blast hole that it shoots down with Omega, it's like, yeah, that is one big ass hole, no argument, it shoots through a fucking mountain, but it's still much more limited in scope, and after it, all it took was that one blast for them to, that limited blast from like Omega, and him blasting down for him to be defeatable and capturable to that extent. Also, remember, it took a full-powered Dalamud to keep Bahamut in chains, whereas Shinryu's able to with just like a couple of Omega chains. How accurate was the mural depicting the Hydaelyn dropkick? I'm gonna go with definitely that's exactly how it went down. Basically, you know, Shiva, like in Realm Reborn, she comes up, she shows up, you know how like she just steps on you? It was that, but not on Zodiark. Right on his balls. Don't worry, I also talk like this in debates. I don't think you're just passionate. Sweet. Astral Dark aspected Primal uses to quicken the stars after Aether cloaking the star. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's interesting, because remember, like, right, like, Astral and Dark are co-linked the same way Light and Umbral are co-linked, but they aren't, synonyms, right? Something can be astrally attuned without being dark, and something can be umbrally attuned without being light, like, more light. That said, light is incredibly is fundamentally umbral, and dark is fundamentally astral. So like if you have a bunch of dark, it is inherently astral. If you have a bunch of light, is inherently umbral. However, the polarities, as best we can tell, also seem to be able to be applicable towards things in and of themselves, not necessarily directly tied to being light or dark, based on the fact that there is there's astral fire, there's astral ice, there's umbral water, umbral, like there's both in crystals and elsewhere. So that makes me that plus other information to me posits the idea that astrality and darkness and umbrality and light are co-linked but not synonyms. Okay, can we at least agree that Saitama would beat Bahamut? I mean, it's the whole convention. One punch. I mean, if he punched him, I don't know. Okay, back to the island. Hey guys, remember how this was supposed to be low-key relaxing? Chill, island and chill. As far as I'm actually comparing Bahamut and Deathwing, Deathwing is clearly powerful, but I think at best he would be like a toddler to Bahamut, even with his own shattering power. And like, don't get me wrong, Deathwing's super powerful, right? And like the Black Dragon Flight and God, it's been so long since I've studied WoW lore. But let me think if I can create a better WoW analogy in terms of like power. Like not roll, because I understand your point with the roll. I think that's like but like Ariel, good to see you. Glad to have you. Wait, this is an island sanctuary stream. I'm relaxed. I'm just waiting for more wares to spawn on your island to show you. Oh, Jelly Bean, thank you so much. I'm gonna be honest. It's been really nice seeing you hanging around, and I've been like, I wonder what Bean's doing. Are they really okay just hanging around? Thank you for looking out for them. I really appreciate that. WoW comparison. The thing is power capable of shattering continents even though when he's halfway across the world, but his power is over the earth, so it's sort of contextual. It's not like he can fire blast the shit. Right, you know, and also the fact that he breaks part of the pillars of the world, basically, right? Like, in order to partly to accomplish that. Like, I guess here's another way to put it, right? And I realize to everyone's point that, ARR, Warrior of Light's not the same strength as Endwalker Warrior of Light. Totally fair. But we look up at Bahamut and we're like, there's nothing we can do. Literally nothing we can do. Louis Suaz, everyone who's at that battle feels like there's nothing we can do. And the only reason that Louis Suaz is able to stop Bahamut is because of the faith of the entirety of Eorzea mixed with the aether of one of the horns that is of Tuptimati and other repositories of aether combined together to summon a primal of the 12, like gods, like a primal version of 12 deities as one to save them, and that's not powerful enough. Right? Like that's the kind of power Bahamut's dealing. Whereas, like, for instance, Shinryu is held in place by a broken version of Tuptimati that's not able to collect Aether for as long as Louis Swa would have been collecting it, and binds Shinryu only for a small period of time. And it binds Shinryu, even though it's only for a small period of time, it successfully binds them for what could be hours or days or weeks. It's not really clear. I've been here the whole time just chilling and lurking. Well, hope you've been enjoying it. Do this. Demins, nope, it's a debate stream now. I'm setting up timers for each team as we speak. It's been fun just saying it out. Good. I'm just listening while trying to practice and level Sam. Awesome. Well, I'm glad it's useful for you guys. Yes, he did do that as well, but he can also slap his face against Deep Home and cause tsunamis on the other side of Azeroth, yeah. Oh, but as far as attack potency, I mentioned the Warrior of Light would be like the Lich King. The Lich King couldn't destroy continents, but yeah, sure as hell can kill beings who can survive that power. I understand what you're saying. I don't even disagree. But you have to remember, right, like, we are powerful, but a big part of that power comes as a byproduct of our disposition and in a non-saccharine or cringy way, the way in which our friends are our power, or so like I agree. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, you could also argue that about Arthas because of his armies and how those are a big part of his power, but because he has this, but he can share cell kill beings who can survive that power. Yeah, I guess I don't agree. I don't agree with that last part, right? In terms of, again, there's a difference between here's my point. There's a difference. You would agree, right? Sargeras versus Arthas, who wins, right? Like just like, and I realize that you're in your argument, Sargeras would be Zodiark, but right. But the thing is that one of our traits that isn't OP is Strength of Will, right? And our Strength of Will is also tied to our use of Dynamis. So the base problem with comparing things in 14 to other game stories is that 14 isn't other worlds. The world physics laws are different in 14 than any other game story. Yeah, I'm going down this road mostly to show that even within a WoW context, it's not applicable in specific ways. Are primals no longer going to be an issue? They will still be an issue. They're much less of an existential issue because tempering can be dealt with. However, primals will still be an issue. For instance, if we go to Mericidia or the New World, there are still likely to be groups who may know how to do primal summonings because the Ascians went there, or for whatever reason, right? And so, at some point. And so, there's a good chance that primals will still pop up. It's just a question of context around them. Yeah, exactly, Rin. So my point is, in this case, Arthas is the Warrior of Light and Sargeras is Bahamut at Cart now, right? I know you're seeing he would be applicable to Zodiark, but my point is that's the case. And then the first ones would be the fucking Zodiark full power or something. Like, it doesn't work, and none of this works. But the point being that the underlying assumption of Zodiark's power unsundered is fair. The underlying weakness assumption of Bahamut is unfair, and the underlying assumption of the point at which Zodiark's power is at, as of Trial 1, is unfair in terms of looking at it. Broxier did give Sargeras a paper cut that one time. He would fucking, yeah. Bahamut was summoned by an unsundered of the first brood. Yeah, if we believe that Midgard Summoner Clutch carries souls from the Dragon Star. Yeah, well, so, we know that they would have arrived post-sundering, and we don't know for sure that that Hydaelyn didn't sunder the universe. However, I feel fucking strong as shit that the idea is that Hydaelyn only sundered the star. And part of the reason for that is that if Hydaelyn did, you'd just expect that the universe would have been copied 14-fold or 13-fold, whatever. Or whatever. You know, now you can make an argument that maybe that is the case or whatever. But I think I, for now, will operate under the assumption that Atheris is all that was sundered. That was a direct quote. If Sargeras had to come alone against Azeroth with no army at all, they freely admit they wouldn't stand a chance in blazing hell, even if all the old gods teamed up with him. Now, remember that, think about, also Sargeras' scale, right? Like, Sargeras' scale, Bahamut's, smaller than it, obviously, but Bahamut's, as big or bigger than his sword. Bahamut's huge as fuck. You know? However, hypothetically, Sargeras was to shrink himself down and fight Arthas. Arthas is capable of hurting him with Frostmourne. He just can't hope to win regardless if it be like a tattoo gun on the knuckles. Yeah. Should we be prepared to expect any scary species out there in the universe? Prepared? Yes. Likely? I can't say. I could not tell you. It's a big universe, and we already see such crazy things between the Omicrons, the dragons, the Aya. Who knows what the fuck we'll find out there. I can't imagine Hydaelyn was powerful enough to sunder the entire universe. I agree. Now, the thing that's important, though, is that sundering, at least the way that it seems to be because of how Hydaelyn used it, is it's not a corollary between how strong you are and the ability to do it, though, because if it was, you need to be strong enough to do it on such a scale, she shouldn't have been able to sunder Zodiark because of how much weaker she was than Zodiark, by state. But at the same time, yeah. Ultima High Seraph doesn't count because she seems to be an interdimensional, not otherworldly. The problem is we don't know what that means because the interdimensional rift seems to connect everything, but it also seems to be boundless chaos. We don't know if that means she came from within the rift itself, from another world, another time, another place, another star, another... It could be... It's so unclear what the fuck Ultima is. And yet more reasons why. Say it with me, everyone, and with Tethys as well. Ivalice is a train wreck. It's not. It's not that bad. It's really not. Oh, hey, achievement. But Ivalice is not something that Ivalice train wreck. Ivalice is incomplete. Okay, like, it would be more fair to say that I might not technically be as powerful as Bahamut, but at least I am much more powerful than I was when I fought Bahamut. Oh, yeah, fucking for sure. You are... The Warrior of Light is much stronger explicitly within the game. There's a couple... I'm trying to remember. I have a list of scenes somewhere that I'll go find that convey explicitly that the Warrior of Light has gained strength over time. One of the easiest the easiest of is Stormblood. The easiest showing Stormblood, us fighting Xenos at the beginning of Stormblood versus Xenos at the end of Stormblood, right? That is the easiest one. So that alone tells you that you are stronger than them. So there's no question that you are much stronger. Twice as strong. Maybe even 3 times as strong as when you fought Bahamut. That is, I think, in no question. Now, to actually calculate exactly how much, you can't. But the other thing is don't use levels to calculate that either, because levels are not necessarily representative of in-game realities. But yeah. That could theoretically do the same thing now, albeit with difficult. Well, but that's unsynced, that's a mechanical thing, right? Do I think the Warrior of Light could 1v1 Bahamut in the Binding Coils now? I think that's an impossible question. Because you can't calculate how much weaker Bahamut is in that state compared to what he should be, and you can't compare, you don't have a really good estimation of how much stronger the Warrior of Light is now. I mean, if we can beat Xenos and Shinryu, yeah, I think, okay, you know what, I would say that the Endwalker, well, no, because you're supposed to be, you're in a fight with others for that. I'm willing to at least go halfsies on you. He definitely could do it with the dungeon party. You're conflating game mechanics with lore and the two don't conflate. Yeah, it's really important to not treat game mechanics as lore. There's multiple times where they're actively disconnected. Like, if you assume that game mechanics are applicable towards lore, you will literally say go with something that is factually untrue. I'm trying to think of a good example. There was a good example I had recently. What was it? Oh, I can't remember. I like to compare Ultima to the Outsider from the last story, except the Outsider's not malicious like an Anti-Genova in some aspects. Based off of what they said, I feel it's probably more along the lines of an outright Super Saiyan boost. I wouldn't put numbers on it, but I think our old self would be barely like a fly. I don't know. I don't know if it's that bad. I mean, but like Super Saiyan boost, I don't think is the worst way to put it. And also remember that you're going, like, when you're in Ultima Thule, you're going Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, and you can only go Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan there because of the fact that you're in Ultima Thule. Like, that's an important, you couldn't do it elsewhere. So, like, also, anything on Ultima Thule don't apply to anywhere else. Because Ultima Thule is a unique circumstance. Remember the certain expansion when we were in underwater place and we fight a recreation of people who have fought before where it's outright stated that we're become so strong that they are just completely irrelevant compared to us now? Certain expansion, we are underwater place and we fight recreations of people. Underwater, I'm assuming you mean Tempest. Fight recreations of people who we have fought before. We survived the hit from La Habre that should have killed us. Yeah, because Hydaelyn created a barrier. We survived that because of Hydaelyn. And she weakened herself to do that. Praetorium, that was the only reason we survived was Hydaelyn. There's literally even the text line her saying, my barrier cannot shield you again. So literally, if we hadn't defeated them then, we would have been killed. The only time I will conflate game mechanics with lore is my refusal to believe the Warrior of Light would have a tiny baby Gubu sneezing behind them during diplomatic events and world-shattering events. That's a choice, that's for sure. 5-point Adam SQX. Yeah, the new version is slightly different, but it's still the Hydaelyn shield. I just played it VAR. Are you guys talking about 5.3 or 5.2 when you go into Amarot? No, you're good, you're good. I mean, like, we've just, like, look, we fucking abandoned spoilers at this point. Yeah, when we get Asm's crystal. Right, but we're fighting incarnate shadows of Elidibus toying with us. Those aren't the same representations. But Elidibus says that we've gotten stronger. Yeah, so that, we definitely have gotten stronger since Heavensward. There's multiple places where the game confirms it. So yeah, if that's what your point was, I thought you were responding to a different point. If you were just further confirming with me that, yes, the game confirms that we've gotten stronger. Yeah, okay. To the point that we literally were one and two-shotting them back when back then it was a full fight. We don't one or two-shot him. Elidibus? No. Unless you're talking about Ardbert. Also, because like Ardbert in Elidibus is different than fighting Ardbert. So, when Elidibus created recreations of our old enemies, he makes a point of us being a complete monster compared to us before. Yeah. Yeah, we've definitely grown in power. Again, let me put it this way. There's a difference in my mind between saying we've grown in a lot now, but there's a difference between being like we've become much, much more powerful and being like our old self would be a fly to us. Like that's the parallel I'm saying. It's like I think those are different gradients. Noah's reaction of our old enemies. Old enemies. Friends and Elidibus summons to play the mind games. Yeah, but again, those are recreations by Elidibus. Like that was my point earlier, and then you guys keep in mind that Elidibus at the point has an agenda calling us monsters feels part of that agenda. Yeah, like it's not an unfair point. It's not a good, but like he's creating them. They aren't. This is not necessarily those individuals. And remember that even if you're powerful, he does not have the capacity to create one-to-one copy representations of those people. Like the amount of aether that would require is not something that he would have had in that moment. Expansion complete. Well, here might be a better example. I think that would not be out of the realm of possibility for my level 90 Dragoon to actually defeat Nidhogg alone. It would be medium difficulty at best. I don't know. I agree with that. Here's the problem, Rin. This is kind of a pointless conversation to an extent. You're talking about power dynamics to a point where you are focused on what... It's not something the game worries about in the exactness to which you're worrying about it. And I don't think it's a useful conversation to like try and debate it when all we know is that we are powerful. The level to which we're more powerful or to which it doesn't speak to, like, for instance, how powerful we were allies in that fight. Because if your allies were not that much weaker than you, no, then is that necessarily true? I don't know. And I think it also really belittles and undercuts a lot of the power and strength of other foes when I think that we are increasing in strength. Absolutely. And even to great leaps and bounds over a course of time. But I don't know it's to the point that we're, like, fucking trading card game style invalidating everything that's coming before. And I wouldn't support that. Yeah. I've been so absorbed in the conversation for the past hour that I've gotten checks 2 turns into the final battle of Act 1 of Fire Emblem despite starting an hour ago. We also got so strong he deemed it necessary to find a way to overpower us, and Elidibus was no slouch. She took on 3 skilled fighters in Gimlet and Xenos' body. Yeah, but Xenos' body is also different than inhabiting Ardbert's body. They're not the same level of strength. That's worth remembering. And part of the reason that he was as powerful as he was during that battle was because of his control over Xenos' body. Now, I think your point still stands, AC. And again, I'm not articulating that we have not increased in strength. That's a thing that I wholesale agree with and been supporting. Sorry, I'm a Shonen Battle nerd. Oh, see, I fucking hate that. There's nothing more than I fucking hate the shonen trope of invalidating prior experience and struggles by just power creeping. I hate that shit so fucking much. Take a page from Dragon Ball Z. These power levels are useless. Yeah. And don't take a page from Dragon Ball Z. Don't do power creep, please. So how much do you think another rejoined soul through Ardbert makes us to our old self? I think rejoining our souls, even if I think you rejoined every soul together, I don't know that you'd actually get a Zem back. I think how much is in terms of power? I think I'm of the opinion that it is not my opinion thus far is that the rejoining of a soul increases your etheric density, but it doesn't downright increase your etheric strength, but it does allow for potentially your strength to increase as a course of time. because your soul can house more aether and deal with more aether. Because the main thing that happened as a byproduct of Ardberts and Ardrejoining was the fact that they are your soul is more dense, which can handle the light of the Wardens. Okay, well, I mean, we have straight up examples, though. We fought Black Wolf, dude, right? It took 4 people canonically, but now we are equal to Xenos at the very least, who obliterated him in his Estinian. Okay, so you're using... But this is the thing. That's a hyperbolic language. We fought Black Wolf, dude, right? It took 4 people canonically, but now we are equal to Xenos at the very least, who obliterated him and Estinian. Well, no, that was a good point, Rin. I'm trying to walk down it, but, like... If you're talking about Xenos, yeah, we're equal to Xenos. Yeah, again, yes, I'm following your point. Xenos, and I would not say obliterated. Defeated handily might be, but I think there's a big difference between obliterated and deciding to fall back versus, like, defeated pretty handily and falling back versus obliterated. I think that's very different. But I would also say that, Estinian and the whole point you're making. I mean, like, again, to double down that point, we become stronger than Xenos over the course of Stormblood, right? Like, the game supports that we get stronger. But also, there's 2 other things to remember here. 1, it used to be that Praetorium was a 8-man, you know? 2, so, like, that can further your point, but also that could arguably... This is why if you start going into mechanics too heavily and go too nitty-gritty, you just make it a situation in which you're going to be miserable because the point you come away with is based on the leaps of assumption you choose to take, and the leaps of assumption that someone else chooses to take is going to make them disagree with you because they may not be the same. And then you don't have a good standing point to be able to agree on that with. But your point on Estinian, let's focus on your point on Estinian and Gaius. Xenos also beats them after becoming much better and more aware of his own skill. So Xenos increases in power as well. That's important to remember, that Xenos is more powerful at that moment than he was when he died. He acknowledges that in specifically in Shadowbringers and Endwalker as well. But on top of that, there's still a difference between we've become, you know, twice or 3 times or 4 times as strong as a Gaius from ARR to Endwalker versus we are now completely on the level of gods. No, Rin, that was fine. Again, we're far past the spoiler point. You're good to go. Do you think getting our full soul back will make us bigger? Not ancient bigger, but bigger than normal? No, I don't think so. I don't think it'll change your physical form. I think it would change your soul density. I would personally, what I would see as someone who gets fully rejoined is you would get your soul would be much denser. Your ability to grow and be more powerful would be much, much larger and broader. You may get access to creation magics, though I doubt it, because I think part of the problem with that is the lack of ambient aether of the star itself having also been sundered. But on top of that, where was I going with that? I think you might even get memories of a Zem back, but you wouldn't just become a Zem. Okay, well, I mean, we have straight up examples, though. We fought the Black Wolf dude, right? Right, but I just responded to that, so I don't need to. Let me rephrase. We handed their asses to them on a silver platter so casually that if you wanted to obliteration is not out of the question. I wouldn't agree with that scene. Next row, good to see you, glad to have you. Uses confusion, it's super effective. Xenos does say we are on the level of gods. Right. But that's because he's talking about primals. I'm talking about right, okay. When he's talking about gods, he's talking about fighting primals, and he's talking about primals broadly. I am talking more specifically actual gods, like an unsundered Zodiarch. I'm not the hyperbole of Xenos. Because they use those terms like primals and gods interchangeably. Yeah, Xenos learning to fight in another person's body was chilling in regards to how his power growth. Yeah. We tower above the gods, you buy your gift, I buy my might. Yeah. Yes, but also okay, but this is another example of what I was talking earlier, right? Which is that not every character is you don't use characters as every character is not word of law, the truth of fact. He's in that moment talking about his ability to use the resonant to control Shinryu. In that moment, he's talking about our capacity to be able to fight primals. He's not talking about gods. He doesn't understand Zodiark or Hydaelyn or any of that bullshit right there. He doesn't understand how much bigger the game gets. He's talking about gods within the confines of that moment, right? If you're talking about Stormblood. Storm Mammoth's up. Okay. Thank you. I'm away. The way I think of it, you had your whole soul increase your magic power. No. Magic power is just ethereal manipulation. So no, it would not just increase your magic power. Because you don't have magic power, you just have aether. You have aether and you have knowledge. And the knowledge to be able to use that. Yeah. Do you guys feel more violated or angry with the whole incident? Violated more than angry is the main emotion I feel when I get to with that moment. Me and Nineri talk about it in End Talkers. But it's definitely, it's the most that a game or any piece of media has really ever made me feel violated. Where is the Star Marmot? Oh, there it is. Thank you. First try! Thank you, Bean. On the Xenos God comment, sometimes a character statement isn't a dev lore statement. Yes, thank you, Decoy. That's a great way of putting it. And that happens many times. There are many people who either speak in hyperbole or do not have full context or are referring to something that's not quite the broad scope of the world, but the scope of their understanding. No, I know that's not totally a hyperbolic statement. It only matters when you take feats into account, but the whole Xeno Shinryu thing is why I thought we were stronger than Bahamut in the first place. Right. I worked 14 hours today, just saw you were live and wanted to stop by and say have a great rest of your day. Next row, thanks so much. I deeply appreciate it. I hope you have a great day too. And I hope you get some good rest after that. That's why I said magic powers in quotes. Okay. Roger that. It increases your potential, but not your power. I would frame it more that way than, like, I think the magic power to most people, I would read that as you saying it increases your, like, ability to spellcast or ability to use Aether. But yeah, I would say that it would, I am of the mind that it does increase your potential, but it's not, I don't even know for sure that I would definitely say that if we were, all parts of our soul were rejoined, if we would even instantly be like, oh, we are the power of an ancient. I don't even know I would necessarily agree with that because there's more context around your body matters towards how much aether you can contain. Like, yourself and your understanding matters. The world around you matters, and the world's still sundered. So, like, you know, it would be really interesting. Do you take Xenos for a liar? I take Xenos to be hyperbolic and to be sometimes less aware. I don't take him for a liar. I think he's honest. I don't think Xenos is a liar, but I do definitely take him to be poetic, hyperbolic, and or unaware. And likely to speak it as it is as far as he understands it, which may not be the totality of the reality. Kind of use magic power like stand-in for like soul, I guess. Aether. Well, but so there's a difference. So like if it's increasing your Aether, that's different than increasing your soul's etheric density. Because the access to the amount of Aether you have is different than just how, like, you can have an incredibly dense soul, but be incredibly thin in Aether. So like the thing is that like, there is a distinction there that is important. I don't take him for a truther. During the body swap moment, I basically recited Middy's violation and outrage speech. Yeah. It's fucking a really well done scene. It's a fucking really, really well done scene. I also love that we're slowly building up these animals, but it's all the special ones. Again, Bean, you made me go from just having this be like random to like, I love this. This makes me happy. Like the way I would liken it, if you had your full unsundered soul, it'd be like having a big muscles, but not knowing how to use them to max capacity, so nothing would really change. So what I would say is, I don't think it is just that. What I would say it more as is that your muscles wouldn't change, but your baseline endurance would change. And so you could go exercise more to get your muscles larger, would be the read on it I would take. Because we don't seem to emphatically, straight off the bat, just as a byproduct of being Ardbert mixed with us, seem to grow in a way that's particularly demonstrated to us in strength. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't raise the new layer. You have to get the Chinese. Thank you. Did you name the animals? I haven't. What should we name them, guys? I'll let you guys figure that out. Within reason, I may argue against certain things. Ooh, windmill or tree forts? I really like windmills. I really love windmills. Actually, is there some lore on this? A lot of women I talk to have called me dense. Does that mean I have strong... Good one, Des. Right now, Pasture's home to 2 sheep, some monkeys, and all my livestock is themed minions. Nice. Okay, we're going windmill. I mean, well, I don't have all the evidence I would need to support this right now because I'd have to replay the game and get other examples. The narrative implies to me that Xenos and I are on that. Are on what? Xenos and you are on what? People can be honest and still wrong and misleading, and that's fun. Yeah. And also, it's important to note, this is not just something that I think of because the game does it. This is something that explicitly Koji has stated is a thing he loves to do, and a thing that he likes, that Oda and Koji are both fans of, and are part of, like, the writing process, too, for when they do the, like, when they make the story. That's why you also have interesting localization or translation shit stuff. Windmill can't be climbed, sadly. Godly level power by the time of Endwalker. You gotta define godly, though. Because, again, what do you mean by godly? Because if you're talking about the power of a primal, you're not wrong. If you're talking about the power of an elder primal, I don't think you're right. Because, like, there's just saying God. For instance, here's the other thing. The line in Japanese is kami. He says kami, which can be read as deity, God. Like, the thing is that, like, just saying God doesn't mean, you are on the same... Let me put it this way. Athena and Zeus are both gods. It doesn't mean that Zeus couldn't whoop Athena's ass. I mean, it's a bad example somewhat because Athena's fucking bitch-ass baller motherfucker. But, Athena versus, Aphrodite, right? Zeus is gonna kick Aphrodite's ass. Ooh, awesome. Kino, it's good to see you. Glad to have you. Hey, just curious if you'll be doing the post-MSQ side quest. I personally found it to be very interesting. I absolutely am planning on doing it. I found out about it this morning thanks to someone pointing it out. I will be doing that stream probably tomorrow. We still have Lore Book Club tomorrow, though, so I will also have to be doing that. But that'll probably be my plan to go ahead and do that. Just part that is your Tinder profile at Destro. Jelly bean. Good real life analogy might be rejoinings would be like your bones getting denser and your muscles' anchor points being reinforced. Yeah, capable of using more powers without hurting yourself, but still gotta work to bring out the potential. I think that's a good way of putting it, Demons. Yeah. Even if you hate Xenos or not, it's not. Is it necessarily wrong that he considers you a friend? Like, by technicality, are we his friend? He can consider you his friend without you considering him your friend. So, like, is it wrong that he does it? Well, one, it depends on your characterization, I guess, of your own Warrior of Light. I think that the story unambiguously does not treat you as friends, though at the last, it does allow you to accept that there are links between yous and parallels between yous that are meaningful. Oh man, that's a fucking cool Apakalu. Oh, I have everything equipped. Sweet. Fuck yeah! Thank you, Bean. Godly as in enough to contend with the Elder Primals, yes. No, then emphatically no. Shinryu's not an Elder Primal. No, we only deal with Zodiark when he's sundered. We only deal with Hydaelyn after her spending 10,000 years weakening herself. Literally, we even get in the MSQ that, like, crystals of light that she created in earlier astral eras are much more powerful because she had more strength. She's been weakening herself and weakening herself. The only thing she has left to give at the time of when you fight her is that she literally has to use her own soul as a battery in order to fight us because she has nothing left to give. That's why, like, she can't shield us repeatedly. That's why she can't intervene all the time. So, like, you can't use Hydaelyn when we fight her, and you can't use Zodiark when we fight him. And you can't use the Endsinger because of Dynamis. That much stronger than the other Primals would be incredibly dangerous to still... Let me put it this way. Literally, your soul could not handle the power of an Elder Primal. It would break apart. You know how I know this? Because the soul of multiple Light Wardens, now arguably the problem there is more to be with umbrality than the sheer amount of Aether, but that you could not contain. And that is much, much, much weaker than an Elder Primal. It's only like 10 minutes long? Okay, well then maybe we can do it. We can do it in a little bit. I mean, we've been spoiling everything for all this time anyways. Cozy Cabin's already done. Let's see. What is there to do? other than farm items right now. Can I upgrade anything? What do I need in order to get Pathological Pathfinder? I need more tools. Ah, that's why. Okay, I need copper ore. And island clay. I went to go do that a long time ago and then got distracted by this conversation. Copper ore, where's best place? Copper ore. All the way over there. Island clay is on the way. Perfect. I don't agree with you, but the issue with corruption's level was corruption level. The issue with the Light Warden level is the amount of Aether, and the amount of Aether that's umbral is the main problem there. And your soul can't handle it. So the reason that that's not applicable is because with the Light Warden, it's the umbrality is a really important aspect of that. However, my point more broadly being the sheer amount of Aether involved with an Elder Primal to like contain that would be much greater, even if it wasn't astral or umbral. Which, to be fair, the three Elder Primals that we know of, 2 of which are astral and 1 of which is umbral, majorly umbral. Oh, I forgot to be in gather mode. %5 power, 10% will, and 85% sheer fucking audacity to kill the gods. That's not unfair. That's not unfair. That's not a bad way to describe the Warrior of Light. She goes out of her way to say she saved power for that very moment. He says, yes, the power she saved for that very moment was her own soul. That's why she fades away after you beat her. Because she literally used all of herself in order to she literally just used the only remaining Aether she had to herself, which was her own soul. That sliver of energy that she saved was her own existence. I find it hard in the world of 14 to truly define what a deity is or not. Like, the definition of a true god is a bit muddled. Yeah. The last small rare you can get without looking for weather patterns. You can also trap the goblins right now with your small net. Sweet. Well, let's. I will try to get my net upgraded then soon. It might be better to say that I'm not as powerful as an Elder Primal, but more so that my power and sheer skill is enough to make me dangerous to one. That I can agree with. But also it depends, because are you dangerous now to a full force Bahamut? I still don't think that's the same, because. Again, and when we get an ultimate, just because we face an ultimate version of Zodiark, if he's like fully rejoined in a fanfiction version, does not mean that that's what the canon is. But we couldn't be a fully rejoined Zodiark, but we also couldn't be a... Let me put it this way. Giant ass fucking flying worm that literally can span entire cities with fucking Zeta flares and Theta flares all over the fucking place. Like... Motherfucker! Oh, do I not have... Wait, can I not do emotes here? There we go. We ain't surviving that shit! We ain't surviving it! Maybe you talked about it earlier, but what's your opinion on Island Sanctuary? I adore it. I think it's perfect. I think it's slow life. I think it's awesome. And I'm happy to answer questions. I think it's great. I think it has a lot of room in a good way, not in a bad way, not in like I need more right now, but just in a lot of good room to grow. I think this is going to be a much loved feature. And I think for a lot of people out there who just want slow life content, this is going to be a lovely long-term thing. I think the only thing I worry about in the long term is content to continue to do. And I would much prefer that they don't just keep making new islands. I'd rather that them increase the island that we have and like allow for more building and stuff. But I suspect that ultimately, if they want to create new mechanics and stuff, they will have to make new islands. But no, I think Island Sanctuary is lovely. Island Sanctuary is exactly what I wanted out of Island Sanctuary, which is more than enough for me. I'm just glad that Island Sanctuary wasn't in any way underwhelming, not on any level. I think the only way that I might say it's a little underwhelming so far is I wish I had a little bit more control over structures, placing structures and doing stuff with that, but I understand why I don't, and I think that's a perfectly reasonable decision on the devs' part. I don't think it's fair to say Hydaelyn was being hyperbolic. I didn't say anything about hyperbolic. Did someone else? Yes, but she calls herself a supreme deity, and while we can make the claim that Xeno says it's hyper in the heat of the moment, Hydaelyn was resting the fate of the existence on us. Right, Rin. Okay, Rin, we can go down this road again, but this time I actually need you to listen to what I'm saying on this. Hydaelyn was a supreme deity by the nature of her creation and the ability to sunder. That is irrelevant to the fact that over 10,000 years, she had to hold the line against the Ascians, Zodiarch, and any other threats of the star, and weakened herself bit by bit. Something that has not only told us into Endwalker, but has told us into Heavensward, I believe in Stormblood, and then also, and definitely in Shadowbringers. So when we face her, we are not facing Hydaelyn as she was when she first formed. It's not the same thing. It's not applicable. She has drained almost every last ounce of what she is. She literally can't even present herself to us with ease and needs to use Cryo to do so most of the time because of how weak she is. The only reason she can even fight us at that point is because she's using her own soul to power everything that she's doing. It's not that she's not a supreme deity, but I think you're conflating the fact of the nature of her existence as her capability of what she can do at her height, and also as a nature compared to what her power is at currently, and those aren't the same. Do you think she's out there somewhere despite her soul being gone? Like if the presence of Hydaelyn remains despite being gone? I don't think so. No, I think absolutely in my mind, the most powerful and poetic thing that could happen with Vana is that at last she let herself return to the ethereal sea and become one with it, and not to reincarnate as a new Vana or anything, but to let herself rejoin with the star, because that's tied to one of the conversations you have with her in Elpis. I don't think it's fair to say Hydaelyn is being hyperbolic. I didn't say Hydaelyn is being hyperbolic. In fact, I think it would be straight opposite of her to do so. I agree. I like the Island Sanctuary because it reminds me of the slow, well, actually, I disagree. If you think about how Hydaelyn talks to you in A Realm Reborn, then maybe I would point out that Hydaelyn has lied to us quite a bit, or at least omitted quite a lot of truth, until we needed to know. I like Island Sanctuary because it reminds me of the slow life isekais. Isekais. They're fun in a different way where you don't have to fight an evil being as a hero. We do enough of that in 14 as is. Yeah, I think it's great. But even if she was long as the Elder Primal that has shiny loot, there is no challenge the Warrior of Light cannot surmount out of sheer unadulterated honey badger audacity for the loot. That I won't necessarily fight. Over many expansions, we are shown she is wearing thin constantly. Yeah, and remember, she has been holding the line at the heart of the star against darkness and evil for 10,000 years alone, effectively. Like, she brings the Warriors of Lights to her aid, but she, and the thing is, if she was taking of the Aether of the Ethereal Sea and stuff, she'd be like Zodiarch, and so she won't let herself do that. Vana is gone and forever, and Yoshimi actually confirms that. Don't really remember when, but you should look it up. I'm trying to remember him explicitly saying that her heart actually returned, but definitely if anyone has that reference point. She's finally returned to the star. Her work is done. Yep. Her children will find their own way. Oh man, fucking. I love that you get two options with that. Thank you, Hydaelyn, but the so much better one, right, is the we'll find our way, Vana. And she cries, and it's just so fucking good. Elder Primal exists. Where you're like, yo, that spear looking kind of spicy. See, this is common ground. This is the common ground. Burp. There are no gods more. Alfino, and if there's one, it's me because I killed the other. Yes, I guess I have the feeling that I can keenly be more aware of her absence, so I miss her in a way. Yeah, and I think the thing, though, is, isn't that part of the whole point of the story, though, too, to, keenly feel her absence and to miss her, and that being a part of life and change and growth and struggle and existence, right? I think there could be no worse way to undercut Endwalker than to allow her to exist or come back. I wouldn't have a problem with a cameo in Elpis, right? For Pandemonium. I don't think they will, but I wouldn't have a problem with that. That's different. But I don't think there could be more of a disservice to her memory or to her sacrifices. The more I unlock an Island Sanctuary, the more I feel like it could be a housing substitute to certain people. Decoy, that's what I've been saying for the past year. And especially playing it now, the more I unlock, the more I hope it opens it up enough for people. The big problem is people not being able to AFK. Because after 30 minutes, it closing down. I love that scene too. So sad, but so good. It's so beautiful. It's just such a beautiful scene. And Walker has so many fucking beautiful scenes. Island Sanctuary would be a good place for the beach chapter of Academia Academia exhort or Eorzean? Each chat. God, calling her by her mortal name was such a great moment that I needed to have, and I'm thankful for Final Fantasy XIV for giving it to me. And you know what? For letting you have the choice, right? Like, that's a meaning. This is what I like about Final Fantasy XIV dialogue options. It's not about changing the story. It's about articulating the same moment in a slightly different way that better fits what you think is right. And I love that. And I think that's so much better than, like, false choices to change the narrative up. Because I fucking adore that you can say, I appreciate you as Hydaelyn and appreciate what you've done for us, or you can give that moment of grace and humanity to her to allow her to be human for one moment and in her final moment. And like, for me, there's just this, I every time I go to that scene, I've never seen Thank You, Hydaelyn. I've never even seen it because every time I get to that scene and I'm like, I'll press it. I'm like, nope, can't not. I don't even know if she cries if you do the first option. Baby spin-off show about the ancients akin to Muppet Babies. Minion babies? It's just the minion versions of all of them? Are those tools you have there? Beautiful, dangerous tools for cutting things, smashing things up? Give them here, nice and easy. And while you're at it, please also give me 100,000 seafaring calories. They're not for me, mind you. I need the funds to hire a team. Some mammoths want to be paid for their work, but me, the thrill is payment enough. When ancients have children, do they use creation magics or the old-fashioned? They definitely don't use creation magics because ancients can't create souls. We pretty strongly knew that before, and Abyssos 1000% for sure confirms that they do not have the power to create souls. So the only way for them to create children would be the old-fashioned way. Just at the very end, we get to let her know we don't see her as just the almighty mother of all creation, but first and foremost, our friend who did so much on our behalf. Yeah. And all of that, all of what you just said to Mins, and a promise that we'll find our way. It's going to be okay. You can rest now. We will find our way. We will forge ahead. It's just like... so fucking good. Okay, so I unlocked this up here. Oh, facility along board. Structural facility. What are my options? Workshop or granary? What's the granary do? Anyone know? Let me look at how I want to set this up. Okay, so I've got 2 and 2. Oh wait, I can move them around later. I can just go ahead and build wherever I want. I like a granary here. Yeah. Baby bird can leave the nest, Mom. It's okay. Yeah. Damn, these mammoths are savage. There were so many options to Hydaelyn to fix the situation without worry of life because all you need is someone who's passionate enough to overcome Dynamis, and surely the Eorzeans were. No, that's not how that works. What? So, first off, the Eorzeans are all tempered. They're not going to go fight her. They're worried about Zodiark. And if they defeated Meteon and then came back, they would still try to recreate Zodiark and bring all their people back and kill all the people of Eorzea. The whole point is the ideological standpoint of, she was of the mind that the world should be allowed to be inherited to the new life that sprung forth upon it, not that the new life should be sacrificed just so they could have their old friends back. Like, that's the whole, like, philosophical crux of Endwalker, as well as how we got here. So, like, the Eorzeans wouldn't work, first off. Secondly, you needed to have a sense of hope in the face of nothing. It's not just about passion. It's more... Dynamis is not just, I feel something, so Dynamis! It's more than that. It's way more nuanced and complex than that. If the whole point of the story is that she was searching for someone who had become so strong in both strength of will and conviction and hope, but also someone whose power was beyond power. Yeah. Itself. Yes. Did I misread your thing? Because there's so many options to Hydaelyn to fix the situation without the war because all you need is someone who's passionate enough. No. Show the essence word. No. Granary, you can send them out on missions for materials. It costs the blue cowrie shells, but brings back a variety of mats. Okay, cool. I'm sure out of our power had something to do with it, but I think our effect on the people... Also, guys, remember that it's a fixed time loop, too. Like, Vana knows that it has to play out the way it's going to play out because the only reason that she knew in the first place is because of how it played out. Like, it's a bootstrap paradox. Like... she only does what she does because we go on back onto Elpis. We only go back onto Elpis because of what she does. The 8th Umbral Calamity timeline only happens because we go back onto Elpis. And the 8th Umbral Calamity, even though it seems like a branch timeline, it's not. That branch is actually part of a fixed loop. Because it can only happen if we journey back onto Elpis. Because if we don't journey back onto Elpis, Hydaelyn doesn't know about... Hydaelyn doesn't know to do what she does. Okay, I mean, I guess the problem here... Okay, I missed that. It's just that I understand your points, I acknowledge them, and even understand the validity of them. I just have trouble with it, because I feel if that's the case, there were so many options. I'm not sure I understand what... I'm following that, like, something about what I'm saying would imply that to you, but I'm trying to understand what about what I said would imply that. I think that was definitely the most important part of all. Just at the very end, we get to let her know... Demons. I'm sure her power had something to do with the effect, more importantly. Yeah. I just think that her belief in our power and ability to overcome literally anything should count for something. But it wasn't her power in belief in us. It was in man. It was in the beings of the star to do it. Because it's not just about any one of us being able to do it. Because we couldn't have done it alone. We would have failed. If we went to Ultimate Thule alone, we would have failed. Period. We would have failed. It was only through the sacrifices of our friends and their belief. It was the legacy of struggle and that the star could birth people who would desire and to fight and continue on in the face of such unbelievable despair. Remember that the Ascians would have failed. Remember that they failed when they dealt with the final days too. They didn't, like, now part of it was they didn't know what was going to happen. And so they couldn't figure out a solution. But part of it is also they gave in. Their response was to create Zodiark and say, no, we're going to create our paradise again. We don't care if we're sacrificing other people's lives. You know? The Ascians wouldn't have succeeded. The Ancients did. It makes me more interesting if you characterize the warrior as not being from 1.0, implying the original died and you are some sort of backup plan. I think that's less interesting. I think that's way less interesting to me because that's... I mean, I think there's... You're not a backup plan then. You're just another one of the warriors of light. More because you wouldn't be a backup plan. You would just be that the 1.0 was a different warrior of light fighting to save the day, and then you were the warrior of light that arrives during 2.0 and those events onward. I mean, you can either believe two things: the warrior of lights that were 1.0 died at the Battle of Cartnau, and you are a brand new warrior of light who just happens to be arriving in 2.0, or you can believe that you came out of Louis' light beam even if you weren't a 1.0 player, which is what I do. Well, would the Ascians hope that they could restore the planet and not be strong enough? No, because their hope is not rooted in a desire to protect people. It's not hope. It's desperation and fear and sorrow. If anything, they're more susceptible. Because it's not, my hope is to save my planet. Because they don't give a fuck. As long as they have Zodiark, Medion doesn't matter to them. Because they can do the Ethereal Shroud works. Medion is irrelevant. Whereas what we've come up, I mean, like, can you argue that some of what they're doing is rooted in hope? Yeah, that's absolutely fair, right? Amitzuk hopes, Elidibus hopes, but like, notice at how broken they are, right? At this point too. And that they're just fulfilling duty more and out of desperation and loss and sorrow, you know, more than a desire for a better world or to hope for a better tomorrow. It's nostalgia, not hope. The Ascians, if they had their way, could have very well end up like the other worlds. They might have ended up begging Zodiark for death like the one world. Yeah. The whole, with like Rala, yeah. Hope that drove them for 20 years. But I think the story shows that it's not, that hope though was also rooted in, it's not hope alone, right? Because it wasn't the desire for a better world and the hope for a better world. Their hope was to get their friends back. A longing for 12,000 years, more than a hope. I mean, again, hope is not an accurate term. But I do think that the distinction is warranted because I think that Ultima Thule proves that the mentality of many of those of the star isn't so far removed from what the ancients were at, from where the Essence were, on a Thule compared to. Lets you send out ventures, gets you stuff you can get. Oh, you guys are talking about the thing. Okay, let me refresh my chat. It's broken again. Vanna Hydaelyn got a chance to know us and see our strength firsthand. It gives her a reason to have faith in us. Yeah. But I think if you look at her language, though, it's not just you, my only one in champion. You will go and save the day. It shall be you. She looks to each and every one of the scions, right, as ambassadors of mankind. and that a byproduct of what the star created. It's not just us. It's not like, I think if you look at Warrior of Light Saves the Day and out of everything, I think you are painfully close to strongman theorying it. You're painfully close to almost like a Garlean attitude about it. It's like what Vanessa said, the despair, sadness, non-perfection is what build people stronger, and why she trusted Warrior of Light to save the star. But she trusted her children to save the star. Again, like, I think that's a really important element that we gloss over. I would like to have those extra cutscene legacy Final Fantasy players get through. Yeah, me too, Demins. Will the Ziggy Meister could overcome the despair of Ultima Thule? What? Now I just need to write a fan fiction so the Turbo lad can save Eorzean if there is. What? Ziggy Meister? I have no idea. Remember when we were talking about Doctor Who? Yep, I have no idea what you're talking about. I can't find any even reference to it. I think it's less about all the different Warriors of Light being backup plans and more about Hydaelyn taking the call to Warriors Light, knowing it will call to you and that the people will support help you. Yeah, and that, but also it's this whole idea, right, that the battles are just as important as the war, right? That the line needs to be held against the Ascians. You need Hoary Boulders, you need Moonbreedas, you need Cryos, you need, like, there's other, and just not other people besides who aren't on the front lines with you, but are on different front lines, holding different lines against the tides of evil, or darkness. Okay, but La Habre is the ultimate despair, and if we defeated him, thus we are the ultimate hope. La Habre's mere existence caused by my bread to mold because he was so terrible. Who? Hoary Boulder? Zigmaster is Ziggy from Eden Zero. I have no idea. He's just my favorite character. I was just making a joke. Okay. Can I build another granary? Because I like the idea of granary workshop. No. What do I need? Copper and logs. I'm glad you clarified. Y'all talked about Doctor Who earlier, because I looked back to the screen, just saw random Daleks. I was confused. There was a long conversation about Daleks. Okay, so yeah, so there's going to be a workshop up here and double granary, or maybe... Well, honestly, maybe the granary should go up here and should be double workshops, because I don't need to... I won't need... Well, I guess sending out mats for blue will eventually be very useful. I can always move them around later. Oh, no, I don't capture. I want... No, I do want gather. Okay. In a sense, Hydaelyn and the Garleans agree on one aspect. I think it was the Emperor who said something along the lines of, man must forge his own destiny, fitting with Hydaelyn's trusting man. Yeah, no, I think that's not an unfair point. We get there's oftentimes in 14 from very different people, we get perspectives on the same thing. But again, I would say that, like, it's important to render out that what the difference is there, right, is that Varys thinks man will make his own destiny away from the gods, but also he wants to be in control of that destiny. He wants to be the one to lead that destiny in that direction of man. So how is he any better? But there's an appreciation you can have to the fact that he's did not want to be under the Ascian yoke. But with that, I just think, like, if you especially look at Vina and Hydaelyn's language, especially like in that, when you're all throughout the Trial 2 stuff, she is talking about her children. She's not talking about you. You know, she's talking about the importance of the fight, of your fight, not of your individual fight. My point was that it wasn't other aspects, but the Warrior of Light who represents the children of Hydaelyn forged ahead, even though they face ultimate despair and sadness. My point wasn't that it wasn't other aspects, but that the Warrior of Light who represents the children. No, but I think that's what I'm saying, is I don't think the Warrior of Light is the singular representative of the children of Hydaelyn. That's what my point, though, is that if you look at, like, that scene, it's not just about the Warrior of Light. Like, they might be the linchpin, they might be the vanguard, but it's not just about them. Even though they face the ultimate despair and sadness, yeah. Or whatever sad things other life forms were too afraid to face it, and I think that's, like, the whole point of End War. Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, my nuance is purely just talking about, I think, the importance of remembering it's about the children of Hydaelyn more than it is just the singular child of Hydaelyn. I emphatically agree. I mean, fuck, if you've watched my lyrical lores, you know I agree. Where did... I swear there was... It said there was a... Over here, right. Which landmark did you build? The plot behind the animal pasture. I built a windmill because I love windmills. And I know you can't climb it, but I don't necessarily know that I'll plan to climb it, and I really love windmills. Like, even our interpretation of the song Flow's lyrics was very different. Yeah! I don't know what your interpretation was, but also mine was rooted not only in, like, the lyrics, but also, like, literally what the writers of this music said, so. Mine was partially interpretation, but, like, a lot of it was rooted in statement. As the Warrior of Light, we embodied the thing that she was hoping for. We suffered and felt lost, but we were always able to overcome. We proved mankind could rise to the challenge and carry our hopes for us. Right, but so did Grahatia, so did Yshola, so did Eorzean, so did Thancred, so did Istinian, right? Like, my point is that emphasizing purely the Warrior of Light and ignoring the role that the Warrior of Light was not alone in that fight, and not just, like, not alone with everyone behind them, but also literally that fight was only winnable because of the children of Hydaelyn doing those things, not because of just the Warrior of Light doing them. That's my point. Agreed, because what I meant by Warrior of Light, I meant the children of Hydaelyn. Cool, yeah. Like the world she gave birth, as she says in the cutscene. Yeah, totally. Mine was much more based on Vanal herself looking to us as a guiding light, and the song more so being about the Warrior of Light rather than her children. See, that's the thing is, the thing though is that we don't die. So the thing is that she has multiple lines that are about connecting to, as you sink deeper. Like, she's talking about souls that are sinking into the ethereal sea, wish new souls on their way, but we don't die, so it's not really deeply applicable. And she's also, her lines are more about comfort. You know, my brave little spark, offering hope and comfort. I have watched and waited and looked at all you've known, right? You know, and I mean, fuck, man, if we want to watch the lyrical lore at this point to, like, talk about it, but I would, and not to invalidate your interpretation, I just think that there are some songs that are way more ambiguous, and I think Flow is actually one of the ones that's more explicit. I think Flow is actually one of the ones lyrically that's one of the most explicit by far. Having looked at all the lyrics many, many times. No, I don't want to cry. Are you staging your handicraft so that you get extra? I'm not staging anything. I'm just trying to get, like, farm and get stuff done. And I'm unable to do it optimally because I'm spending so much time talking and having to duo focus. Cool. The new plot above where you are building granaries is another landmark spot. Oh, okay. That won't be a workshop. It'll be a landmark. Okay. Well, then maybe I'll build the tree fort there, or maybe I'll build another. Maybe I'll just do all windmills. I love windmills. My brave little spark sounds like she's talking about the Warrior of Light. Well, no, because all souls are her brave little sparks. Again, that only works if you assume that Hydaelyn is hyper-fixated on the Warrior of Light in a very singular way that I don't think is demonstrated by the way she talks about her children or all sorts of other things. She's referring to those who suffer and go through life. The spark is a soul returning to the ethereal sea. But like I was saying, I think it's because my interpretation of the story as a whole was radically different from you that I got something completely different than everything, I guess. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, see, those exact layers is what made me think otherwise. Yeah, it's... Look, far be it from me to be attacking on other people's interpretations, right? I don't mean to dismiss it. I'm more just like, when a counterpoint's... Not even counterpoint. When the counter thing is presented, though, it's like, okay, well, I feel like I need to articulate why the point I have stands. Which is not necessarily always a healthy thing. But the other thing is that I think there's a difference between this forum of talking to you guys and spending the time just to discuss it and, like, dive deeper down into it versus, you know, a forum where if it was, like... If it was a different forum of conversation, I would be more loath, I think, to be... more reticent to be as emphatic. Here's my other thought. When I played Endwalker, I kept the thought, why my Warrior of Light doesn't really do anything here? It continues. My Warrior of Light just waiting behind and the others are doing some cool things, and you could see in Endwalker characters other than the Warrior of Light doing heroic things. I think that kind of proves your point. Yeah. I think it's really important... I think it's really easy to miss, and I appreciated this more the longer I played 14. The Warrior of Light, as much as they are a linchpin, the important thing about the Warrior of Light is that they help save people enough so that they can save themselves and help and allow them to make their own better world. It's not that the Warrior of Light is the strongman leader who will come through and save everyone and will be their messiah. And it's much more that the Warrior of Light can help those in their time of need so that they can make the better world they want to live in. You know? And I think you see that in Stormblood. You know, I think you see that in a lot of side quests. I think you feel like it's not you just being like God hero man #1 who shall, you know? I mean, I think your points are definitely valid. I'm just not totally convinced yet. Well, I guess here's the thing. Every time you say I'm not convinced, my response is to immediately be like, okay, well, I guess there's a difference between like, oh, I like my interpretation and I can accept yours and I can even intuit that and I can like sit on that and think that, but I don't know what would convince you, right? Because these are articulated points based on the MSQ. I don't know. And you aren't, if you're saying you're not convinced, do you care to be convinced at all? Because if you don't, then there's like no point to like talk about it further. But if you are interested in trying to delve more or want to understand more, then I would understand asking questions to try and get to that point. So it's more like when you say I'm not convinced, I find it frustrating, if only because if it's just left at that, it's like, well, why? You know, not because you must, but because if there's a good reason, I get it. You know, but if there's not, or if there's a reason, I get it. Or if there's no reason, but you just need to sit with it, fine. Or if there's no reason, but you think your own is valid and you just like it better, okay, that's still something, you know? Which is not to say I can't, but it's just because my interpretation of the story isn't totally different. I guess, but the thing is that I'm trying to understand what your interpretation of the story is and what it's rooted in, right? Because things have to be rooted in something. Not to say that, again, there aren't interpretations. So like rebuilding the foundation of the whole story in my head. Kind of a meta thing, but our entire journey of the game has to do with the lyric of answers. Yes, says. Yeah. I mean, it's not explicitly. I mean, if you watch, like, I did a lyrical lore on answers before Endwalker. I'm so fucking still proud of myself. I did a lyrical lore on answers explaining the meaning, exactly what answers is talking about. And then Endwalker came out and it was like, yep, that's exactly what answers means. And I've very rarely been so proud to have, like, called something. But, like, yeah, answers and flow are the two parts of life and death in Final Fantasy XIV from the perspective of Hydaelyn. Answers is about imploring us to go through the struggle and understand that the struggle is part of existence and there is purpose and meaning behind it. And flow is about granting us peace and calm as we return to the ethereal sea in the wake of death, and knowing that it was all worth it in the end, and that there is a grace and a kindness behind this, even if the world is so hard and can be cruel at times. You know? Like Endcaller Trial, Scions pray for you and you literally gain power. Yeah! Well, because they're dynamis and their faith and belief, and that's why their dynamis allows you to save. It's the collective hope of everyone, which is a great also callback to answers in and of itself, with everyone's faith in desiring deliverance from Bahamut. Oh, well, I was to be convinced, which is very possibly happen. It would probably take multiple conversations over a period of time to change my mind. Makes the sword's content so huge. Yeah. Okay, cool. Rin, honestly, that's fun. And also, even if your answer was like, I don't necessarily plan or want to be convinced, that's also fine. It's hard for me to know where the perspective of someone who's coming from, who wants to continue to engage in the conversation is, if they don't want to change their mind or are open to changing their mind or like want to better understand me, or at the very least are like trying to like, you know, like that's where I have a hard time. And sometimes it's a failing of mine. I also have a hard time letting things go if there's not some kind of like catharsis, right? And that doesn't mean someone agreeing or being on the same page with me, but it's us like agreeing that we've gained something from this and moving forward. Yeah, at the very least. You should set some potions and fire sand in that order and repeat it gets you get more blue glows. Yes, we set potions and fire sand. Thank you, Kiraleia. We did set those up. We have some of those going. I'm not even particularly attached to my interpretation. I'm very open to being convinced. Just there's so much I'd take away a while to talk about everything you feel me. Totally. Absolutely. 100%. And there's times that like someone has like conceded, given a point to me that I've been like, at first I'm like, you know, I just don't know. And then, you know, I find myself a year later and I'm wholesale on that bandwagon. So I totally get what you mean. I totally feel you on that. The lyrics for answers match what Hydaelyn wanted for us. Yep. Yep. It's a little different thing, but dev team kind of threw that close in the distance in his perspective of Arbor, and I can't. Well, no, it's the perspective of Grahatia. That's why the lyrics start when Grahat sacrifices himself. Fuck it, man. Okay, you know what? I know this is incredibly vain of me to do, but like I want to watch my own goddamn video because my own goddamn video sometimes gives me feels. And we're gonna watch the fucking lyrical lore close in the distance because I just fucking love that. I'm so proud of that video. Oh look, we're streaming. This intro is too long. I should unsubscribe. No, so it's male. It's male, but the reason it's not Arbor because it couldn't be Arbor because only the souls that have sacrificed themselves to Ultima Thule and become dynamis for Ultima Thule are what create the lyrics. So the perspective is here. We'll watch.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown, a fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined.
Let me know if the audio is okay.
Undefined and in flux. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
And at journey's end, we arrive. When we first step out onto Ultima Thule, we're greeted by an impossible world of dynamis and dead stars, an echo of a song trailing in the distance. Melodic but broken and incomplete, like a half-faded memory. To understand what comes next, you have to understand two things. What Ultima Thule is, and what fuels the music. In this place of broken hearts and dead worlds, all that exists is comprised of dynamis. The very beings we see are all manifestations of the emotions, sorrows, and fears of these stars as they perished. Their very existence only an extension of their despair made manifest. And the music? It's conviction, faith, and trust given form, echoing in the distance. Composed of emotion and dynamis, the same as the world around us. But whose, in this place so devoid of hope? We already lack one companion by our side as we travel further, every step of our ascent losing friends along the way. To internalize close in the distance, you need to look back on your journey so far, including through these final days. The sacrifice of our companions never came from the impossibility of their resurrection. We're told as much. But the only way forward was for their sacrifice and belief, their very faith to be given freely, and with the knowledge that they were guaranteed no certainty their sacrifice would come to aught.
This is why I get so annoyed when people say that, like, oh, it's so bullshit that we bring them back. It's like, literally, it's explained to you that when you go to Ultima Thule, it is explained to you, you have the power to do that. It is then explained by Y'shtola, you can bring us back, but don't, it will ruin everything. Like, you are told that this is able to happen, but it can't happen unless you win the day. Like, it's not a surprise, it's not like a bullshit, you can bring your friends back. You may be able to, but the only way for any of this is to work is for you to be willing to try to do it, knowing that there's a good chance it will just fail and you will not succeed. You have to believe regardless.
Their very forms and selves to convert all of their dreams, will, faith, and hope into the raw power that carved a way forward.
No. Arbor uses the male. He uses, I don't remember if it's Ore. I explained this in here, but there are multiple other characters who use that term as well. It's not just Arbor.
We realize this is Justinian, as he refuses to back down from Dragon's despair, standing firm, knowing that there is a better way. And as he fades into the sea of dynamis, the mists part, and the music begins to clear.
Honestly, I need a break from my voice, so that's part of why I'm playing this.
All songs with lyrics in Final Fantasy XIV are from a character's perspective. The dragons and Ishgardians of Heavensward, Yotsuyu's wayward daughter, Hydaelyn singing onto her children in flow and answers. So whose voice echoes and sings to us amongst the churning mists and dynamists of Ultima Thule? If one were to look at the English, there's little to be gleaned, and perhaps the easiest answer is nothing more than a conglomeration of our allies who gave themselves to this world. But look to the Japanese, where the pronouns of the singer are specified as male.
But also, this is the other thing, E7, that you have to understand. Remember, it couldn't be Arbor because the music is a byproduct of the people giving themselves to Ultima Thule. Arbor is within us, and we did not give ourselves to Ultima Thule.
And the final clue is where and when the lyrics begin. Think of the man who reaches out a hand in friendship to his foe, who stood in the face of a dying world with nothing but the stories of heroism to comfort him. And yet still he stood all the same, who when the time came, fought to the end and gave all of himself to allow a fragile world a chance to write a new tale, a better story. and to stand as testament, an undying promise to the idea that hope is everlasting. The music, its lyrics are the whispers and hopes of what remains of our companions. They are with us to the end, to the final steps to stand against despair at Universe's edge. Though our allies' voices are lost to the dynamis-laden winds, they can still hear us, even with the memories of our journey fading.
Whispers falling silently drift on the wind, but I hear you on a journey. Now a memory fading from sight, but I see you.
Those promises forged in the fires of friendship and struggles, those to travel the star and go on to newfound adventure. For we still stand, we are still here. Our determination, our value of life we are implored to offer up onto the endless sea of tears and broken hearts that is what Ultima Thule is forged from.
Broken promises we made so long ago. You're still here unspoken. Requiem for a river of tears.
From the ethereal seas of home to the endless well of sorrow of Ultima Thule, we fight on, standing in the face of ceaseless despair, and still our hope abides. It is our friends here at the end, our guiding light holding strong. And though they may be gone forevermore, there is no need to grieve those that we have lost. And as the morning comes, the sun rises again.
Flowing, winding toward eternal sea. And yet our hope remains, guiding, lighting the way. No time for mourning.
Lines in recollection of those stories we made and the
I'm back.
paths we walked. A realm reborn from ashes neath heavens of azure. A bloody storm leading to tranquil skies. All bounded by the peace of night.
The amount
warrior
of people who
light
don't
has come
realize
full
that's what that's
circle
referring to.
From the rising sun of beginnings to here at
That's
the
wild.
end, where the dawn comes anew.
Rises on a land reborn from the ashes. Neath the heavens to the sunset. Blood-red skies tranquil after the storm. Blessed shadow.
The world will continue to turn, and night comes along with morning. Ever will hope spring anew, and the clouds of sorrow clear. Without wings, we march on through an empty world drowned in anguish. Unalone, our friends who have given their all implore us, walk on. There is no need to look back. In us, they will forever endure.
Dude, these next series of shots that comes up after this took forever to do.
The sun will shine again. Walk on, never look back. Through you we live.
Our stories, those of cold sorrow, burning joy, and deepest faith. Every step of it engraved in our hearts, beyond memory, beyond time. Though at this end we stand alone in the darkness, the way ahead uncertain, we are surrounded in the light of all those we love, who hold everlasting faith in us. A dead star lays ahead, but at our back is a star full of life, of warm fires, kind people, brave heroes, and limitless possibilities. Our home. And so we will cherish every step. We will forge ahead onto the end, for we are never truly alone.
In my
as we stand face to face with despair incarnate, in the dark of this moonlight finale, our journey comes to a close. And as we prepare for one last fight, we stand alone together, for we shall walk on to the end and forge ahead.
My friend,
No, Rin.
if I were to tell you that this isn't the end, that we will meet again,
That's not how souls work, Rin.
would you believe me?
So soul is us.
This
No.
content was brought to you.
Souls are a starting natural disposition point. They are not the soul is not a Zem, and we have a Zem soul with a thing overlaid on top of it. They are a starting dispositional point that can branch out into different things. So we are not a Zem. We are not a Zem. We are like a Zem. We have the same etheric signature as a Zem. We have the same starting place from nature of a soul, but our nurtures and context is completely different. Of course we are. He also knows us as the warrior of light from both Shadowbringers and Endwalkers. He never treats us as if we are a ghost of Zem or anything. Yeah, just treats us as us. Yeah, okay, unless I'm misunderstanding. Sorry, there was a lot said. But, well, Arbert and Warrior of Light are two different persons, so in my opinion, we're not the same person as Zem. No, we're not the same person as Zem. We are literally not. Like, that is not how... The same way Amon is not Hermes. Amon is not Hermes. He has the same soul, he has the same dispositional starting place, but his nurture, the context of existence, is completely different and created a different individual. Arbert is extremely similar to the Warrior of Light, though. No, I don't think so. I think that Arbert's a pretty different person. Pretty different disposition. Our soul is a Zem, but we don't have... No. Our soul is our soul. A Zem had the same soul as us. Our soul is not a Zem. That's like saying light is umbral. No. Our soul is not a Zem. We shared the soul that a Zem had. But our soul is not a Zem. A Zem is not the soul. We don't have their memories, and thus we are not technically a Zem, but we technically are... No. Because we have the same identical soul. No. We share the same... Someone could mistake us for him because they see the similarity of it, but that does not make us them. If I was to wipe my memories, I would no longer be me, but my soul is still the same and I'm technically still me. No. You are no longer you. That is also something the story deals with. For instance, the idea that Tsuyu and Yotsuyu are not the same individual, just because they have the same soul and life experience. Your memories are a major aspect of the individual that you are. It even deals with that, with G'raha Tia in the Crystal Exarch versus Crystal Tower versus, 5.3. Souls are a dispositional start place. They are not the thing. It's not, there was a soul and that soul is a Zem. No. It's, this is your soul. It can create a dispositional place, but a Zem was a byproduct of Zem's memories and experiences. That was a Zem. That we shared the same soul that they had once, but that person is no more. And we are not a Zem Warrior of Light. We are the Warrior of Light as our own individual with a soul that was had another person had. A person is body, mind, and soul. That is correct. Your mind is your memories, your body is your body, and your soul is your soul. Yeah, I think Emmett is a good example of similar starting disposition thing. The way he doesn't believe in us and Elpis, and we tell him about his actions shows how much he has changed, for example. Yeah, it's a great example, Aubrey. Like, Emmett Selk, after being tempered, and also after 10,000 years, goes from who he was at Elpis to think about Solus. Or also think about G'raha Tia from the beginning of Crystal Tower to the Crystal Exarch. Yeah, but the base building block is still the same. It can only be shared among people because it's been sundered. But no, a soul could still have been reincarnated anyways. People get reincarnated regardless. It's not about the sundering. The reason that Ascian can even get their convocation memories is because... The reason an Ascian can even get their convocation memories... No, the reason they can get them is because of the soul crystals created by the unsundered. But it has not... The sundering... The crystals are used to help raise the unsundered because they don't have those memories. But they still... But for instance... a great example is Amon doesn't become Hermes because even though he was given the convocation stone of Fandaniel, because it was only a pale imitation recollection of that person's time on the council. Iggiorm and other, in Eden, you get examples of people being like, I don't think I'm really fully myself, partially because of I don't have all the memories of this person at that time. No, I'm saying how Arbor and Warrior of Light are around at the same time instead of being one person with one whole soul is because their soul was sundered. That soul will always be that soul, regardless of how many times it's reincarnated. if it just loses the memories of its previous. Yeah, Rin, there's a very fundamental definitional disconnect here, I think, just between me and you, which is you're saying we're saying the same thing, but what you're saying is that still makes them that. But I'm saying it doesn't. Because if you don't have your memories, of previous lives, just previous life. And the thing, okay, here's how souls work. When you die, you lose your memories. However, souls can, during someone's experience of life, souls can have extreme moments of terror or like whatever indelled in the grooves of them into the soul. And that, that negative space is what's recalled. And so that's why the echo happens. That's what the final of the final days happens, is because the final days was enground itself into certain souls because of how terrible it was. Okay, so like I don't think the Warrior of Light is a Zem in the strictest sense of the word. Right, but when you say the Warrior of Light is a Zem, you can forgive people for thinking you're saying the Warrior of Light is a Zem, right? Like, that's fair. Seto says this important thing. He says, we and Arbor are different people. Yeah. He can sense Arbor within us, but it's like IRL people that believe in reincarnation. You're cleansed of your life memories upon death and are reborn as a different person. You just have the base part. Yeah. Xenos isn't us when he's in our body, right? That doesn't make Xenos us. Correct? We can all agree with that? Like, yes, he has the body, but that doesn't mean he's us. I mean, there's a ways in which that can break down as an analogy, but just as a starting point. And that's a different person in life. But their very soul was in fact once a Zem's. Yes. And the reason they are so similar is because of the natural disposition given by their souls. Yes. And in the very loose, and I mean loose sense, we are a Zem. I can't follow you there. No, I don't agree. I think that's, to say we are a Zem is to say that we are them, and that's not even, I get that you're even specifying the looseness of it, and I get that this may just be a difference of how we use language, but like, I would not use that term at all, because it conflates the idea that we are in any way are a Zem, or that like, if you just, got our soul back together, we would become a Zem again, or something like that, or that like, we are, me and Arbor, were part of the personalities of a Zem, and if you actually gestalt it, if you put back together, you get a Zem, or something like that. There's too many implications that come about by using that language, and that I don't think are accurate. We shared the same soul. That is the truth, but we are not them in any context. That's my opinion. I am the Tomo. Yeah. We aren't a Zem in an appropriate way. We see we were a Zem. Well, that's because our soul, which is what I consider to be both a Zem, Warrior, and Arbor, Xenos, he just wouldn't be us because he put his soul into me. Right, but I'm saying that, and I get it, and I get that that's why it breaks down, but part of my point here is that that's why also, the point I'm trying to get at is that souls are just meat suits in terms of, like, also memories and stuff. So it's like, yeah. I don't think we can never become a Zem as we were then. What do you mean, that's who we were once upon a time, but not now. Again, it's not who we were, it's who the soul belonged to. We were never them. There's not, like, remnants of a Zem that, like, that's an important distinction. I think we were once a Zem. No, we were not once a Zem. Our soul was the soul a Zem had. That does not mean we were once a Zem. False. Because under that argument, you'd be saying Ardbur and us were once a Zem. That is not correct. Our soul belonged to a Zem. We, as individuals, are completely distinct as entities, though our soul is the same. Two different people cause different light. Now we are the Warrior of Light. No, we have always been the Warrior of Light. We have only ever been ourselves from birth. We have only ever been ourselves. I think that there's this, I think sharing a soul only creates some kind of connection, but sharing a soul doesn't mean same person. Yes, thank you, E7, exactly. But the soul is a Zem. No, the soul is a Zems. It is not the soul is a Zem. You keep saying the same thing, Rin. It is not the soul is a Zems. It is a Zem. The soul was a Zems. Those aren't identical. Those aren't, and they're not interchangeable. And the soul is Warrior of Light. And no, this soul is not the Warrior of Light. The Warrior of Light is a gestalt combination of his memories, his soul, his body, and any other, and other potential X factors that we're unaware of as of now. The soul is not the self. The soul is not the self. That is a very important thing. I don't think that makes that much sense. The soul was we were plus our memories. Removing the memories makes us inherently a different person, but the soul was a Zem.
Oh my god.
No, a Zem was his soul plus his memories plus his bodies. Like if I wiped my memories, the person would no longer ever be me again. But the fact of the matter is that the soul would still be me. No, the soul would have been yours. It is not. You keep saying, this is what the language that's weird written. do you think that the soul is you? Like, do you think it has to be that way? Because if you're, that is not how it works in 14. The soul is not the self alone. It is a part of a wider series of mechanisms that make up a thing, an individual. No, okay. The soul can give a natural dispositional starting point, but the context around where that goes is based on your experience, memories, and all those other things. For instance, Amon and Hermes, deeply different characters, very, very different characters because of their context and experience on life. No, like, ego is our personality, memories, it's just soul is different. Yes. Soul is a fundamental component. When Hythlodaeus calls us new old friend, doesn't that mean he acknowledges us as a different friend despite the nature of us inheriting the soul of his former friend? Right. If that's not why, then why do you cease to exist if the soul ceases to exist, but you keep the body and mind active? Okay, so one, memory aether is inculcated and not the same thing as, but housed in and around the soul, ostensibly, seeing as it can be grooved into the soul. The other thing is, you do cease to exist if the soul ceases to exist. If you remove someone's soul, they're not an individual. The body remains, like what happened with the Scions and Shadowbringers. But they're not an individual. There's nothing there. There's no life there. They're just flesh, animate flesh. But you keep the body and mind active. There is no way to take out a soul and keep the body and mind active. That's not a thing that happens. Trash Panda, good to see you, glad to have you. Would think about this as the soul is like a battery out of a remote and put in a toy. Does that make the toy the remote? No, the battery is just a battery. It just happens to be. Yeah, interesting way to put it. But Amon literally refers to Hermes' life as not only a different, but also him. He refers to Hermes in the first person, especially in the final moments. He doesn't talk about it like that, though. He talks about himself, and he's talking about Amon's perspective on death. Was it what I wanted? But he also mentions memories of Hermes, but he's not talking about Hermes in the first person. In another thing. But again, also, remember that Amon does have Hermes memory, some of Hermes' memories because of his time on his convocation and being erosen by the convocation zone. The Ascians are a weird example because they have had some of the memories of their time upon the convocation reimplanted in them. So it's also even more of an awkward example. This is spiraling far from my intended question. I'm starting to regret asking. No, that's good. Again, I am very tired and not like in a bad way, not like in I need to go to bed way, but just like my walls are kind of down for my impassioned speech levels. So what was your original question, AC? I didn't realize this came out of an original question. I was just responding to what was coming out of when I looked at when we were watching Lyrical Lore Close in the Distance. So if they gave the Warrior of Light a Zem's memory, he would be a Zem? Yeah. Yes. If you could remove the Warrior of Light's memory, and put a Zem into it, a Zem's memory into it with the soul, yeah, that you would basically be able to recreate a Zem. If you did it perfectly. Now, you're gonna have some weird oddities because you have the things that are ingrained in his soul as a byproduct of time and blah blah blah. There'll be some weird shit. But yeah, yes. That the same way, here's a good example. Xenos in your body has his memory and his soul in your body. His memories and soul in your body. So it's Xenos, right? He's not you, it's Xenos. That's what like transplanting souls and memory is. IDK, this all sounds very weird and nebulous. I mean, we're talking about soul, memory, and body, and we're talking about this through the lens of aetherology, so it is weird. But this is gone over multiple times in different places in the MSQ. Starting, it does deal with it a little bit in Heavensward and 3.x, but mainly you really start to see this sort of shit in Stormblood, 4.x, and 5.0, and as you go along into 6.0. Like Reen and Minfilia. Yeah, exactly, like Reen and Minfilia. Same soul. Different individuals. Rena Minfilia is good. Gaia and Logriff. My original question was, if Emet saw us, the Warrior of Light, as a friend, a different friend separated from a Zem from our time with him in the first and Elpis, we formed a bond with him. That's up to interpretation. I think it's fair to say, and I think that you can't disambiguate your, like, his fondness for you from the fact that you remind him of a Zem. That's why I saw the soul as a Zem. The soul doesn't remember this, but memory doesn't make a person alone, and neither does your soul. Hence why Amon doesn't see himself as Hermes. Right, but you're arguing my point. Because if the soul doesn't remember this, but memory doesn't make a person alone, and neither does your soul, then the soul can't be the thing, correct? Your own argument is the soul doesn't remember, memory doesn't make a person alone, and neither does your soul. Ergo, you can't say a soul is a Zem, or a soul is blank. Right? You wouldn't say, if you saw just my body, if you just saw Yushola's body completely devoid of, like, yeah. Even though he literally is, and he has his memories in an uncannily, no. See, this is you going a different direction now. He is not. Hermes' Convocation Stone. The Convocation Stones only had the memories of the Unsundered of those people from their time on the Convocation. Not their whole lives, not all their perspectives, and only their memories of those people. And those memories were limited because Hermes was not on the Convocation very long before the final days. So he is not literally them. He does not have all of his memories. He has echoes of recollections combined with the Convocation Stone. Because aspects of Hermes' memories engrooved themselves into the soul the same way that the final days can. Also, he doesn't have an uncannily similar. Amon, so first off, starting dispositional plays. Secondly, Amon does not have the same disposition as Hermes whatsoever. One went to sadistic, suicidal nihilism, and the other went to, I desperately want there to be more, and I believe there can be more meaning. I need to let this be a fair game and play out and let fate decide. Those are not the same. One was so filled with compassion that he could not stand to bear witness to things' destruction. The other, the sadistic glee in the suffering of others. Not even close. Not even So souls are USBs. They can be wiped of memory and placed with new ones. Well, so reincarnation in Final Fantasy XIV is a soul returning into the ethereal sea, being cleansed of memory and everything, and then placed into a new body, and then springing forth from the ethereal sea onto a new body. That's like literally, not only is that known, but like it's in the literal song flow. Yes, but that's what I said, the soul was a Zem once. No. Okay. The soul was a Zem once is not the same thing as the soul was a Zems once. The soul was not a Zem. A Zem was made up of 3 components as a being. Those were memory, soul, and body. One of those components alone is not a Zem. Just the body is not a Zem. Just the soul is not a Zem. Just the memory is not a Zem. Those things in combination create the entity that is a Zem. I'm in Hydaelyn and I keep stop gathering because of how interesting this conversation is. You're welcome. So, Amon seems to have his total memories when he was in the ethereal sea. He remembered Medion, which he couldn't possibly have known about that just from Fandaniel's memories. He erased his own memories. Right. Remember though, Rin, he explains this. He has vague recollections of this because that is one of the memories that, like the final days, ground itself into his soul indelibly, right? Like he has dreams of it like some people have dreams of the final days. It's not that he remembers everything about Medion or exactly what was going on with her, but he had some memories of the time as Hermes. He just has a couple of little, here, fuck it. To the unending journey! My guess is if that one body gets 2 or more memories from a life before, then the stronger memory kind of controls the bodies. Well, Amon seems to suggest that, right? Because Amon's personality succeeds over becoming normal-ass Fandaniel. I think Emet can see some of the similarities between us, but I think that's because the soul has some of the base traits, so to speak. Yes, like I said, the soul does create a fundamental nature starting place of a perspective of the soul kind of affects the individual, right? It is the nature, but it is not the nurture. Fandaniel admitted himself, he felt that it was not who he felt he was. He always felt like he was before being raised Amon. Yeah. I think my body is almost entirely irrelevant as proof by the fact that Ascian Xenos can body hop and remain themselves. Right, because they're soul and memory. Yeah, and yeah, body is just an ability to interact with the world. Yes, but body is not irrelevant in terms. Body is irrelevant in terms of if you're talking about people have an aspect of self and body and image that is true to an aspect of what we think of as an individual, right? It doesn't invalidate it. It just makes it a less important component to the idea of engaging with them as the self, right? In terms of engaging with the sentient consciousness. But that doesn't remove that the body is an aspect of it. Also, you should remember that a Zem place was just not just one person. So also you should remember that a Zem. Yes, we're talking about a Zem, not the role office, but we're talking about a Zem who would have been the 14th member, the office fulfilling the role of a Zem at the time. We don't know what their name was, so we have to call them a Zem. But we're not referring to the office role in general. For children, one and all. For children, one and all. And then it should be one, I think. One or two. Night, Ariel! Yeah. Convocation stones allow for two different people to become, to be one person because the similar soul is carrying the memories of two lives, and Amon was an example of the conflict of past and present memories. But notice that, like, there becomes a dominant persona. Okay, that sounds like just another example for my point, though. If they have shit that is indelibly engraved in their souls, that is memory. No! Okay. No. Just because you have a single echo of a memory stuck in the back moment part of your mind that you cannot tell is dream or real reality does not make you the individual. That's like saying one memory an individual makes. As long as I have a memory of this stream, I'm me, right? No, that's not how that works. Here, Amon's triple triad card. Do I have it? Amon the Undying. A fragment of the master technologist Amon's spirit sunk deep within the ethereal sea. The soul was originally that of Hermes before it was sundered by Hydaelyn and reborn countless times over the ages. Yet this lingering shard is no longer him or even Van Daniel, but belongs wholly and utterly to Amon. Wow, that is really emphatic. Cool. We call Azim Bobby God? What? What? And he was strikingly handsome. Sorry, E7, sorry. Shh, as long as I have hat, I am Gabi. Okay, removed from Final Fantasy, I think fundamentally that is simply untrue. The confusion of reality souls even exists. We're not talking about reality, we're talking about 14 and the cosmology. Reality has no bearing on that question. I also think that that's the whole fucking philosophical question around tabula rasa that a lot of different people argue about, and that's irrelevant. We're talking about 14. We're talking about the cosmology of 14. There aren't, as far as I'm concerned, which is not necessarily that I'm correct, but as far as I'm concerned, there aren't souls in reality, so that's irrelevant to the reality. You be you even if you lost the memories. You are in fact more than memory. No, I just don't agree. If you lose all your memories, I have someone in my life who lost about 10 to 15 years of their memory, and I can tell you they're not the same person. So no, your memories are in fact a large portion of the individual you are. I can definitely assure you of that. No, okay, so it's not memory like remember what I did 10 years ago. It's more like, say, a person with the very artistic, the trait may carry over the next life. Yeah, so the journey, the desire to connect with others, the like aspect of the wanderer is something that is maintained through those who are the bearers of a Zem's soul, which is why some people speculate that Tenzin might be one of the bearers of it at some point. The soul was a Zem's possessive, not the soul was a Zem. Correct. A Zem had the soul the Warrior of Light now has, and when the Warrior of Light dies, and if that soul reincarnates into someone else, they are not the Warrior of Light or a Zem. Perfect, Trash Panda. You've done like 2 for 2 on that. Then that's a totally different story because Final Fantasy XIV is fantasy. Let's watch Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind. Yeah, exactly, son. I'd agree that Amon is a separate person before the Convocation Stone, but if he's starting download memories, he is a split of 2 people, past and present, essentially becoming the new 3rd person. Yeah, that's fair. I think Grahatia, 5.3 Grahatia would agree with you. I think the thing is that so many of those memories for Hermes seem to be of relatively weak disposition that I would suspect that mostly Amon still, but the fact that there's an implication that Crystal Tower, the combination of Crystal Tower Grahatia's memories and body and soul with the memories of Crystal Exarch seems to kind of make a gestalt between them that's a little bit, it's 5.3 onwards Grahatia is not quite the Crystal Exarch, and he's definitely not the Crystal Tower Grahatia. So to me, I think that proves your point, Decoy. Okay, so let's say that the Warrior of Light lost all their memories for whatever reason, but was still living and active. How in the world is that not still the Warrior of Light? How in the world is that still the Warrior of Light? It's not like they have died. What? Rin, I think there's just a fundamental thing here that you're just not gonna like be with us on, which is just, I think you think that the self is dictated by more than the memory, and that if you have, even if without the memory, you're still the self, and that's just not the case in 14. And my personal experience, that's not my experience in reality either. That memory is it's an enormous portion of self. So to say that like if you lost all your memory, it's still the Warrior of Light, no. It's effectively a new individual. We literally have an MSQ quest about this. It's called Yotsuyu and Tsuyu. Like, Tsuyu is not Yotsuyu because she lost her memory, right? She is not Yotsuyu. Tsuyu is not Yotsuyu. Like, literally, the game has not side quests, but like MSQ story points devoted to this. That's not a reincarnation. A Zem no longer exists. The soul wasn't a Zem. Yeah, but it was a Zems. It was a Zems. Totally it was. It belonged to a Zem. Totally. I'm writing a story that pseudo covers metaphysical concepts, one of which is the soul. Is interesting reference material. Good. I'm glad it's helpful, AC. It is now a flashlight belonging to the Warrior of Light. That is literally makes no sense and is contradictory to the literal reincarnation they refer to. What? No, wait, what? Why? It is now a flashlight belonging to the Warrior of Light. That was good. It literally makes no sense and is contradictory to the literal reincarnation they refer to in the story. How? They even act as if it's meeting. What are you talking about? Again, if they reincarnate and meet in the next life. There is no next life. You just return to the ethereal sea and your aether becomes part of the ethereal sea. Reincarnation is just a soul being cleansed of its memories and corruption and being sent back into the world, into a new body. And if you're talking of, it makes no sense to contradict to the literal reincarnation they refer to in the story. If you're talking about I don't know which reincarnation you're talking to other than the Warrior of Light. No, that's not what I've said. I have said memory is incredibly important, but that doesn't change the fact that the other half of self is soul. Right, but you need the self as a whole to be talking about the self. Otherwise, you're just talking about half an aspect. Given a clean slate. Yeah, I'm making a reference to the fact that we are acting as if the soul is an object to be possessed instead of literally being a building block of a persona and ego. Both of those things are true. I'm making a reference to the fact that we are acting as if the soul is an object to be possessed. No, but it is an object that is possessed. And I actually don't really know. It is an object that is possessed by individuals. It is a physical thing. And literally a building block to persona and ego. Right. But it's a starting point. It is not the persona and ego. Okay, so like Hydaelyn directly mentions meeting in another life, referring to him coming back in future life. Mentions meeting in another life, referring to him coming back in a future life. Right. Yes. He's not talking about you meeting Hydaelyn again as if Hydaelyn... Yes. That's them poetically referring to the idea of reincarnation. It would not literally be Hydaelyn. It would be a different person named something else with different memories and different experiences. It would not be Hydaelyn 2. But it would be the beauty of two souls re-meeting even if they're not the same selves. Yeah, because that's the cycle. As souls reincarnate, he hopes to meet again in another life as someone else. Yeah. Oh, did I forget to turn down my volume? Wait. Okay. Back to Island Sanctuary. Bum, bum, bum. Isn't this the case with Logriff and Metron, sort of? Yeah. Gaia is not Logriff. He's able to use the sea, like... Gaia is not Logriff. They shared the same soul, but like also there's like... The thing is, Gaia is also a weird example because there's a lot of weird complications around their existence because of a bunch of different reasons, like the nature under which their existence came to happen. I'm trying to think of other examples that might be useful to delineate. Like, in my weird headcanon, I like to think that the three will meet again as new people just because their souls are tied. Don't judge me, mate. No, but I don't think you have to headcanon that, right? I think you can hope for that. I give up. I just cannot comprehend how we look at a soul as an object to be possessed rather than a fundamental piece. Rin, I don't understand why you're treating those as those are two different things. In this universe, souls are things that are possessed by individuals. That is true. And they are also a fundamental piece of their ego and existence. I'm confused by why there's an or. Like, it can only be one or the other. In this universe, a soul is something that is granted onto a being when it is given life. It is possessed by them. And it is a byproduct, it is the fundamental stepping point from which something that can affect their disposition and sway it and move it towards directions as nature, as a byproduct of it having existed. Like, both of those are true. 14 is unique in how souls function. It runs by different rules than that in other worlds. If they're the same, then fundamentally the soul wasn't just belonging to Azem, it also was Azem. No, man, it wasn't. At one point, no longer. Azem was three things put together. And you know what? You want to ignore body? That's fine. But it is still two things. Azem was not just soul. And if you're talking 50% of an entity is not the entity. It is 50% of the entity. No longer, but it used to be. It was not once Azem, then it simply belonged to Azem. They can't both be true. But it used to be. If it was once not Azem. No, it was a part of Azem. It was a part of Azem. It no longer is. It was not Azem. Azem was not defined by his soul alone. Ego is the self. Ego is not the soul. Spiritualists always say this. That's why you hear them say you have to shed the ego, because that's the human aspect of us, the experience. Perfect, Willow. That's a great example. Right. I'm not as familiar with a lot of Zen and Buddhist thought, especially. The soul is just the battery. Right. And a lot of that is rooted in, remember that it's coming from a Japanese game developer, and which coming out of a lot of like the Zen Buddhism that has been a historical part of Japan, right? Like it's not as close to the Western notions, especially not the Christian notion. Like, it's very much not the Christian notion of the soul whatsoever. These are already being built. Oh, look at all those beautiful little animals. How do I see what the next thing I need to do is? I think it would be helpful to think of the soul as a computer with certain specs and machinery that runs in a specific way, but the memory is wiped until new files are saved. Death is a hard drive wipe. I mean, like I said, I give up. I can't wrap my head around this. It literally doesn't make sense to me, so I give up. Okay. I'm not... I won't push it further. All I'll just say is, I'm sorry that it got to a place where it was more frustrating than helpful. But this is a delineation that is very important to the cosmology of 14, so it's worth, like, stating on my part. But, yeah, I guess I wish I could come up with something that would be helpful. Not even like get you on my side, but just like would be helpful for at least to make it make sense. Can I build the windmill? Ooh, oh wait, no, boiling bathhouse. Oh, there's no question I'm building that. Island clam. I can't do that yet. Island clay. I can't do that. Jellybean, are you here? How do I get island clams? Like, do I have to like fishing rod or something? Where do I go to get that? Like, what do I have to complete to get that? Is it sanctuary rank 7 or something, 6 or 7 or something? Because if so, I should. Is the fastest way to sanctuary rank just by far to just keep doing farming and stuff? Or like just building also give it. Anything to build? Can you upgrade these? Nope, just moving. Gotta build a bathhouse for the wind-up. The wind-up raw. I'm confused because these statements to me seem contradictory. Is saying that the sky isn't blue because color isn't the sky, but oh well. Well, I mean, look, if you're interested in continuing to talk, I'm interested in like trying to get to a place where at least it makes sense, even if you don't agree. But okay. Let's see if I can come up with a visual. Azem is this piece of paper, right? And maybe this is not helpful, and I'm sorry if it's not, but I just like allow me to try and help. Azem is this piece of paper. These three pieces are soul, body, and mind. Just this piece of paper is not a Zem. These are a Zem. A Zem is these things together. This alone is not a Zem. It is a Zems. It is a part of this Gestalt, but it is not a Zem. A Zem is defined as the thing that is the combination of those things, not the soul in isolation, or memories in isolation. You can have, so for instance, we get crystals with memories in them, right? A crystal with the memories of someone in them is not, if you have a crystal with Sid's memories in it, it's not Sid, right? If you have Sid's body without soul or memory, right? That's not Sid. That's not Sid as you know him, right? Sid as you know him is a person that's alive, thinking, has a personality, disposition. His body alone is not him. Likewise, with those two examples, the soul is the same. And hopefully if that helps, and if not, I'm sorry. If only we had Monteshane to explain this, he's pro at this stuff. Yeah, no, and my point more about the agreeing was surely to just be like, if you want to continue on, I know that I have no expectation that you need to agree. I mostly just want to help clarify. I don't think I was ever intending to say that soul was inherently a Zem in their totality, just that it's Zem at one point. Okay, let's walk through this. Rin, I've made the point about language, so you've repeatedly say just that it was a Zem at one point. What is the problem with saying it was a Zems rather than saying it was a Zem? Why does that break down? So was his memories. No, his memories was not him. His memories were a part of him. Need both to get the whole individual. Right, so why was the soul a Zem? I was thinking more of it like, take the paper, draw on it, there's the person. Erase the drawing, that paper still once was the drawing, but now it's not. But that's not how it works. Because it's three components. It's not just the paper with drawing. What you're describing is grooves in the soul. That's like the soul alone with some grooves in it. That's like how the echo forms. Things like that happen. But that's not memories. That is the negative space of damage of past lives being left in like grooved into some aspects of the soul. But they are not a lot of memories. It's not a bunch of memories. It's the echo of a shade of a fragment of a dent in the soul. It in and of itself is not memory. It is something that in the negative space of it can be recalled as if it were onto like memory. But it is not like there's a bunch of memories, or it is just certain things. I don't know, it just sounds like dehumanizing form of saying it. If three pieces of a Zem are not a Zem, they are just things that belong to a Zem. How are they a Zem at all? They are things that belong to a Zem. No, well, I mean, okay, let's look at it. Yeah. That's how it's computing in my head and why I'm so confused. Yeah, let's Lude, I'm happy to see if we can. Okay. I don't know, it just sounds dehumanizing, so let's take it bit by bit. Form of saying it. So it's not dehumanizing in that it is. So I guess here's the thing, right? If you get down to a biological imperatives, right, with humans, or like you just talk about, at some level, we're just atoms. We are just atoms. Like however we want to think about ourselves, however we like, we're just atoms. We just are. Like that's just true. You know, we are a byproduct of that. You can make it sound clinical, right? When you're talking about the fundamental metaphysics of the self in 14, there's a certain amount that's worth going over the fact that it is a certain amount. There are clinical facts. But if three pieces of a Zem are not a Zem, the three pieces of a Zem together are a Zem. Together, these are a Zem. Together, these are a Zem. It's only if you take them apart, this alone is not a Zem. You know, another way to put it might be like if you wrote, here, do I have a pencil somewhere? Here. So, on this page, right, this is soul, memory, and mind. Let's draw pictures. Memory. Body. Sorry for my bad handwriting. But so you've got, this is a Zem, right? When you take them apart, this alone is not a Zem. Even this together is not a Zem. This together, this is the collective being you would know as a Zem. His soul was the soul that he had. But it's in isolation. It just this piece alone is not a them. And in this world, things can exist in isolation like that. It is like whether or not we like that it's spiritual or not, that is true of this world. And so it is by when these three things are together. The same way that here's a good example. So let's assume that our warrior of light. I guess that's not a really good example. Here, Ardbur and our warrior of light, right? Both have effectively the same soul because they both have a shard of Azem, right? They both share this piece. Ardbur and the warrior of light share this piece, but they don't share these pieces. They have different memories and they have different bodies. You know? Even when talking about memories, I say memories are mind possessive. My body is mind possessive. My soul is mind possessive. Altogether, they make the total greater than the sum of the part. Yeah. I guess then I'm thinking of it too much as a mind, maybe. Yeah. Yes, the soul isn't a mind. What's a good way to put it? You know when you wake up and you've had a good, and you're feeling good, right? Not because of anything you've done, but like your day's starting good. Not like there was no thing you did, all right? It's not a memory or a choice, or you just wake up on the right side of the bed. Think about that almost like the soul. That's a bad analogy, but the idea being the soul isn't your desire for adventure in and of itself is not all the soul. It's not like the drive for adventure is just the soul, but the soul can give that disposition and that can drive. So like the disposition of Hermes put in the context of Alag creates Amon, right? Because the compassion and wisdom and knowledge and ability to comprehend living creatures and beings that Hermes had, not just as memories, but as a byproduct, like the soul's inherent nature, which can be influenced by memory over, like, point being, you then take that, but you put it in the context of Alag, and that's how you get Amon, right? And so they have both the same starting disposition, but Amon, because of Alag, is very much not the same individual. And so their bodies are different. I mean, you can almost ignore that. But their souls and memory, they both share the soul, but they don't share memories. And because of that, they're completely different individuals and different things. I never refer to my mind as something that belongs to me. It is me. Right, but that's because so you would argue that your brain belongs to you, right? And your mind is a byproduct of the electrical processes in your brain. Your brain is your mind, right? Fair to say? Because of that, your brain. The thing is, in reality, and I guess some people will feel differently, but bear with me. In reality, we don't necessarily have souls, so there's not a good articulation of that point. But we do have brains, and so your brain is your memories. And the thing is, you don't give your brain onto someone else, right? That's not how the real world works. You don't pass your brain on to someone else. But in 14, it does work that memories are lost when you die. They're cleansed by the ethereal sea. But you do assume, let's say the brain was the soul, just for a second. That's a bad analogy because they're not very, the brain is the memory more than it's the soul. Yeah. There's this guy in the UK who took the engine of World War II planes and shoved it in a car. Doesn't make the car a Spitfire, but it does make it perform a certain way. Yeah. If it helps, think of it like Tsuyu. Yeah, we were using Tsuyu and Yotsuyu, but that didn't seem to work well as an explanation point. It's hard to call her the same person before and after she loses her memories. She's completely different without one of three parts. Exactly. From what we've discussed so far, yes, Rin, in 14, the person is not defined by the mind alone, not id, ego, and superego. We don't even know that necessarily that like psychology works in the same way. We could argue that. Are memories like physical phenomena or something in 14? Yes, memories are a type of aether. That's why you can use, you know the echo, how you can have echo visions and you can witness the past and stuff? That's because memories are a type of aether. Soul is a type of aether. Body is effectively a type of condensed aether. So memories are a form of aether that can be carried on the ethereal winds. That's why chakras for monks, when you go to sites of extreme battle, why they matter. Why when you go onto Elpis and you're able to stand there with Vana and pull on the trails of memory that reside still within the air of events past that will allow you to see what happened with Medion and Hermes. In real life, the person is defined by you in the terms of mind, but not the same in 14. Yeah. You cannot apply a real world to it. Memory aether? Yes. Because the way I tend to have seen it is soul goes to sleep, death, the soul has its memories wiped, the soul wakes up, new life, that individual is now a totally different individual. Yes. It's like, what's confusing to me is a body is just a meat suit. It's not totally imperative. Memories are a nebulous concept as a byproduct of my body storing past experiences. My soul would be me. Right, so in 14, that's not the case. In 14, your memories, effectively, there are a little bit of oddities with this, but just think about it this way. The soul has no memories. The soul has nothing. The soul is just if you put it in something, it tends to like be predisposed towards forming memories, or like a personality. But it isn't the ego, it isn't the self, it isn't the experience, it isn't. Now, the body, you say it's just a meat suit. However, many people identify, you would not look at someone else and be like, that's Elio, right? There is an aspect of self that we do associate with the body. Now that, that gets weird when you start talking about like Ghost in the Shell, you talk about transhumanism and stuff, but like there is an aspect of self, at least within 14, that is tied to the idea. It is a meat suit, but at some level, memories are just recollections, or a soul is just a predisposition and power source. It's like, well, at what level do you discount those as being connected? That's what I saw. Damn, I was just gonna say the Elpis thing. Well, I would argue that body even in reality alters how someone acts in. Yeah, exactly, Jade. I mean, like, if bodies didn't matter, not only would we not identify each other by our bodies, but we would, there wouldn't be racism or sexism but I mean, also that's why the internet's interesting, right? Because you're not necessarily talking to a body. So it's much easier to disambiguate your idea of bodying mattering if you've grown up with the internet. But that doesn't mean that it is less so part of an individual's identity, at least within the confines of 14. But we know people's physical body can be corrupted or changed. Souls can be corrupted or changed. Memories can be warped or twisted or changed or removed. We know that from Baja with Sid. You go into his memories and his, false memories. I guess I primarily see myself as my mind and not my body. Yeah, and that's fair. I see myself typically as my mind more than my body. What I would say is, imagine that when we say memory, it's more complicated than this, but imagine when we say memory, think mind. Memory is mind, but soul is not mind. Soul is not part of mind. Soul is a separate aspect of the self, and that's why those two combined are important to actually have the individual you meet, Bodies are definitely imperative IRL, but not in 14, since characters can float nebulously as souls like Ascians do. Well, they do break apart, though, in the ethereal sea, but yes, like specifically Ascians and other individuals, yes. That absolutely is arguable, that the, how imperative is... Well, the other thing that's interesting about that, right, though, is that that's only true for beings that are of sufficient soul density, right? Or have specific abilities. And so the thing is that that's not even necessarily true for everyone, but ignoring that, your point stands, right? That yes, there are cases and there are things in which there are beings that are able to be removed from the body. And so you're not wrong that of the three, the body is the most meat-suity, not like as imperative to the self as we think of a self, when we think of a conscious and cognizant individual. But it is a thing that matters, right? Look at the scions on the first. They are essentially soul and memory, but they were able to be solidified with corporeal forms. Yeah. The soul is like the window in the sea. It can carry you in a certain direction, aka make you more predetermined to make certain decisions. Yeah. Trash Panda, you've been doing great with those analogies. Remember when this was supposed to be a low-key stream where I played Island Sanctuary instead of a lore talk? And Rin, there's also a possibility, if this runs up really counter to a lot of how you consider and think about those things, there's a possibility that sitting with this for a period of time may be more helpful, more so than like explaining it different ways from on our end. At least I find that's true for me. I know that there's sometimes things that just don't sit either well or just doesn't compute. The best thing I found is sit with someone who like respects and will talk to you about it and try to give you the best, their best shot, and then sit with it. I find that tends to work well. I was gonna go to bed 3 hours ago, but this has me going. Thank you, Willow. Sorry, Willow. Clams are down this way. Oh, sweet. Do they only show up when it's raining or something? Or did I just not think about... Or have they always been there and I just missed it? Go, Raigo, go. Actually, what's a much cuter and more appropriate Island Sanctuary mount? Give me a second. I see no clam. Oh, the bean is leading me to the clams. Analogies are good, but I'm getting more confused because these things are just making it sound more like a soul is them, and I'm so hopelessly confused. All good, man. How do you... I can't go down underwater. Do you have to unlock that, or am I just... Do I not just have, like, a button set? Because it may be also because I'm used to going underwater with mounts from above. Control space for me? Yeah, I've literally never done that because I always just dive into the water on a mount. Thank you, Decoy. Look at the bean. Oh my god, I'm so dyslexic. Now, if we were predisposed in a different way at birth, even with the same experience, you would act differently. If you had a different body, you would act differently. If you had different memories, yeah. I mean, think about, like, your experience growing up as a male or a female, right, has affected the individual you are, whether you like that or not. That's a reality we can accept, right? And so the body, and that, again, that's talking about reality, not 14. But I would say that 14 shows us that culturally is not so dissimilar, that the idea of a body and how people perceive you because of it is true. I mean, we even see individuals who desperately want to be something different than their station, but don't work perfectly in it. You know? God, this is reminding me of, like, PlayStation 2 era, like underwater scuba diving games. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. You're not worthless. It's just it's a nebulous concept to understand. And also, like, our preconceived notions of what the self and soul are can affect approaching what the metaphysics of a different game is. I mean, the same way that a lot of people try to apply normal physics to 14, when the thing is that the metaphysics of it and aetherology may not necessarily be the same. You know, like, you may not be able to apply genetics in the same way, which would help explain why Mikote tribes don't get a bunch of inbred Mikote. We're already underwater, Square Enix. Give us Blitzball. Oh, give us Blitzball, please. Dude, if we get Blitzball, I'm making a Blitzball league. Who's in? Who's fucking in for that? Oh, there's an alcove. I don't think I did that alcove before. I guess you could say Azem was carried by the same wind soul as was the Warrior of Light now do, but not the same ship, body, nor do we make the same journey and memories. That's a fucking phenomenal way of putting it. Dude, I'd be so happy if I had Blitzball. Arbor is similar to us because he has the same dispositional soul, but he is a different individual with his own experiences, like with his own friends and his own knowledge of the world and his own struggles and his own, right? Like, even Seto, right, doesn't look at us and go, Arbor, you know? And he only does once we ask him to close his eyes when Arbor's been rejoined to us and he can sense Arbor within us. Experience and perception is based on your body. Well, that explains the attitude of many Lalafell. Like, it's not crazy to say that there's similarities between us and Arbor because of sharing the same dispositional starting place, but we're different individuals. You wouldn't look at our memories and be like, oh, that's the same person, you know? You can also draw this back to Xenos, who has similar soul, but because of his different upbringing, his body turned out differently. Yeah, and, like, you know, I don't even know you want to say similar soul. You could even argue against that or for that, but he definitely has a similar disposition, and that's probably could be argued, but it's similar as byproduct of the soul. And it was the context of Garlemald that made him the way he was, partially, at the very least. And that's why, like, a world in which the Xenos was raised with kindness and love could have been a world with a, like, imagine him as like a slightly more sociopathic Warrior of Light in a good way, right? Like, a little still, like, battle sexual, like a little crazy, but, like, could have been a good person. At least that seems to be the deep implications. That's the tragedy, part of the tragedy of him. But all the ancients did do that though. In fact, all of them confused us for Azem. Right, because remember, ancients can see Aether and they're attuned to Aether. Our soul gives off, imagine auras, right? Our soul gives off the same auras. They look at us, and it's not when we talk. So first off, it's not when they talk. They look at us like, they're confused because it's like we look like Azem. That's why also Emmett Selkmis took us. And then we prove that through our actions, they're like, you remind me of them. They're not like, oh my god, you're identical, you're just like them. This is weird. They're like, You sure do remind me of my friend of mine, because the soul is a dispositional starting place. So it's important to know why Azem is connected to us in a way. Not all. They noticed how similar we are to Azem. They didn't confuse us with them, at least not for very long. Yeah. Arbor is best boy. Hey, why is there a group of people with Graha shirts outside holding torches? I think you could, if you argue Arbert's your best boy, I get it. Arbert's a fucking fantastic character. If Graha fanboys can't accept that some people like other people better, they can fuck off. And I say that as a Graha fanboy. Is that where salt comes from? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, but that's why I kept calling it Azem's soul. Every person that has the soul will have the same adventures and kind of disposition naturally. Right, but you just said it's Azem's soul. Like, that's what we've been saying since the beginning. You kept saying... Well, no, but it's... But that's why I kept calling... It is Azem's... It was Azem's soul. It was. But it's not... But it's... It was not Azem. What's a... Depth of visual? I can do it. I can do this. I got... No. Yeah. This outfit I'm wearing. This outfit that I'm wearing is my outfit, right? But if I take off the tie is not my outfit. It once was part of my outfit. It was a part of what the outfit was. And it is part of an aspect of the outfit. But it alone is not the outfit, right? So it was the outfits, but it was not the outfit, right? I remember when I first saw Arbert again in Shadowbringer, I was like, what the fuck is this asshole? And then later was like, oh, fuck. Yeah. The amount of people, I think, who didn't fully understand the context under which why the Warriors of Darkness were doing what they did, and then got to Shadowbringers and was like, oh... And, like, that's the thing is, like, Shadowbringers doesn't work as well if you don't have 3.4. And that's why, like, it's so important to, like, I don't think contrast the expansions, because, like, you don't get how good Shadowbringers is unless you have multiple parts of the setup. You know? The people recognize you, same color, soul thing is interesting, too, because people have to realize that there's a bunch of people on non-joined shards with the color soul, too, but they're not us. Yeah. I mean, the whole Arbor Warrior Flight. Our track previous statement, I, Des, say that Graha is best boy under my own will with no influence from others. Did Emmett always intend to give the current incarnation of Azem the crystal if they showed promise of being whole enough? Did Emmett always intend to give the current incarnation, so us, Azem, the crystal, if they showed promise of being whole enough? It depends on how you want to read that statement. It's very, we know that from Hythlodaeus that he wanted us to have it. When exactly he made it and what he hoped would come of it, whether it be to bring his friend back, whether it be to that we fulfill what he had the hopes we had ambitioned, I think there's enough room to like speculate on what Emmett Selk what he hoped to achieve, because I think there's the same way that there's contrast between his actions and what he hoped for. I mean, if you go read the short stories, right, too, like he loved his life. He had a moment of wanting to love his son when he was soulless, but also couldn't, and also he's disappointed with people, but also can't let go that he cares for them. Like he's contradictions. He's a complicated person. I'm heading to bed. Good night, everyone. Night 7. Then I liked him after I got to know him. Yeah. Blink twice if you're saved. It's understanding that a tree does not make a forest. Yeah. Or understanding that a single shrubbery does not make a hedge. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. That's what happened with Arbor and his friends. Yeah. Well, and being put in an impossible situation, right? Like genuinely being set up to fail and put in a situation to make impossible choices. It's right to call the Warrior of Light soul the soul that was once part of Azem, or formerly Azem's soul, but saying that it was once Azem is incorrect. Yeah, I mean, that's the key point. Okay, but your personality disposition comes from your soul, right? A predisposition towards a direction, not all of the self is a byproduct of it. Meaning it's a fundamental piece of you. Yes. Your ego, sense of self, as well as your existence. No. No. Those last parts, no. It is an aspect of the self, of a sense of self, but like it alone is not a sense of self. The Alchemist questline does reveal the color of one of our soul gives off by the Alchemist concoction. Oh, right. I forgot about that. And your memories further alter the experiences forming you as a whole. I would say more fundamental than that. It's not just further altering the experiences. They are the experiences. Imagine, right, that like your experience of existence can be nudged. The soul is the nudge. Like the self is not the soul in and of singularly itself, but the soul is the nudge. That's the problem. Some traits can be embedded in your soul if it's ingrained enough. Perhaps it doesn't have to be traumatic. Yeah, is what you guys are saying. Is that what you? I like to think that. I think that in your example, Rin, you're focusing a little too much on the soul being self and the ego, whereas the ego is a byproduct of the conjunction of those two, of memory and soul. It's not one of them is the thing. I like to think that if he wanted us to have it, we defeated him, kind of like passing the baton. Yeah, I mean, I think there's room to imagine why to open up to just envision why he might have. Sounds to me like saying the car is the color blue. It's not blue. No, it's more like saying the car door is a part of the car, but the car door is not the car. Right? That's more. That would be a more accurate statement. This sounds like the same thing, just rephrased when you're claiming one is true, the saying in different ways. But it's not true now. No. Reframe it. It's the car door is a part of car. The engine is a fundamental part of the car, right? You need the engine to have, like, the car. To, like, have the car do what the car does to be a car. But the engine by itself is not the car. It's the car's engine, but it's not the car. And I don't know what part of that it doesn't click. Because, like, you even use the analogy right here. I just framed it differently. It's part of your self and ego. You keep saying self and ego, and I'm not... Like, that is... Yeah. I'm kind of curious how Azem met their end. Well, seeing as they were sundered. Their end was them being sundered. Because we know because their soul was sundered. So that was their end. Well, there's the beam. Computers, if you remove the graphics card and replace it with another, it's the same computer. No, it's not. If you wipe the memory off of the computer, it's the same hardware, it's not the same computer. That's like saying the body is the only thing that matters, because it's visually the same. Like, that was the argument was, the analogy they were using was about wiping all of the hard drive and OS and stuff. And if you do that, it isn't the same computer. It does not function like the same computer, it does not house the files, it isn't. It's just the body. The ego is basically the mind, the experience, the love, the hate, the greed, etc. Yeah. The motherboard is the computer, cannot be replaced, that's just a new computer. No. Okay, if I right now from my computer remove the graphics card, it's no longer the computer. If I right now from my computer remove the files and the memory and the OS, it's no longer the same computer. You're talking about critical function, something that's required for critical function to run. That's not the same thing as not being the same computer. It is then a different computer. I am different if I give myself a new body. I am different if I have different memories. I am different if I have a different soul. Those are all true. I am not the same individual if I have a different body. I'm not the same individual, exact same individual if I have a different soul. I'm not the same exact same individual if I have different memories. If ego matters for 14, then what of id? I think you guys, you are applying the practice of psychology that is used, that is true for maybe us on our world, but again, is not necessarily representative of the breakdown of how things work in 14. So that's not, as terms and a function, that's not necessarily the most proper, like, Could you argue the soul plays some aspect of the subconscious? Maybe, but we don't have an idea like a subconscious as a major part of 14. Yeah, that's how the tech industry refers to it. It's the same computer until the motherboard. Rin, we're not talking about the tech industry. We're talking about an analogy for 14, and no, the tech industry is talking about a technical aspect when it comes to repairing the thing, and no, the tech industry is wrong in this case. We are talking about that. If I cut off my arm, I am not the same. If you change something, it's no longer the same thing. On top of that, soul, mind, and body here are memory, would be the OS. Okay, you know what? Soul is the OS, memory is all the files, body is the hardware. If you wipe the files, it's not the same computer. It's not the same thing. You can't access all the things you care about. It doesn't have the memories of all the individual things that you loved and cared about. If you wipe the OS, you can't access the files, and the body doesn't matter for shit. If you get rid of the body, well, fuck, man, it doesn't matter. I mean, that's a bad example there, because if you get rid of the body, there ain't no fucking OS or files. They aren't conscious. Yeah, okay, right now you're just being argumentative, though. They aren't conscious entities. Right, the point was people were trying to help you by giving you an analogy. And now you're going to the specifics of the real world and how it falls apart rather than trying to meet us halfway where we're trying to try to clarify the point. I did say I didn't think it was an apt analogy anyways. Okay, then try to help people meet you halfway. My phone has a SIM card. If I remove it and put it into another phone, the new phone becomes my phone. The old phone is not my phone anymore because it no longer has the SIM card in it and files and apps. Yeah. I mean, you could say the same thing for, like, you know, the battery as well with it. Right, but meet us halfway and trying to talk about it. Like, the specifics of how it breaks down are not the point. The point is the way that the thing is used. Right? I was just saying I didn't think it was a good example after all. Right, but it's not a bad example as long as you don't try to, like, point out the fundamental... like, ancillary details about how it falls apart. The computer point still works. If you treat the OS... and the files and the graphics cards and stuff as it still works as an analogy. I was saying I said something I didn't agree with after all. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're just trying to draw comparisons and they're possibly easier to understand. I think the thing that keeps happening is we keep giving examples, but then your counter examples that you're trying to use for, like, why it doesn't make sense to you is you focus on, like, the car being blue. But the car being blue is irrelevant to the point. We're talking about the parts of the thing, not a adjectival description of the thing. In 14, I know you said clinical, but, like, you know, the individuals are made up of three things. They can't just treat them like three objects. They are three objects. And they are the memory, the soul, and the body. Like, that is what Lendriel, the Warrior of Light, my guys, composed of those three things. If you take one away, it's no longer the same. It's no longer the thing. What's the next thing I gotta build? Oh, I went to get those clams for a reason. What did I get them for? Wasn't to upgrade a cabin. Oh, what was it? Oh, it's to build a bathhouse. That's what it was. Hot spring. Thank you, Jade. I'm having a clam bake. Yes, that's definitely nothing more sloppy than clam bake. This is a perfect place for a fucking bathhouse. Oh, I forgot to get more clay! Existence is pain, Jerry. I do love every time I come back, they are, like, further along in the creation. So much fucking effort went into fucking Island Sanctuary. I'm excited to see the future of it. You think they used the 3 shells in Eorzea? Do you mean the 3 shells, like, from what's it? I'm sorry, guys. I'm not trying to be difficult. No, Rin. You are fine. I am a combination of tired and also unsure how to solve it. But I'm as long as you're coming from a place of good intentions, like that's what matters, man. I'm not trying to be deep. Well, it's just everything you were saying. It sounds like reinforcement of what I thought in the first place. I'm too confused for this, so let's just move on. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm now stuck on wanting to understand what the disconnect is, because it's like, but what we're saying is literally the opposite of what you're saying, so I don't know how you're thinking. Moving on. Right. What we're saying only is what you're saying. If you assume that what we're saying is that the soul is the entirety of the self and id and ego, which is not what we're saying. What we are saying is that the soul is a dispositional nudger that is an aspect of self that in and of itself is not the individual. And that if you remove the memories, the soul by itself is not a person. And it's consciousness, but without the memory. It's like, no. The soul, it's more than that. Demolition Man, yes. So under your point then, what would be the point of memories? But the reason what I just said literally cannot go with what you're saying. Can you help me understand? The thing I am saying cannot possibly justify what you're saying because it literally precludes what you're saying. So that's what I don't understand. The soul is a part of Azem. A thing is not one. Existence is not fractals, or at least things are not fractals. Just because you have a part of the thing does not mean that you have the whole. Cookie. Cookies. Thank you, Isa. Cookie. Soul, memory. I do not have a Zem. I have a part of a Zem. This is a Zem. This is a part of a Zem. Just because I have a part of a Zem does not mean I have a Zem. You have a part of him. Right? Just because you have 8/14 of Zodiarch does not mean you have Zodiarch completely reformed. Your soul and memories make up your whole self. Each of you is you, but without both, you cannot be your whole self. But then the half was still once you. No, it was a part of you. That's the thing. Okay. Everything in the beginning is good. Your soul and memories make up your whole self. Yes. Each one is you. No. Together they are you. Together they are you. Each one is not you. Because then that's like saying, if each one was you, you could split soul and memory and they would both be you. And that's not true. You is those two things as one. The cookie is a Zem. Half the cookie is not a Zem. It is a part of a Zem. A Zem, not a Zem. Your soul and memories, that's how it computes in my head. Trying to break it down like object pieces of him that makes him up is what's confusing me. But they are object pieces of what makes him up. That is the case. That is what's true. That's why there can be just a soul going into the ethereal sea. A Zem is a cookie. You heard it here. Here, like, a Elidibus without his memories is not the same Elidibus, right? He's not Elidibus. Like, you would not say Themis and Elidibus from 5.3 are the same person. They're the same person in terms of being someone who's gone through a bunch of shit, but he no longer has his memories of the past. He's no longer the individual he once was. All of that's gone. He has vague recollections of stuff, but he's barely the same individual. I hope not a raisin cookie because of that, them like grapes and all. And that's just a minor example because that's still somewhat of the same person. He still does technically have some of the same memories. And there is a contiguous line of existence. But like, it's emphatically pointed out that he is not the same person effectively as he once was because of the removal. That's it, like a spark of light. The spark of life without memories is just a spark. Yes. With his memories, it is a person. Yes. If you remove the memories, it's still the same spark of life, but it's still the same spark of life. Yes. Individual because it's lost the important experience it has. Yes! But the spark of life itself also experienced those things. it was there, but the spark of life has no way to record those things, really. The spark of life, that's like shooting, like taking photos, having a camera and taking photos, but there's no film in it, right? If you know what film is, you're 22. I don't know, do people who are 4 years younger than me know what film is? But they took the chocolate cookie out of Elio's hand, plucked it out all the chocolate chips, and handed it back to him. He wouldn't have a chocolate chip cookie. He'd have part of it. Any chances Emma's unique ability, like how Emma and Hydaelyn had soul sight? I don't think so. I wouldn't necessarily think so. I think his special ability is his disposition. His special ability was to call people to him, right? Like, that is his unique ability. If they put a raisin in the place of the chocolate chips, you'd get a different cookie. Yeah, great example, Jade. We're getting somewhere, Rin. We're getting somewhere. Let's do it. Come on. Cookies saved the day again. Yes. But the body and soul were once the other person. They were once them, but because of the removal of soul, it's more accurate to say if they become a new person, that, yes, you're on the right track, yes. Everything that you're saying is correct. But when you were referring to the new person, right, you wouldn't really say the soul was once the person. You'd say it once belonged to them, right? Because the soul alone wasn't it. But everything you're saying is good. Everything you're saying is on the right track. Because you wouldn't go, they had those three components, now they don't have them anymore. So you wouldn't just go, one of those components alone was the person, right? Look at Ascians and how they inhabit bodies. That works for bodies, but the meat suit issue makes it more difficult to, So, in the real world, maybe. In the real world, they might be. Or in other video games or stories, mythologies, right? Those themes seem inherently connected to you, right? Like, we're good. Hold this. Where we're at right now is real good. That can be true. But in the same way that when you play Final Fantasy, you don't question that there's aetherology or that you're casting magic, right? That's not the case in the real world, but it's true in Final Fantasy. You just have to apply that at least in this world, they aren't. At least in this world, it doesn't work that way. Oh, here we're going. We're getting somewhere. We're going. Okay, yeah. We're good. We're good. Stone equals tablet. We're literally doing tabula rasa. Pretty funny. But okay, cool. Stone tablet equals soul. Engrave the memories into it. We're literally explaining tabula rasa. Okay, perfect. This is perfect. The stone tablet is now a person with experience and shit. Yes. Scrub the memories from the tablet. Yep. Engrave new ones. Yep. The tablet was once another tablet person. Exactly. But it's not anymore. Exactly. Because it lost the memories. Yes. Woo! See, guys, sometimes it's frustrating. Sometimes it takes a second. But if you have people who fucking are devoted to, like, listening to you and are with you and trying to help work on stuff and figure shit out, right? You can get there. But sometimes it feels intractable. Yes, Decoy, and sometimes it takes a second for it to sit in. And sometimes some people have perspectives that just, like, what seems like the exact same analogy you've just given just didn't click. It just didn't work. Sometimes it just takes time. That's the reality of it. Okay, the primary, sure, Rid. It's not perfect. It might not be perfect, but we got there. Because if the soul is where Zem's memories were engraved, okay, here. The souls are not all engraved on the memory. Imagine the soul exists like an orb, and around that orb are like memories trailing around. So the memories are not stored necessarily in the soul. Right? Just straight up. Just imagine that they are separate from it. A separate thing, right? Imagine like an atmosphere on a planet. Sometimes the memories are so strong because of very specific things happening that they can like accidentally like carve and etch a little groove into the soul that stays behind. And that groove, that negative space, is what could be a recollection between cross souls being reincarnated. Memory is aether. Memory is a type of aether. The stone tablet affects how the memories are written on it, but you can still write anything on it. Yeah, they can influence. What is this soul planet propaganda? What the fuck are memories? Moons? Moons, so you've got an orb, right? You've got an orb, and around that orb is like a cloud, like a layer of clouds, and that layer of clouds is memory. Or like, imagine like an atom. You know, you've got your electron, and then you've got your protons, right? You've got your electron and neutrons in the middle, you've got your protons. The protons are memory, and the electron and neutrons are the soul. I hope one day someone watches this 6 hour, no, actually it's probably, I don't even know how long it's been at this point, watches this goddamn thing, reaches this point and comments something like, I watched this and I hated it, or I watched this and I loved it, or I watched this and what the fuck. But I hope someday, somehow, someone will reach this point and just be like, okay, Elio, I had a good time. You know what? Maybe I need to be in a lesser state of mind for this. Lesser state of mind? What do you mean? If someone wrote on a napkin, come over here, it would be different than if someone... Now we're just getting wild with this. It'd be different if someone handed you a royal scroll with a meeting time. What is being written on the changes how it's written. Now we're getting back, we're getting a little, pulling out a little too much. My brain is a freaking soul planet propaganda piece. Yes, this will be referenced later. The Great Soul Stunlock. I mean, intoxicated. I feel like intoxication would make it harder, not better. Protons and neutrons in the middle of an electron's orbit. Yep. Oh, sorry. Thank you. The electron is the orbiting cloud, not the, if I misspoke. If that's what you're referring to, Trash Panda. Yes. It's proton and neutrons in the center and electron cloud, orbiting cloud. I should know that. Electrons are, you know, fucking Look, just be happy I wasn't talking about quarks. I send into a different state of mind when intoxicated. Forgive me, but I have to assume that, as I've experienced with all individuals, we may think we are in a better state of mind to learn, but when we are drunk, we are not. The secrets of the universe may be understood as that. That or dumb shit sounds cool. Who needs end talkers when you have metaphysics meeting? I clipped the woo. Thanks, Trash Panda. If you want to throw it on the Discord, feel free to. Speaking of, we have a Discord. If you'd like to have conversations like we're having right now, why not come join us over there? Oh, and Bean, are you still here? I have a question for you. I know I was asking you before. Are you potentially still interested in doing Savage runs with us? Like, I genuinely think you have the capability to do it, and we still need our 8th DPS. Does this mean we become part of the archives restricted section? I mean, effectively. Well, I'm referring to different intoxication, which is legal in my state, but I'm trying to be cryptic. I mean, you can just say you smoke marijuana if that's what you're talking about. Dude, no one gives a shit. If everyone gives a shit, they can fuck off. Like, I'm incredibly straight edge. I barely ever drink, and I don't smoke anything, and I don't take anything, other than I've taken anxiety meds in the past. But, I am wholeheartedly in favor of people being allowed to do that. So, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. Oh, okay, I'm sure I'll give it a shot. Jellybean, thanks for filling in, and I genuinely, I think it's gonna go really well. Do you need help getting the 610 armor? Because if so, I can help get you that. We're running Endwalker Trial EX set, right? Yes. That is the plan. We're going to be farming mounts from Endwalker Trial, and if people are feeling up for it, we'll do Barbaricia. Thanks, Jellybean. Okay, or imagine an orange shoal. Yes, yes, you do. Okay, I'll pass Jubilant 3 million. What job are you going to be playing, or what jobs would you like to play? Best options would be melee DPS if you have any you like playing that isn't samurai. You have the Gil? I mean, we can always... Okay, I can spot you if need be, but yeah. That orange soul then puts an Azem's robe and mask. We now call that soul along with the memories and body it has Azem. Yeah, we're good enough, yes. Remove the mask, body, and memories. The soul is just an orange soul again. Yes, Rin! Yes, 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 exactly, exactly, exactly. Perfect. Then put the orange soul into the Warrior of Light's clothes and memories. Yes. Put the orange soul in the Warrior of Light's clothes and memories. Yes, and then it's the Warrior of Light, which means that Azem and the Warrior of Light both had an orange soul, and had an orange soul, but the soul wasn't theirs. You know, like it wasn't the orange. The orange soul is not the Warrior of Light. The Warrior of Light is the orange. The soul is part of the Warrior of Light, but it's not the Warrior of Light. It isn't the Warrior of Light in and of itself, right? So you need those memories and those clothes to get the Warrior of Light. I prefer caster or ranged red mage if all possible. I can try to flex something. I think red mage is open. I think red mage should be fine. You know what? Honestly, that'll also give us some flex room. Yeah, red mage should work. But it was the same soul. Yes, same soul, but, yes, okay. Wait, do we have 2 others? Yeah, we have 7 total. The only person we're missing is, oh, right, because Dest is out. Dest is fine. Dest we can spot fill. I'm not worried about spot filling for Dest. The main thing I just wanted to have is that we had a consistent 8 who were, like, the set people. No, because someone was playing Summoner, yes, last time just speaks to Phil. Because we have Bard, Samurai, here, let me look up what we have. We have Warrior, Paladin, Machinist, Bard, Reaper, Sam, Sage. Yeah, so we don't even have a caster. So we don't even have one. So actually Red Mage is perfect. Red Mage is perfect, Bean. But it was the same soul. Yes, I understand that. Cool. Cool, Rin. I was seeing the orange soul as a conduit of which becomes either Azem, the Warrior of Light, or Arbor, based on memory and experience, rather than a fundamental part of the 3. Yeah. I haven't done the extreme since they came out, and I didn't do 3, so I may be rusty. That's fine, guys. Here's the thing. Here's what I care about. Are you willing to take it seriously? Are you willing to learn? Don't feel bad about yourself and just learn. And are you willing to like give your all? If you are genuinely really trying, you will have to be doing particularly really poor for me to be like, I need to talk to them. If you're like even like below us by a couple points or something, like I'm not expecting you to be perfect. I'm not expecting you to be even phenomenal. I'm not even expecting you to be great off the bat. But I am expecting you guys to give a shit and to try. That is what I'm expecting. That is what I need out of you guys. And if you're doing that, then yeah. This is in a very roundabout way and loose way saying that the soul was a person. But in this case, the soul is just something that the memories float around. Sure, yeah. If that's the easiest way to think about it, yes. They're distinct from each other. Right, exactly. They don't literally float around it, but effectively for how you need to think about it, Rin, for the way you're disambiguating them, yes, think about it that the conduit itself is not just the thing. So the soul, even if it is a conduit, isn't in the way you're talking about. Yeah, same with me, Willow. I'm back to a pep talk. Yeah, Kira, we've been doing really good. We got Rin to where we got Rin understanding for the most part what was going on. So, and now we're talking about a little bit about Savage before I probably wind down. If you want an more real-world example, think of someone who's an esports player now who would be like a swordsman in the Middle Ages. They're driven in a similar direction, but not the same. Good idea. Because of the experience and surroundings, yeah. Are these Lego people? Yeah, I mean, yes. You know what? Here's the thing, Rin. Think about people in a little bit more like a Lego sense, like where there are parts that go together in this world, right? Consciousness is not an emergent property that arises in 14 out of thousands of neurons going off. Consciousness is a byproduct of ethereal memory, soul, and body. And how much body affects that is, you know, interpretable. But the point being. A little bit of that Lego, boom. Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't say a Darth Vader. If you took a Darth Vader Lego piece and you took away his cape and you switched his helmet on for a fireman's hat and then you put on yellow fireman pants, but he still had the Vader head, and then you put on the fireman body, but he still had the Vader head, you wouldn't say it was Vader. Well, I mean, that's a bad example. You might say it's Vader and just in a fireman's outfit, but that's a bad example. Hello, Bob. Okay. I think we're ready to call it there. I think we got to take it on the win, right? We got to take it on the victory. Honestly, the irony is I wish I could justify streaming full-time sometimes, because honestly, I could do this 8 hours a day and be fine. I'm gonna crash so hard and get good sleep after this. I'm so excited. I get the victory lap and look how much island prog you made. I know, right? We came a long way, guys. And actually, when I'm able to like focus on it, I'm sure I'll optimize it a lot better. This has been really fun to listen to while leveling Ast. Good. Hopefully, you know, I'll try to do more streams that are, maybe like Island, Sanctuary, and Chill. Maybe we'll do more of this if people enjoy it. Thanks again, Bean. I really appreciate the help and just for you hanging around for so long today. I mean, it's been like, what, 8 hours? At this point, I started at like 4. Aww. There's only one thing possible that I could do in response. The ultimate in terms of showing my appreciation. And this is what happens when you blow kisses to me. I'm gonna take Ambient and die for 8 hours. It's gonna be glorious. I haven't got much since 6.2 came out. Me either, Kiera Leia. Island debate streams, let's go anytime. Yeah, absolutely. This is Island Sanctuary and Chili. I mean, that's the thing, is like, to me, chilling out is like this. Like, this is relaxing and drops a lot of my anxiety because I'm in a space where I can like, just like, a little bit let go and be like, intense and like, answer questions, help me. I care so much about getting you to a place where you're happy, but also, oh! You know, like that. With that said, I've been Elio Forceron. If you'd like to support us, you can always offer us money by giving us super chats like the lovely Jubilant and Demins and Snowdragon, who has been around, and all sorts of other people who have offered us all sorts of money. You can always join us if you want to get emotes. You can also, if you support us on Patreon, you can get your name up in the banner above, as well as other fun rewards, like over on the Discord. Speaking of, if you support us on Patreon and you're on the Discord and I haven't changed your name, please let me know. It's very hard to keep track of new names on Discord and if they match names on Patreon, and I have to manually change it. On top of that, if you like written lore, go check out the Eorzean Archives website to see Ninire's written lore. If you like videos, you can always go check out some more of our videos. We stream every Monday and Tuesday on the MSQ replay. Currently, we're about to hit Thok and Heaven's Word, and I have not watched the new Vault cutscene yet, and I'm not gonna watch it until I get there at Heaven's Word. I'm very excited. On top of that, I still have a cosplay stream to do. I'm getting together the final stuff for my Eorzean cosplay, so that's gonna be fun. What after that? Oh, me and Niniri are gonna start doing the Final Fantasy replay series, and we're gonna start at least doing it next Thursday. Assuming Niniri's in good health. He may have COVID. They may have COVID. So what will happen is we're gonna play probably here on YouTube, because a lot more of you guys seem to watch over here on YouTube than on Twitch, and we will be going through every Final Fantasy chronologically, and Niniri will be joining me talking about it as we go. Beyond that, this has been absolutely phenomenal, guys. Thank you for joining with me for the better part of 8+ hours. Yeah. And with that said, I'm gonna go lay down. I'm gonna go snuggle with Cubone. Who doesn't want to fucking snuggle Cubone? Good night, everyone. Thanks so much.